That's really me. Han Sen couldn't believe he looked so good. The way the video was edited made him blush a little. At that time, he was only doing what he could to help the children out. Although the fall in the end looked tragic, he was in fact able to kick the Shura off him and fly away when they were about to hit the ground. It was not quite as risky as it looked. The Shura was already badly injured and had died from the fall. Han Sen knew that he just got lucky. If the Shura hadn't already suffered severe injuries, Han Sen would probably have fled or died. Moving his body around, it still hurt so much that Han Sen had a hard time breathing. He didn't dare to go to the hospital, but luckily it wasn't too bad, for none of his vital organ was hurt. Having taken some medicine, he was recovering slowly but steadily. Han Sen had gained something from it as well. The katana belonging to the Shura was taken home by Han Sen, which was so much better than the weapons made by human. Shuras were much more advanced in making alloy weapons than human. Han Sen had heard since a long time ago that Shura's katanas were awesome. Even the black-horned Shuras used better katanas than Z-steel weapons. Now what Han Sen had was a katana from a golden-horned Shura, which should be the best of the best. There was simply no product of the same level as this katana. Han Sen wielded the katana and felt that it was frighteningly sharp as it felt as if it could break the air. Han Sen no longer dared to try the katana out with any weapon, for he knew the katana was probably even sharper than his Z-steel dagger. The video was so widespread that Han Sen was also worried that people might recognize the katana and thus himself to be duller. So he had decided to make some changes to the katana, which were mainly to change its color. He spray-painted the katana in a golden color so it looked as if it were made of brass. He also ordered a cheap but flamboyant sheath on the Skynet so no one could tell it was a Shura katana when it was in the sheath. In fact, Han Sen did not intend to use it in front of others. These were just precautions he took. Han Sen had also wanted to replace the hilt of the katana to make it even less recognizable, but was unable to remove the hilt. However, he found a bead embedded in the hilt and took it out. To his surprise, the bead was hollow. Inside the bead, there turned out to be a small memory chip. Han Sen inserted the chip into his device, trying to figure out what was stored there. What he didn't expect was that there was a Shura's martial art recorded in the chip, which was called Bladestorm. The description said it was the top secret of a Shura aristocratic family. Can a human learn Shura's martial arts? Wondered Han Senator. After reviewing Bladestorm, he was convinced that he could learn it as long as his physical fitness level was high enough. Han Sen started to try and practice Bladestorm and didn't encounter too much obstruction, which meant his physique had reached the prerequisite of Bladestorm. Bladestorm sounded like weapon skills, but it could also be used without any weapon. The key was to fully explore the potentials of one's body in order to launch swift and powerful strikes. If one became skilled in Bladestorm, one could launch those strikes with any part of one's body. Han Sen hadn't recovered at the moment anyway, so he didn't go back to God's sanctuary and stayed home practicing Bladestorm. Lin Beifong was the only one who called daily to check when he would go back to Steel Armor Shelter and start to hunt. Qin Xian thought he was just hiding from Son of Heaven, so she didn't call. Han Sen checked his ringing comm link and it was Lin Beifong again. He hesitated before picking up. Sen, how come you are still not in God's sanctuary? I've been waiting for you, lamented Lin Beifong. Han Sen didn't even turn the video chat on because he was depressed enough just by listening to Lin's voice. I will not hide from you. The truth is that I am recently preparing for a big campaign, Han Sen said mysteriously. What kind of campaign do you have in mind? Count me in, said Lin Beifong eagerly. I won't disclose the details now, but at least we'll be able to hunt mutant creatures. Han Sen was telling the truth. He was planning to go into Dark Swamp as soon as he recovered. He couldn't guarantee sacred blood creatures, but there would surely be mutant creatures. Sen, you must count me in, said Lin Beifong hurriedly. I'm working with others on this, so the team members are fixed and I cannot add anyone in. Han Sen kept Lin Beifong in suspense before he continued. But I'm short of money recently, and if you can provide me with some Z-Steel arrows with 5% Z-Steel, I will send you part of my share of the praise, and it won't be less than an entire mutant creature. Excellent. I'll send you those arrows right now, replied Lin Beifong without demur. Hang on. I'm busy at the moment. Just have the arrows ready and I'll contact you when I'm ready, said Han Sr. It's a deal then. Don't eat your own words, Lin Beifong still felt insecure. You can rest assured that you will get your share. Han Sen had been concerned where he could get some nice arrows. Now that Lin Beifong was willing to sponsor him, he was all set. It was mutually beneficial as well. He would give Lin some mutant creature meat when he came back. In the worst-case scenario, if he couldn't hunt anything, he could still evolve any creature into a mutant one using the black crystal in a few days and pay Lin with that. Han Sen rested at home for a dozen days before he fully recovered. While he was resting, he did nothing other than practicing Jade Skin and Blade Storm. Eventually he could start to use Blade Storm. Before Han Sen teleported to God's Sanctuary, Qin Xian called to ask him to go to the teleport station. When Han Sen came to station, young Monli gave him a cold stare and brought him to the office of Qin Xian. Qin Xian was taking care of some business when he came in, so Han Sen had to sit aside and wait. After dealing with everything on hand, Qin Xian looked at Han Sen and said, I plan to recommend you to Blackhawk Military Academy. Recommend me to Blackhawk Military Academy. Han Sen wasn't sure what she meant, as one could apply to military schools oneself and take the exam, no recommendation needed. Qin Xian knew what he was thinking and went on, Blackhawk Military Academy has special quotas every year for those specialized in archery. But even the specially recruited students must pass the entrance exam and fulfill certain requirements. You are good at archery, so it's alright if you are lacking in fitness. That's why I plan to recommend you. Entering military school at an early stage and going through formal training will do you good. Han Sen was wondering what to say to decline Qin Xian. On the one hand, he wasn't really interested in going to military schools. On the other hand, he had to leave planet Roka if he was admitted to Blackhawk. And he couldn't leave his mother and sister behind. But Han Sen found Qin Xian was very enthusiastic to get him into a military school. If he didn't give her a reasonable explanation, she probably wouldn't let go of the matter. Also she meant well, so Han Sen also felt obliged to give her an explanation. Station Master, you are too kind, but I already have an ideal military school in mind and I'm afraid I have to let you down, Han Sen frowned. Oh? Which military school do you have in mind? Asked Qin Xian curiously, surprised by his sudden motivation. I want to apply to Roka Military School, replied Han Sen, sticking out his chest. Qin Xian and Yang Monli both looked at him as if he were an idiot. Yang Monli said grimly, Blackhawk is in top 50 in the alliance and you are comparing it to Roka Military School, which is not even among top 1,000. Qin Xian advised, Han Sen, you should really think about it. Roka Military School is no match to Blackhawk whether in faculty or facilities. You can't even practice operating warframes and warships in Roka Military School and you won't have good coaches in martial arts. If you graduate from Roka Military School, you won't have a bright future in the army. Why would you want to do that? Han Sen smiled wryly. He could not tell Qin Xian that he would like to enter Roka Military School just because it was close to home. Yang Monli said, you were not qualified to be recommended by the station master, but she broke the rules for you because she saw something in you. You need to think carefully. Ready to reply her, Han Sen heard a knock on the door. Station master, your data analysis is ready. Great, send it over. Qin Xian turned on a smart device and a video was displayed. Han Sen took a look and was slightly surprised, as the video was his fight with the golden-horned Shura. It was not, however, the edited version, but Fang Mingquan's original footage. A comprehensive data analysis was made and each movement of dollar and the Shura was accompanied with detailed real-time combat stats including the agility, punching speed, critical strike and damage. There was also the scene of the dead Shura in the end. When the display was over, Qin Xian asked Yang Monli, "What do you think of dollar?" "Stupid," was Yang Monli's reply. Han Sen, who was secretly proud and ready for Yang Monli's compliments, almost choked on his own saliva. "Please explain." Qin Xian did not seem to be surprised. Yang Monli said, "Dollar's strength and speed are very good. Although we do not know his exact fitness rating, he is definitely among the top in First God's Sanctuary when he shape-shifts. However, his strength and speed are still much weaker than the Shura. We could even estimate that he would have died 1,000,000 times if the Shura weren't badly injured already." Qin Xian nodded, agreeing with Yang Monli. Yang Monli continued, "Dollar's wings look like advanced flying beast soul. Judging from his speed, it's very likely a sacred blood beast soul. With such a flying beast soul, a fleet-footed shape-shifting beast soul, and great speed, he is the ideal archer. He should shoot arrows from afar instead of engaging himself in a stupid fist fight." Qin Xian smiled, "You are right. But it was an emergency and it looked like Dollar wasn't good at archery. He has never used bow and arrows before and has always been fighting head-on, the complete opposite of this one." Yang Monli knew Qin Xian was referring to Han Sen and said, "If Dollar can become an archer, he will be the best archer in First God's Sanctuary. His moving and flying speed will help him maintain his distance from the enemy, and his strength will allow him to shoot fast and powerful arrows. That's why he would be perfect." Yang Monli did not mention Han Sen at all. Apparently, she doesn't think Han Sen could even be compared to Dollar. Moreover, Yang Monli might think Dollar's way of fighting was somewhat stupid, but it didn't change the fact that he was a respectable man, unlike Han Sen, who was a coward with some talent. Qin Xian sighed, "Unfortunately, there was a blackout in the area because of the damage caused by the Shura aircraft, so we didn't get anything that can reveal the identity of Dollar. Although we have Dollar's blood sample, everyone's genes are changing rapidly these days as they gain geno points. So, by comparing the DNA in the sample and in our database, it's almost impossible to find out who he is. He has appeared on planet Roka twice. Maybe it's not a coincidence." Yang Monli thought about it and suggested, "I have checked the population on planet Roka, and there isn't anyone that fits the profile. Roka is just a fifth-tier commercial planet. It's highly unlikely that someone like Dollar lives there, even less likely than winning the lottery." Qin Xian shook her head. Han Sen was secretly relieved that the two did not associate the unambitious Han Sen with Dollar at all. He was afraid that the wings might remind them of the purple-winged dragon, but his caution proved to be unnecessary. The beast's soul wings didn't look the same as the dragon's wings, and they were also covered in the black beetle armor, so it was difficult to associate the two together. Qin Xian asked Han Sen to give Blackhawk more thoughts, as he would benefit a lot from such experience. Han Sen left Qin Xian's office thinking to himself, "Qin Xian is really kind, but how can I leave Mother and Yen now? Before I turn 20 when I have to serve, I need to constantly go home and take care of them. In the meantime, I must earn enough money so that when I'm off to the army, they could live a good life without care." After he got home, Han Sen contacted Lin Beifeng and asked him to send the Z-Steel arrows over. He wanted to go to Dark Swamp as soon as tomorrow. After all, improving his own physique was his priority. Yang Monli was right about the fact that the beast souls he owned now would make him a great archer. And right now, what he lacked most was a good beast soul arrow. "Sen, I have 10 sniper arrows with 5% Z-Steel. Please take them." Lin Beifeng put a box of 10 sniper arrows in front of Han Sr. "I'll take 2 and I'll give them back to you if I'm able to retrieve them," Han Sen said. "Take them all. You can give me a bigger share of mutant creature meat in return," it would be even better if there is scared blood meat, Lin Beifeng smiled and said. Don't be greedy. All I can spare is probably one mutant creature. You can take the rest of the arrows back. Han Sen took out 2 arrows and pushed the rest back in front of Lin Beifeng. Sen, just take them all. You can give them back after. These arrows are nothing to me. Don't you know what business my family does? Lin Beifeng insisted, offering Han Sen the arrows again. Your family owns Z Steel Mines. Han Sen looked at Lin Beifeng, surprised. Lin Beifeng shook his head. We do not have Z Steel Mines, but we do have some collaboration with groups that produce Z Steel alloy. We have a mine of a rare mineral, which is a must to increase the percentage of Z Steel to 7 or above. This mineral is very expensive and those groups are always in demand of it, so they sell me Z Steel weapons at production cost. These didn't cost me much, and feel free to let me know if you need anything in the future. You rock. Han Sen gave Lin a thumbs up. Lin Beifeng shook his head and said, in fact, Z Steel alloy is great for large-scale military use, but too heavy for individuals. For example, Z Steel armor has great defense but its weight affects one's speed and endurance. Compared with beast souls, it's not that practical. If future technology can raise the Z Steel content to more than 50%, the weight can be reduced a lot. Sen, would you talk to your friends and let me join you? I could provide them with Z Steel supplies, Lin Beifeng asked. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do, Han Sen smiled at Lin Beifeng. In fact, you are so rich that you can set up your own team and march into the mountains. Mutant creatures would be easy to come by then. Lin Beifeng smiled wryly. I have tried, but it is not as easy in steel armor shelter as in my previous shelter. Qin Xian's military force is stable and no one could challenge that. Those who can be bought with money are in Son of Heaven's gang already. Although I am rich, I don't dare to provoke a monster like Starry Group. The rest talents are all controlled by Fist Guy. So, there is no talented freelancer at all. I basically have nowhere to spend my money. Han Sen nodded, he also felt deeply about this. When he was isolated by both Son of Heaven and Qin Xian, he almost had no way to survive in steel armor shelter. Han Sen teleported into steel armor shelter and sneaked out in the middle of the night, so that Son of Heaven's gang wouldn't notice him. Carrying his supplies, Han Sen picked up the paths less trodden and marched toward Dark Swamp. Others saw the swamp as hell, but it was paradise to Han Sen who had the beast's soul of purple-winged dragon. Without any surprise or risk on the way, Han Sen successfully entered Dark Swamp. He saw no one near the swamp, let alone in the swamp. Han Sen took no risk and found a spot with absolutely nobody there before he summoned the black beetle and purple-winged dragon beast soul. Wearing his purple wings and golden armor, Han Sen checked his equipment again and flew toward Dark Swamp. The environment of Dark Swamp was similar to the poster's description. There were indeed very few flying creatures. Occasionally he saw a few carrion birds, for which he didn't even use arrows. If any bird dared to get close, he would cut them into 2 halves with the Shura katana. There were many poisonous beasts and insects in the swamp. Having flown less than a day, Han Sen saw a mutant creature. It was a scary-looking 3-footed toad the size of a truck crouching in the mud, covered in lumps and exuding green gas. Han Sen was not interested in it at all. Even if he killed this thing, it was too huge for him to carry its meat out. And it would take him months to finish eating the meat, which was not worth it for a few mutant geno points. This is indeed a paradise. After flying for more than 2 hours, Han Sen saw another mutant creature. Surrounded by a group of black and white snakes, a blood-red snake king was swimming in the reeds. Han Sen did not approach it but hovered in the air, flapping his enormous wings. The snakes did not notice his presence at all. Pulling out a sniper sword from the quiver, Han Sen put a thread into the hole on the knock, knocked the arrow and aimed at the foot-long Snake King. Suddenly, Han Sen narrowed his eyes and the sniper arrow flew across like a lightning bolt. The blood-red Snake King was just opening its mouth, about to swallow a mouse-like creature. Just when it opened its mouth, a black shadow disappeared there and went into its stomach, piercing its belly. The Snake King suddenly twisted its body in agony, hissing desperately. The black and white snakes surrounding it all went crazy, but could not find where the enemy was. The Snake King bleeded heavily through its pierced belly and stopped struggling after a while. Mutant Ghost-Toothed Snake King killed. No beast soul gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 mutant geno points randomly. The wonderful voice sounded in Han Sen's mind. He excitedly pulled the thread and dragged the body of the Ghost-Toothed Snake King up in the air. That thread was not much thicker than a hair, but as a high-tech product, it was very strong and could bear more than a ton. This Ghost-Toothed Snake King weighed just dozens of pounds and he easily pulled it up. Han Sen found a safe spot, picked up some branches and made a fire. Boiling a pot of water, he threw some pieces of Snake King meat into the water and cooked slowly. The snake was not too big. After thoroughly boiled, there were only about 2 bowls of soup left. Han Sen poured them out from the pot and gobbled the meat up. Ghost-Toothed Snake King meat eaten. 1 mutant geno point gained. After drinking the soup, Han Sen got another mutant geno point. Han Sen dried the rest of the snake meat and made it into meat jerkies to bring along with him. Although the snake wasn't too large, he couldn't finish it at once, so it became his field rations. Meow. Meowth was gnawing at a piece of snake meat jerkies, which wasn't quite enough for the cat, as the cat meowed at Han Sen again after finishing it, rubbing its fluffy body against him. Han Sen took Meowth back. Its insatiable appetite would make it gorge on an entire snake. Continuing to fly inside the swamp, looking at the various poisonous beasts and insects below, Han Sen felt more and more excited. The place was full of treasures. It was usually easy to find mutant creatures where human could not reach. Han Sen had seen 3 mutant creatures in 2 days. The other 2 creatures than the Snake King were both too large, so he didn't hunt them. Except for the necessary rest time, Han Sen kept traveling. His destination was the forest where mutant black stingers lived. Another 2 days had passed and Han Sen didn't have good luck. All he saw was a mutant creature that looked like a crocodile, but that guy was more than 10 yards long and very strong. Han Sen didn't bother and flew past it. On the 5th day since Han Sen entered Dark Swamp, he finally got lucky. In a not-so-large lake, the water was so clear that the bottom of the lake can be seen in the sun. The lake was only about 3 to 6 feet deep. In the lake, Han Sen saw groups of big silver fish, each about a foot long, with a jagged dorsal fin stretching from head to tail. And among the groups of silver fish, there were occasionally 1 or 2 golden fish of the same size, flashing their golden scales in the sun. Han Sen was so excited that he almost jumped up. There were 7 or 8 golden fish in the lake and they were all mutant creatures. Haha, Dark Swamp is truly my paradise. Han Sen took Doomsday off his back, knocked a sniper arrow, and shot it at a golden fish in the water. The sniper arrow was shot into the water on the back of the golden fish. With a clank, the arrow slipped aside, leaving only a white mark on the golden scale, which wasn't even pierced. Han Sen quickly pulled the sniper arrow back with the thread he attached to it. The golden fish that was under attack madly scurried in the lake. Failing to find the enemy, it knocked several silver fish dead. The jagged dorsal fin on its back was so sharp that it could probably cut steel. Han Sen frowned as he didn't expect that even arrows with 5% Z-steel couldn't pierce the scales of the golden fish. Considering the size of the golden fish, Han Sen could certainly eat an entire fish per day. With so many fish here, it was the perfect opportunity to increase his mutant geno points. I need a good arrow, a beast soul arrow. Han Sen was upset. If he had a beast soul arrow now, he could shoot all these golden fish dead in a short while. Han Sen hovered above the lake and carefully observed these golden fish. After a while, his eyes lit up. He flew away to cut off a long branch and stirred it in the water. The alarmed silver and golden fish started to swim in all directions swiftly. Han Sen was thrilled. Because their dorsal fin was too stiff, these fish could hardly bend their bodies. Therefore, although their speed was high, they could hardly change their directions or jump. Han Sen was thrilled as he could now approach the lake and didn't need to worry about being attacked by the fish. Z-steel arrows could not hurt the fish, but he had a katana that was sharper than Z-steel arrows. If he was close enough to a fish, he could probably kill it with the katana. The katana was, after all, a short weapon 4 inches long. Hence Han Sen cut off a 6 feet long branch as thick as his arm and fixed the Shura katana to one end of the branch, making a long spear. Han Sen hovered closely to the surface of the lake and observed for a long time. When a golden fish swam up to the surface, Han Sen swiftly poked the katana down like how a fisherman would spear a fish. The katana cut through the scales of the golden fish into its body. Han Sen was overjoyed. He pulled the katana back and flew back up in the sky. After all, the katana was fixed on a branch. If he continued to fight with the golden fish, the brittle branch might break and he didn't want the katana to fall into the lake. The injured golden fish scurried madly in the water, hurting numerous silver fish in its way. Soon, it lost its strength and floated to the surface upside down. Mutant sawfish killed. No beast soul gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 mutant geno points randomly. Han Sen took out the dead fish and was so happy that he almost moaned out loud. He decided to strike while the iron is hot and used the same method to hunt 3 more mutant sawfish before the sun went down. Haha, 4 mutant creatures in one day. This is my blessed land. Han Sen found a safe place by the lake and cut off all the meat from the mutant sawfish. He cooked some and used salt to preserve the rest. Mutant sawfish meat eaten. 1 mutant geno point gained. Mutant sawfish meat eaten. 1 mutant geno point gained. Delicious fish in his mouth and wonderful news in his ear, Han Sen felt over the moon. Meow. Meowth was circling around the fire rapidly. In the fire, there were pieces of jelly-like sawfish meat. When heated up, the oil oozed from the fish, sizzling with a strong and fresh fragrance, making one's mouth water even from afar. Han Sen threw a large piece of cooked sawfish to Meowth and took one for himself. The fatty fish almost melted in his mouth, making him want to swallow his tongue. Sawfish, as a mutant creature, had way more tasty meat than ordinary fish. Even fish like groupers were a far cry from it. Even just barbecued plainly with just some salt and pepper, the sawfish didn't have a fishy smell at all, it was purely sweet and delicious. If this could be brought outside God's sanctuary, it would probably become the king of all fish. The ordinary dish wouldn't even have any market. 1 mutant sawfish could probably be sold at tens of millions. Such a shame. Han Sen threw another piece of sawfish at Meowth. Mutant creatures could not be brought away from God's sanctuary. Also, he didn't have the energy to take all the sawfish he had hunted out of Dark Swamp. There were more sawfish in the lake than he had imagined. He had killed 15 these days. After eating several, his mutant geno points could no longer increase from eating sawfish. Since he couldn't bring it all out, he decided to feed it to Meowth. My mutant geno points are 31 now. Such a fruitful trip. Dark Swamp is too dangerous for ordinary people, so there live so many mutant creatures. Probably I could even max out on my mutant geno points on this trip. Han Sen was in a great mood and rewarded Meowth another piece of fish. The rest of the sawfish meat was made into jerkies by Han Senator before he left, he took another look inside the lake, to check if there was any fish that he had missed. Seeing another mutant golden sawfish, Han-sen killed it in the same way. Mutant sawfish killed. Beast soul of mutant sawfish gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 mutant geno points randomly. It took Han-sen several seconds before he realized what had happened. He almost jumped up. It had been a long time since he had gained any beast soul, and he suddenly gained one now. A mutant one. Han-sen could not wait to see which type the sawfish beast soul was. If it was an arrow, he would be so satisfied. Type of mutant sawfish beast soul, spear. Han-sen was slightly disappointed, but overall excited. Although it was not a beast soul arrow, spear was still a popular type of weapon, especially a mutant beast soul spear. Summoning the mutant sawfish beast soul, Han-sen suddenly had a gold spear in his hands. The spearhead was an inch long with sharpened cutting edge on both sides. The spear was frightening even by its look. Han-sen wielded the spear and felt that it was heavy but easy to use. The sharp spearhead had cut down a thick tree with just a casual slash, as if he were cutting tofu. Whoever pisses me off in the future will have to deal with this spear. Han-sen tried the spear for a while, and didn't take it back until he had sweat on his forehead. A mutant beast soul weapon had already made his trip to Dark Swamp a success. This spear was enough to make an ordinary household rich. After all, beast soul weapons did not need to be repaired and was easy to carry. Unless it was destroyed completely, it would recover on its own, unlike Z-steel weapons that needed fixing if chipped. Although he had gained a lot, Han-sen still hadn't reached his main goal, which was to gain a much-needed mutant beast soul arrow. So, he carried the rest of the jerkies and flew into the Dark Swamp again. The poster was only trying to escape and couldn't tell the directions. Hence it was difficult to find the forest he mentioned. Fortunately, Han-sen had the ability to fly, so he could see far from the sky. In the next 2 days, Han-sen was not so lucky. He did not encounter mutant creatures, but ran into swarms of poisonous insects several times. Watching countless insects moving under him like flood and leaving nothing alive behind them, Han-sen could not help but shuddered. If he couldn't fly and were attacked by these insects, it wouldn't even matter if he was fit or not. Swarms of ants could kill an elephant, let alone these poisonous insects. Even someone with max sacred geno points could hardly survive. Finally, Han-sen found some clean water. After replenishing his water supply, he made a pot of fish soup and added some snake king meat in it. It didn't take long before the fragrance spread everywhere. Han-sen wasn't afraid of attracting poisonous beasts as he had been wearing the black beetle armor since he entered Dark Swamp. When the soup was almost ready, Han-sen was preparing to enjoy it with Meowth. Suddenly he heard a bird call followed by a whistle. A huge black bird flied down from the sky, its wings a few dozen feet long and claws sharp as metal hooks. Han-sen was shocked. Damn, didn't the poster say there were no advanced flying creatures in Dark Swamp? Judging from its look, this bird is at least a mutant creature. Han-sen stepped back and saw the huge bird landing by the fire. When it stood on the ground, it was taller than an elephant head. Its gleaming dark bird eyes gave it a regal look. After the bird landed, a black-clad young man jumped down from the back of the bird and looked at the meat in the pot. Boy, I'll buy your meat. He walked swaggeringly over and threw a piece of raw meat that looked like a cow leg on the ground and said, "It's your lucky day, kid. This is the thigh of a mutant poisonous clawed beast." Finishing the sentence, the black-clad young man reached for the fragrant fish and snake meat in the pot. "I won't trade with you," Han-sen frowned. The black-clad young man was fast and had already gobbled up a piece of fish. When he was about to ridicule Han-sen by pointing out the fact that he was offering Han-sen some mutant creature meat, he heard the voice telling him that he had gained 1 mutant geno point. His eyes suddenly widened. How could this be? It was just one piece of meat, and it added 1 mutant geno point. So, there must be an entire mutant creature in the pot. Lu Weinan was sick of eating the meat of poisonous clawed beast these days. Relying on his mutant iron-feathered bird beast soul, he flew into dark swamp to hunt mutant creatures and only killed this one poisonous clawed beast in days. This beast was larger than a cow, and he had been eating its meat for more than half a month and still had a thigh left. He had only gained 5 mutant geno points from it so far. Just now, he had gained 1 mutant geno point already by eating just a piece of meat from the pot. He suddenly understood why Han Sen didn't want to trade. Although both were mutant creatures, the thigh he had was worth much less than what was in Han Sen's pot. Lu Weinan looked at the pot of meat eagerly, and then his eye fell on Han Senator, a knife in hand. He blew a whistle. The iron-feathered bird beat its wings and hovered over his head. "Do you want to trade, or let me beat you up before I eat your stuff?" Lu Weinan was ready to dine and dash. There was no one in Dark Swamp, and no one would even know if he killed Han Senator since he had the iron-feathered bird mount. No one would be his match here. #K off, Han Sen said quietly. "You asked for this." Humiliated, Lu Weinan yelled and hacked his knife at Han Senator. Although he had gained the beast soul of mutant iron-feathered bird, he apparently didn't have the same luck in beast soul weapons. His knife was one with 5% sea steel. Han Sen was wearing sacred blood armor, so he was not afraid of such weapon. He didn't even shape-shift into the bloody slayer, but just summoned his mutant sawfish spear and wielded it at Lu's knife. Crack! The sawfish spear cut the knife off as if it were made of tofu and continued to stab at Lu. #T, thought Lu Weinan. He twisted his feet like a snake and barely escaped Han Sen's attack. Without a pause, Lu Weinan quickly ran back with strange but smooth body positions. Han Sen missed several stabs in a row, and Lu swiftly jumped on the back of his bird mount and rose in the air. "How dare you challenge me? I'll just kill you," said Lu Weinan triumphantly, taking his bow and arrow to shoot at Han Sen, who was on the ground. Wings suddenly grew from Han Sen's back and he rose in the air higher and faster than the iron-feathered bird. Damn! Lu Weinan was dumbfounded. How could he know this guy could also fly and even had wings instead of a mount? Subconsciously, Lu Weinan ordered the iron-feathered bird to go higher. Even if what Han Sen had were mutant beast soul wings, he wouldn't be able to fly too fast or too high. The iron-feathered bird should be able to get rid of him. But soon Lu Weinan found himself completely wrong. His enemy could fly not only very high, but also very fast, catching up with him in the blink of an eye. Who is this monster? His wings couldn't be sacred blood, right? Lu Weinan almost burst into tears. He didn't expect his enemy to be so strong. With his wings and his golden armor and spear, Han Sen looked more like an angel than a human. Having caught up with Lu Weinan, Han Sen poked the spear at him. All Lu wanted do was to knock his own head on a wall. Why on earth did he try to escape on the back of the iron-feathered bird? Now he couldn't even use his body positions. Sitting on the bird, he had nowhere to hide. If he moved around, he would fall. Whoosh! The spear was poked into Lu Weinan's butt, leaving a long wound. Lu's soft armor didn't stop the spearhead at all. Brother! Brother! Calm down. This is just a misunderstanding. Lu Weinan shouted hurriedly. Han Sen ignored him and stabbed at him again, making a symmetrical wound on the other side of his butt. Blood started to ooze from the wounds. Big brother, uncle, I was wrong. Stop poking or I will die. I surrender, Lu Weinan screamed while begging for mercy. Han Sen ignored him and kept poking. Lu Weinan saw the horrifying and shining gold spear and cried, Big brother, please slow down. We are both men. It will do you no good if you kill me. You see, I have a flying mount, which will be of some use to you if you need me to run some errands for you. Ouch! Lu Weinan was stabbed again and his face had turned pale. He was bleeding too much and he would die before long. He looked down at himself and saw he was wearing black all over. Lu reached into his clothes and ripped off his white underwear stained with blood. Waving his underwear in one hand, he cried, "Big brother, don't poke. I surrender. We can have a discussion. Isn't it true that we have a policy in the alliance to offer good treatment to the captives?" Han Sen was silent all the time. Lu Weinan thought Han Sen couldn't hear him because the wind was too loud and flying. That's why he thought of the universal way of surrender, to wave a white flag. Han Sen saw Lu Weinan waving his ripped underwear and almost laughed out loud. "Fly back," he held his laughters back and ordered. Lu Weinan was suddenly overjoyed, and quickly ordered the mutant iron-feathered bird to go back where he met Han Senator. When they were back to the place where the fire was made, the pot of meat was still there. Lu Weinan fell to the ground and screamed as he pulled the wounds on his buttocks. "So, tell me, how are you going to compensate me for my loss?" Han Sen smiled and looked at Lu Weinan, who was covering his ass with both hands. Lu Weinan's face suddenly went stiff. "Big brother, I'll give you whatever you want, except for this iron-feathered bird. You can take your pick." He summoned several beast souls and said bitterly, "These are all I have. Please forgive me." Han Sen checked the 7 or 8 beast souls summoned by Lu Weinan, and there was even a mutant beast soul. He knew Lu was definitely holding back. But since Lu had summoned a mutant beast soul, it meant that he would like to give away the mutant beast soul for his life. At the same time, he was using this beast soul to decline Han Sen's asking for the iron-feathered bird before Han Sen even asked. He was depending on the bird to survive here and wouldn't give it up for the world. That mutant beast soul. "And you, before I leave Dark Swamp, you have to follow my command." Han Sen thought this kid could be of some use. Also Han Sen didn't want him to wander alone. If Lu found the forest first and killed the mutant black stingers, Han Sen's ultimate purpose of this trip would be defeated. Lu Weinan agreed, but remained alert when he transferred the mutant beast soul to Han Sen, worried that Han Sen would kill him once having the beast soul. Fortunately, Han Sen did not attempt to kill him after receiving the mutant beast soul. He returned to the fire and used a cup to take out some soup. To Lu's surprise, Han Sen only took some soup and none of the meat. Although there would be some geno points in the soup, most geno points would remain in the meat. Why would Han Sen only drink the soup? While Lu Weinan was puzzled, he saw Han Sen had summoned a black cat, and put all the meat in the pot into a bowl in front of the cat. The black cat meowed and rushed to the bowl, starting to gobble. Lu Weinan's mouth twitched. He just realized that the meat he just tried to snatch and paid a huge price for turned out to be cat food. Where did this guy come from? Feeding mutant creature meat to a cat, what kind of people would do that? Lu Weinan now really wanted to bang his own head on the wall. He just risked his life fighting for cat food. Thinking of the cat, he was shocked. Among all the beast souls known to men, only a beast soul pet needed to be fed, while mounts and other types didn't. Han Sen's cat was of course not an ordinary animal. It must be a beast soul pet. Now not many could keep a beast soul pet. A beast soul pet didn't have any ability to fight in the beginning and had to be fed the meat of different creatures to grow. When it had grown to a certain stage, it would transform once, and after the transformation it would have fighting ability. But it took too much creature meat for a beast soul pet to grow until its transformation. There were people who tried to feed ordinary and primitive beast soul pets, but their fighting ability wasn't strong after the transformation. As for mutant beast soul pets, almost no one would try to feed them, as they would need a lot of mutant creature meat to transform, the amount of which was enough to make several individuals reach max mutant geno points. Who would feed that to a pet? Thinking of this, Lu Weinan thought Han Sen was an impressive person indeed. He thought to himself, This is someone who could afford feeding a mutant beast soul pet. He must be the successor to some powerful family to have received such attention and training. Big brother, what's your name? Lu Weinan asked with a smile, wanting to find out about Han Sen's background. You do not know me. Han Sen was somewhat surprised to hear the question. He felt odd as Lu Weinan didn't find out from his armor that he was Dollar. Even after seeing his wings, Lu still didn't recognize him, which meant Lu really didn't know about Dollar. We have seen each other before. Lu Weinan looked at Han Sen puzzled, misunderstanding Han Sen's reply. No. Han Sen continued to drink his soup. Lu Weinan suddenly understood that Han Sen was saying that he should have recognized Han Sen, which meant Han Sen was someone famous, which convinced Lu that Han Sen was from a prominent family, or else he wouldn't have made such an arrogant remark. Lu suddenly looked at Han Sen more eagerly. Han Sen just thought that Dollar was so viral on the Skynet, so most people should have heard of him. When did you come to Dark Swamp? Han Sen looked at Lu Weinan and asked. Lu Weinan became very enthusiastic and told Han Sen everything he knew. Han Sen finally knew why Lu Weinan had not heard about Dollar. This young man had never teleported back since he entered God's sanctuary a year ago. It looked like he had done pretty well for himself too. Han Sen looked at Lu, surprised. He could not believe that Lu Weinan would be so capable. Lu Weinan knew what Han Sen was thinking from his looks. He blushed and quickly said, "We the Lu specialize in practicing body positions. There is no one that could compare with us in this field. Although I my humble self have no special capabilities, would love to carry the torch. Since I entered God's sanctuary, I've been pushing my limits until I reach the threshold transcendence. Be concise." Han Sen gave him a cold stare. Ahem, the truth is, we the Lus have great skills of escaping that were handed down in the family, and we knew how to run from danger. Lu Weinan cleared his throat and said. Han Sen now remembered that Lu Weinan's body positions were strange indeed. If Lu Weinan hadn't fled into the sky using his bird mount and lost his advantages, Han Sen wasn't sure whether he was able to hurt Lu. For the month you have stayed in Dark Swamp, have you seen a forest where the trees are very tall but sparse, and under the trees there were flowers? Asked Han. Senator Lu Weinan thought about it and then shook his head. I have not seen such a place. I don't think there are tall trees in Dark Swamp. Not knowing if Lu Weinan had told the truth, Han Sen did not ask again. He rested for a while, and hit the road again with Lu after dawn. Lu Weinan's wounds on the butts had not recovered yet. Luckily, he had a flying mount, so he was fine. Every time when it was time to eat, Lu Weinan would stare at Han Sen feeding Meowth with dried fish piece after piece and sigh secretly, feeling himself inferior to a cat. Maybe luck had finally come. At the end of the day, when Lu was complaining that they hadn't seen a single mutant creature the whole day, Han Sen spotted a black hornet the size of a fist in the grass. Black stinger. Han Sen was surprised and quickly made a gesture to ask Lu Weinan to remain silent and watch the hornet from here. Watch the poisonous hornet. Do not disturb it, and do not let it leave your sight. Han Sen said and flew into the sky to look around, as it was often foggy in Dark Swamp. He saw no tall trees or hornet nests in 20 miles. It seems that the black stinger's nest is not near. Follow it and we may be able to find its nest, thought Han Sen as he flew to Lu Weinan's side and gestured him to quietly follow the black stinger. Lu Weinan guessed what Han Sen wanted to do, and the two silently followed the black stinger. Fortunately, they could both fly, so it wasn't so hard to keep up with the black stinger. Following the black stinger, they flew dozens of miles, and started to see more and more black stingers. Before long, Han Sen suddenly saw a huge tree standing in the swamp. Under its canopy hung a huge black hornet nest the size of a hot air balloon. Swarms of black stingers flew in and out the nest, and there were at least tens of thousands of them, filling Han Sen and Lu Weinan with dread. Big brother, you do not mean to kill all these hornets, do you? Looks like they are all primitive creatures. There are so many of them and they can fly. It'd be hard for us to get out safely, Lu Weinan swallowed and said. Han Sen was happy to see the towering old trees and the flowers on the ground. He thought, the poster did not lie. There is indeed such a place. After watching for a while, Han Sen said to Lu Weinan, let's go farther. Lu Weinan had to follow Han Senator. They didn't dare to approach the nests, so they flied high in the sky. The flower field was dozens of miles long and there were tall trees everywhere. There was a huge hornet nest on almost every tree. No one knew how many black stingers there were in this area. It was scary just to think about it. Soon after, Han Sen saw a giant tree that was more than twice as tall as the others. The hornet nest on this giant tree was the size of a castle, and there were scarlet black stingers the size of a pigeon flying in and out from time to time. Lu Weinan looked at the nest eagerly and said, are those scarlet hornets all mutant creatures? How many of them must there be? Han Sen was also a bit dumbfounded. The poster said he had seen one. Although Han Sen had guessed there should be more than one, he didn't predict that there would be a whole nest of them. There must be a beast soul among so many mutant black stingers. Han Sen was excited, realizing it was difficult to handle so many mutant black stingers at the same time. The needle of the mutant black stinger was blood red and at least 2 inches long. It looked very sharp as well. No one could resist the poison on it if stinged. After all, they were mutant creatures. Han Sen didn't want to depend on his sacred blood armor completely. Once the armor was pierced, he would be risking his life. The only fortunate fact was that the closest primitive hornet nest was a mile away, so the primitive black stingers didn't dare to get too close to this area. Comrade Lu, it's time to test your loyalty. Han Sen patted Lu Weinan on the shoulder. Lu Weinan suddenly changed his expression, Big brother, you do not want me to lure the mutant black stingers away, right? I will die. Do not be so pessimistic. Well, you do not really need to go there yourself. Just use your iron-feathered bird to attract their attention and I'll use that opportunity to ruin their nest. When the mutant hornets run wild and scatter around, we could just kill some of the single ones. Han Sen said with a smile. Han Sen said before Lu Weinan could say anything, do a good job, and I will give you 2 mutant hornets when the plan goes through. Think about it, boy. In order to keep Lu Weinan in line, Han Sen promised him the reward first. Lu Weinan suddenly swallowed the reply he had, patted his chest and said, it's my honor to risk everything for you. Tell me what to do, big brother. 2 mutant hornets could gain him quite a few mutant geno points. Very good, I am seeing great things in you. You are responsible for directing your iron-feathered bird to poke at the nest and attract most hornets away. But don't let the bird fly too high. If the hornets couldn't follow, they would return to the nest. Try to keep them away as long as possible, and I'll take care of the rest, Han Sen said. Lu Weinan looked surprisedly at Han Sen. Even if I can get most of the hornets away from the nest, there are certainly some remaining inside. Are you gonna be fine walking over like this? Lu Weinan did not expect that Han Sen would risk approaching the nest himself, which was far more dangerous than his part in this. He wasn't in direct danger by using the iron-feathered bird to lure hornets away. If things got bad, he could also take the beast soul bird back. The fortress-like hornet nest was connected to the tree trunk, and it wouldn't be easy to take down. I have a plan. Just buy me some time and do not let those hornets come back too fast, Han Sen said calmly. As long as the majority of mutant black stingers were lured away, he wasn't afraid of a dozen that might still be in the nest. Will do. Lu Weinan hid behind a boulder with Han Sen and commanded his iron-feathered bird to seize a large stone with its claws and flew above the nest. Bang! The iron-feathered bird dropped the stone at the nest and the 3-foot-long stone made a big hole in the nest. With a buzzing sound, mutant black stingers rushed out from the nest madly toward the iron-feathered bird like a scarlet cloud. Lu Weinan quickly commanded the iron-feathered bird to lead the mutant black stingers away. Han Sen was watching the nest closely all the time and saw almost no mutant black stingers around the nest. When the mutant black stingers were led dozens of yards away, Han Sen suddenly summoned the beast souls of the purple-winged dragon and bloody slayer. With the mutant sawfish spear in hand, he flew toward the nest, looking like a winged centaur warrior from the myth. Almost just in the blink of an eye, Han Sen threw himself at the nest, breaking the nest badly. Swinging the spear into a storm, he tore the nest apart as if it were made of paper. Some mutant black stingers were trying to attack him, but were all killed with the spear in a short while. None could stop him. There was a mutant black stinger that approached him, and its sting didn't even pierce his armor, leaving only a small white mark on it. Lu Weinan was shocked. He knew Han Sen was strong but didn't realize Han Sen had such great shape-shifting beast soul. When the better half of the huge hornet nest had been destroyed by Han Sen, a hornet twice the size of a mutant one flew out, its whole body transparent as red crystal. The moment this biggest hornet flew out, all the mutant hornets that were lured away by the bird all flew back to the nest, as if they could feel something. Be careful. The hornets are all back. That may be their queen. Lu Weinan roared. Lu Weinan's heart was trembling. The swarm was only about 600 feet from Han Senator. With the speed of the hornets, they could make it back in seconds. In addition, the queen hornet, which could be sacred blood, was eyeing Han Senator. His situation was critical. Looking at the queen hornet flying over, Han Sen narrowed his eyes, stepped back and threw the mutant sawfish spear at it. The queen was too fast and dodged the spear at a short distance. When Lu Weinan was lamenting the loss, Han Sen's majestic golden figure had rushed to face the queen, hacking a gleaming katana at the queen hornet. That katana was so swift that even the sacred blood queen hornet couldn't dodge it and was cut into halves by Han's senior, sacred blood black stinger killed. No beast soul gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points randomly. With that wonderful voice, Han Sen rocketed into the sky without any pause. The swarm chased Han Sen into the sky, but could not to catch up with him or fly any higher than half a mile above the ground. Han Sen turned beautifully and made a big circle before he returned to the side of Lu Weinan. Lu Weinan was very impressed. From destroying the hornet nest to killing the queen to getting rid of the swarm, Han Sen's movements were so smooth and clean that he felt like he was watching an action movie. Awesome, really awesome. Lu Weinan gave Han Sen a thumbs up. He was sincere. Just my routine. Han Sen laughed but kept his eyes on the swarm. He didn't have the time to get the body of the queen hornet out, but it was fine. The nest was destroyed and the queen was killed. These hornets would go through a chaotic phase, which would be Han Sen's best opportunity. Sure enough, after suffering major blows, the swarm was a mess. Many mutant black stingers had left the swarm. You continue to harass the swarm with your iron-feathered bird, and I will go hunt the single black stingers. Han Sen flapped his wings and approached a mutant black stinger flying away from the swarm. Although his shape-shifting time was up, Han Sen was still able to use Bladestorm with the Shura katana to kill the mutant black stinger. Just now he was only able to kill the sacred blood black stinger with one blow because he used the strength of Bladestorm to cut on its fragile waist. Mutant black stinger killed. No beast soul gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 mutant geno points randomly. Although he hadn't gained a beast soul yet, Han Sen was not worried at all as there were at least thousands of mutant black stingers here and he would surely get a beast soul sooner or later. Taking the dead black stingers back, Han Sen directly gave them to Lu Weinan. He didn't want to bother preparing the body. As the black stingers were poisonous, only parts of the body were edible and the rest had to be removed. Although it was nothing difficult, it was quite troublesome. Han Sen continued to fly out to kill more single black stingers. With the collaboration with Lu, Han Sen hunted more than 20 black stingers in a day. The only pity was that Han Sen still did not get a beast soul. Han Sen was not in a hurry. The iron-feathered bird was constantly harassing the hornets, which made it difficult for them to rebuild their nest. The two men had enough time to hunt. For several days, Han Sen had been hunting mutant black stingers. On the fourth day, he finally heard the voice saying, "Mutant black stinger killed. Beast soul of mutant black stinger gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 mutant geno points randomly." Finally, Han Sen thought in ecstasy, though not showing it on his face or summoning the black stinger beast soul. He did not want others to see Dollar shooting arrows and thus connect Han Sen with Dollar. These mutant black stingers are quite enough. We could not carry more anyway. On the fifth day, Han Sen had hunted nearly 80 mutant black stingers. Han Sen gave Lu Weinan the 2 mutant black stingers he had promised. Lu used the bird to lure the swarm away several times and had done a good job. Han Sen was quite satisfied. Great. Lu Weinan nodded, regretting not having asked for more mutant black stingers. Han Sen had dozens of them and all he got was 2. But even so, it had been a great trip, much better than his own gain in Dark Swamp. Use the iron-feathered bird to drive the hornets away one more time and I will go get the body of the queen, said Han. Senator Lu Weinan quickly nodded, and Han Sen retrieved the 2 parts of the queen hornet. Lu enviously watched Han Sen putting the body away. Not knowing if the queen hornet was sacred blood, he was still coveting it. Han Sen quickly prepared the queen hornet's meat, took out the poisonous and inedible parts and made a pot of broth. Eating it up, Han Sen heard the voice 4 times. Sacred blood black stinger meat eaten. 1 sacred geno point gained. Sacred blood black stinger meat eaten. 1 sacred geno point gained. The queen black stinger had contributed 4 more sacred geno points. This is the end of our collaboration. You take care. Han Sen took his own mutant black stingers and got up to leave. These days he ate a lot of mutant black stingers and now had 47 mutant geno points. With 4 more sacred geno points from the queen, his sacred geno points were now 29. It had been a fruitful trip and now he needed to prepare the dead mutant black stingers he had and trade them for cash. Brother, can we continue to collaborate? I'll follow your lead. No question asked. Lu Weinan quickly got up and said. He had tasted sweetness from this collaboration and trusted Han Sen as well. He would never suffer losses from working with such a person. Looking at Lu Weinan, Han Sen pondered and said, I do not have much time to hunt together. If I'm recruiting people to join me, I will tie a piece of cloth with my name on it to the crooked tree on the west side of Steel Armor Shelter. If you are interested in participating, just go to Zephyr Valley and wait for me. Brother, you have not told me what your name is. Lu Weinan quickly asked. Go back and go on the Skynet. You will find out. Han Sen smiled, took his own package and flew away. Han Sen returned to Steel Armor Shelter, expecting trouble from Qin Xian as he had disappeared for so many days. However, he did not see Qin Xian at all. Not just Qin Xian, there was almost no one on the streets. The entire Steel Armor Shelter seemed empty. Finally seeing a man hurrying through the street, Han Sen quickly stepped forward and asked, Friend, what's happening? Where is everyone? It's you, ass freak. The man recognized Han Sen at first glance. Han Sen rubbed his own nose. Friend, can you tell me where everyone went? The man was very easygoing. He smiled and said to Han Sen, Where can they go? To the martial ring, of course. This year's martial arts contest has already begun. People are talking about it in God's sanctuary and on all the planets in the Alliance. You don't know about it? Ahem, I have been sick recently and almost missed such a great event. Can I still register now? Han Sen asked. Haha, you must be hiding from Son of Heaven, the man smiled. Hurry. You can still make it. Thanks so much for the information. Han Sen thanked the man and trotted back to his own room. Putting away the package full of mutant black stingers, he hurried to the martial ring in the shelter. There was no doubt that the martial ring was the most magnificent building in the shelter. It looked like the Colosseum in Rome and could accommodate at least 100,000 audience. What was different from the Colosseum was that it was built with metal, which made it look like a steel monster. Han Sen ran to a gate of the martial ring. There was a gate every 60 feet around the round martial ring, and each one of them could be used to access the ring. Now, almost everyone in Steel Armor's shelter was already in the martial ring. Han Sen picked a gate at random and placed his palm on the metal gate, where a string of numbers suddenly appeared. 88,888. Han Sen was surprised and then realized this must be his code, as he should be the 88,888th person to enter the martial ring. The martial arts contest was also arranged according to these codes. Only those entering the martial ring for the first time would be assigned this number. So the next time he came in, there wouldn't be a second number. As the metal gate opened, Han Sen went through a path that felt like a tunnel. When he came out, he was in a venue larger than where the Olympics were hosted. The stands were full of people. Above the ring floated a huge crystal stele full of groups of codes. There were 100 codes in each group, which meant these 100 people were arranged in the same match. Han Sen had learned at school that the martial arts contest in each shelter operated automatically and humans couldn't interfere in it. The preliminary round was conducted in groups of 100 people, and only the last one who stayed on stage was qualified to go to the next round. This was indeed a strict selection. Since so many people had registered, the match had only come to group 50-something on the third day of the preliminary round, so Han Sen probably wouldn't have to do anything until tomorrow. Han Sen looked around, searching for Qin Xian and others. Before he could find Qin Xian, he ran into Son of Heaven's gang. Don't let me see you in my group. Or you will be dead. Luo Tianyang stared at Han Sen coldly. The last time they met, he was frightened by Han Sen, which was a disgrace to him. Son of Heaven also looked at Han Sen gloomily. Although he did not say it, Han Sen knew from his look that he would try to kill Han Sen at all costs if they were in the same match. I'm afraid I have to let you down. I do not intend to participate in the martial arts contest, Han Sen shrugged and said. Han Sen will certainly participate, but in Dollar's name, so that he could show his real strength. You are unworthy to be called a man. Shame on you. Luo Tianyang said contemptuously, setting the whole gang in an uproar. Son of Heaven ignored Han Sen and walked past him. While he was walking, he smiled and said, Qin Xian, you have improved again. It seems that this year you will still be the champion. You are flattering me. Don't forget that Dollar is also in Steel Armor shelter, Qin Xian said casually. Han Sen turned and saw Qin Xian, Yang Monli and other major members of the Steel Armor gang. Yang Monli was frowning at him. After talking to Qin Xian, Son of Heaven led his gang away. Qin Xian gave Han Sen a look, while Yang Manli said coldly, Originally I thought you were just timid, but I did not expect you to be such a coward. You don't have a man's dignity and backbone. After she finished, Yang Manli went away with Qin Xian without looking back. When Lu Hongtao passed by Han Sen, he patted Han Sen on the shoulder and smiled, Han Sen, you did the right thing. A man can take temporary setbacks. Step back to enjoy a better view, right? There is no need risking your life. But anyone could see Lu Hongtao's disdain and contempt. It was all written in his face. Other members of Steel Armor Gang were also somewhat disgusted by Han's senator. Those who were able to enter the core of Steel Armor Gang were either military school students or recently enlisted soldiers. They certainly despised such cowardice. Han Sen did not explain anything. Everyone thought he didn't want to participate because he was afraid of Luo Tianyang, which worked in his favor. No one would then question why he did not participate or why he wasn't there when Dollar appeared. I do not care how others see me. The most important thing is that my family and I can have a stable life, Han Sen thought to himself. Starry Group was so powerful that he didn't have the resources to counter them at the moment. If Son of Heaven knew he was Dollar now and tried to harm him in the alliance, even he wasn't afraid, what would happen to his mother and sister? I need to be more. Han Sen came out of the martial ring, looking down. There was no point of staying as it wouldn't be his turn today anyway. After he teleported to the teleport station on planet Roka, Qin Xian stopped him there and called him to her office. You are afraid of Son of Heaven? Qin Xian stared at him, her eyes were like daggers that could pierce his thoughts. Yes. Han Sen nodded, he had to be afraid. Hearing Han Sen's answer, Qin Xian didn't show disappointment but continued to ask, because of your family? Surprised, Han Sen looked to Qin Xian. She smiled and said, listen to me, go apply to Black Hawk. If you could be admitted, I guarantee that Son of Heaven would not dare to touch your family. How can you guarantee that? Han Sen stared at her. Every time we fought, I recorded and observed your combat data. I could tell you for sure that you have the talent to be a great sniper or archer. Your timing and prediction of your opponent are outstanding, Qin Xian said. Han Sen did not speak. These words of praise were not what he wanted to hear. In the army, in addition to being the station master, I am also responsible for organizing a special squad. I think you are someone I need. As long as you join the squad, your family can get protection from the military. I can tell you for certain that if you become a member of the squad, Son of Heaven cannot use any unlawful means to hurt your family, said Qin Xian. However, the prerequisite is that you have to be admitted to Black Hawk. Only then would I be able to nominate you to join the squad. Han Sen did not answer Qin Xian immediately, but pondered for a moment. He looked at her and asked, is it possible for you to tell me the nature of this squad? No. Qin Xian answered without the slightest hesitation. Give me a little time. I need to think about it, Han Sen said. Sure, I still have time. Think about it. Qin Xian smiled and seemed very confident. Han Sen left the teleport station, returned home and rested for a day. He went back to God's sanctuary the next afternoon. Han Sen deliberately circled around Steel Armor Shelter before he put on his Sacred Blood armor and went in the shelter, attracting a lot of people's attention. Wow, that's Dollar himself. Haha, Dollar made his appearance. Dollar, my angel, is here. Among all the people in First God's sanctuary, only Dollar is my idol. The whole Steel Armor Shelter became a hit. Although everyone knew Dollar was there, they were still pleasantly surprised to see Dollar making his appearance. Han Sen did not speak, but walked toward the martial hall. Soon, behind him gathered a lot of people. Some that had already participated in the contest returned to the martial hall following Han's senator. They all wanted to see Dollar fighting in person. The preliminary round was almost finished and there were just a few people on the stands. However, the martial hall became full again soon after Han Sen had arrived. Han Sen checked the martial steel and there were two more groups before him. He then found a front seat to sit down. It didn't take long for Son of Heaven, Fist Guy, and Qin Xian to arrive. Watching Han Sen closely, Son of Heaven would have killed him if they were alone. Dollar, can we talk? Qin Xian approached Han Sen and asked. What is it? Han Sen replied in a hoarse voice. I want to invite you to join Steel Armor Gang and you can put forward any condition. Qin Xian said. Yang Monli said on the side, if you are willing to join Bullseye, I'll concede the position of team leader to you. You would make such a perfect archer. Sorry, I am not interested in joining Steel Armor Gang or being an archer, replied Han Sr. $. I think we should be talking about nothing but business. If you had beast souls or meat of mutant or sacred blood creatures, I would gladly pay for them. For example, the beast soul of the Bloody Slayer, Fist Guy also approached Han Sr. I do have some mutant creature meat to sell, Han Sen said to Fist Guy. Fist Guy's eyes lit up. What creatures? How much? Some mutant hornet. The meat was all cleaned up. There are 20 to 30 hornets. Han Sen said casually, but people surrounding him were shocked. 20 to 30. You did not destroy an entire mutant hornet nest, did you? Where did you find them? Fist Guy asked hurriedly. Don't you mind where I got them? Just tell me if you are interested, said Han Sr. Yes, of course I'm interested. If you really have them, give me a quote and I'll take them all. Fist Guy quickly said. Fist Guy, what do you mean by taking them all? You think Qin Xian and I are dead? Son of Heaven scowled and said to Han Sen, 1,000,000 each. I'll buy however many you have. 1,000,000. Son of Heaven, don't look down on others. I'll bid 1. 2,000,000 each, cried Fist Guy. Son of Heaven gave Fist Guy a stare. 1. 5,000,000. Do you think you could keep up with me? Being rich does not mean you'd be willing to bid 1. 6,000,000, replied Fist Guy, not to be outdone. Don't bid yet. I don't intend to sell these separately, nor will I trade them for money, Han Sen said. Name your price. Although Son of Heaven wanted to kill Han Sen right now, seeing a large amount of mutant creature meat of rare hornets, he would not let others beat him to it. I want to exchange these mutant creatures for an S-Class license for St. Hall, Han Sen said quietly. Hearing Han Sen's words, both Son of Heaven and Fist Guy looked reluctant. St. Hall was a research institution of martial arts. Most of the popular hyper-geno arts were developed by St. Hall. St. Hall also sold some advanced hyper-geno arts, but there were restrictions on the purchase, especially for the most advanced S-Class hyper-geno arts. Ordinary people were not eligible to purchase even if they had money. Han Sen wanted to buy an advanced hyper-geno art for his mother and sister to practice, as he didn't dare to show jade skin to anyone before he knew where this hyper-geno art came from. Your price is too high. I'll buy all your mutant creatures at 2,000,000 each. Plus I will let go of our previous grievances, said Son of Heaven, staring at Han Sr. Sorry, I want nothing but the S-Class license for St. Hall. You can think about it. Han Sen rose and walked onto the stage. It was his group's turn. Watching Han Sen coming, others in the group felt bitter, as they knew it was impossible for them to pass the preliminary round now that Dollar was here. Do not be afraid, Dollar is on his own and we can join forces to get rid of him first, a young man geared up and said. Exactly, let's get rid of the little angel first. Someone looked at Han Sen greedily, as if he were looking at a naked woman. Huh, Dollar. I am a big fan, so I'll try to be gentle with you. Dollar, do not run, take my punch. Suddenly nearly 100 people on the stage all threw themselves at Han Sen while yelling frantically. *T. What the heck? Shouldn't my fans be protecting me rather than beating me up? Thought Han Sen bitterly. Although these people looked menacing, they weren't using any weapon. No one was trying to get involved in a desperate fight with Han's senator. Basically, the stronger persons had all registered relatively early. Those who had waited until this time to register were most likely relatively weak or new to God's sanctuary. Han Sen did not use any weapon either. Seeing the first person's fist almost in his face, Han Sen moved slightly and dodged the blow. Using his hand as a knife, Han Sen attacked back with Blade Storm. The man did not have time to react before he was cut on the back of his neck and fell directly to the ground. Han Sen moved like the wind, flashing his hand knife. He could almost always get rid of an opponent with just one blow. Wherever he went, people were thrown off their feet, and it was like the scene after a tornado. The best thing about learning Ghost Haunt was that Han Sen now knew the various aspects of the human body very well. Although he didn't use Ghost Haunt, he was still able to use Bladestorm appropriately so that no one got seriously hurt when they were defeated. Watching nearly 100 opponents knocked out by Han Sen, many smiled and chose to quit after they got back on their feet. Dollar is out of this world. Dollar, my angel, you are so handsome. I want to bear your children, Dollar. On the stands, the audience was roaring in excitement. When the last opponent got off the stage, Han Sen was pleased with himself while waving at the audience. He thought, it seems I also have the potential of being a star. Should I say, give me 10 more, now? Never mind, what's 10 to me? I've already defeated 100. Han Sen automatically got into the next round. Just when he walked out of the martial hall, he saw a few young girls running to him, offering him a pen. They asked in slightly trembling voices, Dollar, can we have your signature? Han Sen paused as he didn't expect this. Fortunately, it took him only a second before he took the pen and said yes. But the next second, Han Sen was embarrassed. These little girls only gave him a pen, but did not give him any kind of paper. Where should he sign? Where do I sign? Hansen asked in a hoarse voice. Dollar, can you please sign here? A plump girl stuck out her breasts, stretching out her blouse. Han Sen was just a young man, and his nose almost bled from the view. Practicing jade skin secretly, he calmed himself down and signed Dollar on the girl's tight outfit. Dollar. Dollar. Sign here. More and more girls squeezed over, scrambling. Some even stuck out their butts for him to sign. After signing for a few, Han Sen turned around and saw himself surrounded by a crowd. A man nearly 6 feet tall raised an arm and flexed his muscles at Han Sen, crying in a muffled voice, Dollar, sign here please. Han Sen finally got out of the martial hall, and was surprised to see Son of Heaven, Fist Guy, and Qin Xian waiting for him there. Dollar, other than the license to purchase at S-Class section, would you consider other options? I can trade mutant beast souls and some money with you, Fist Guy said. Sorry, I won't consider anything else. Han Sen said. Son of Heaven stood aside and did not speak. Although he had what Han Sen wanted, he was not willing to trade it for mutant creature meat. If it was sacred blood creature, it might be different. Dollar, if you have 30 mutant creatures, I will make the deal with you. How do you like to proceed? Asked Qin Xian. If you trust me, you can first transfer to me the license and I will send the goods to you later. If not, we could schedule a time privately to trade in person, replied Han Sr. Okay. Let's schedule a time then. I need some time to get you the S-Class purchase license, Qin Xian said. Great, Han Sen nodded. Then let's talk about it on our way back. Qin Xian was thoughtful to ask her gang clear the path for Han Senator. After making the appointment with Qin Xian, Han Sen was already outside Steel Armor Shelter. He thanked Qin Xian, summoned the wings to fly into the mountains and soon disappeared. Han Sen did not doubt Qin Xian's ability to come up with an S-Class license. After all, St. Hall was semi-military. With her profound military background, it should be easy for her to get a license. After walking around in the mountains for a while, Han Sen used his own identity to go back in the shelter. He went back to his room and repackaged the meat of 30 mutant black stingers in a bag, ready to trade with Qin Xian tomorrow. The rest of the black stinger meat was dried by Han Senator. He did not plan to sell it as he will keep it for Meowth. The transaction was very smooth. Han Sen got the S-Class license and teleported out of God's sanctuary. He wanted to buy an advanced hyper-geno art for his mother and sister to practice. Back home, Han Sen logged in on the Skynet and entered the site of St. Hall. Using the S-Class license, Han Sen entered the official online community of St. Hall, which was inaccessible to most. He then entered the most advanced section, S-Class section. There were many hyper-geno arts in the S-Class section. Although their content couldn't be browsed, there was a detailed description of each. Han Sen carefully read the descriptions. Each license could only be used to purchase one hyper-geno art, so he had to think carefully. Mutant black stingers could only be sold this once, as the value would decrease if there were too many on the market. Even if Han Sen hunted more mutant black stingers, no one would be willing to use an S-Class license to trade for them again. Just by reading the descriptions, Han Sen was already feeling excited. Except for the ones that had high prerequisites and could only be practiced by those with Evolver or higher status, Han Sen wanted every hyper-geno art listed in there. Unfortunately, one license could only be used to purchase one hyper-geno art. Han Sen wanted to choose one that laid the foundation for better fitness for his sister. With such a hyper-geno art, Han Yen wouldn't be inferior to those posh school students. She would even be better than them, because even posh schools didn't offer such advanced hyper-geno arts to students. Finally, Han Sen carefully selected and bought a hyper-geno art named Holy Angel. According to its description, this hyper-geno art would help improve all types of genes and had been tested for a long time. Its practice was smooth and didn't involve much risk, so it's excellent for laying the foundation. Many who had practiced it had seen great effects. This hyper-geno art fulfilled all the requirements of Han Senator. It was easy to practice and had low risk. There were many who had practiced it too. So even if people noticed that his mother and sister were practicing Holy Angel, they wouldn't be surprised. Han Sen downloaded the tutorial of Holy Angel and checked it out. He was surprised to see that this S-Class hyper-geno art was still not as good as his jade skin. Who was that Shui Longyan? How come he had such an outstanding hyper-geno art? Han Sen felt glad that he didn't let anyone see jade skin. Holy Angel and jade skin were similar, so that there was no need for Han Sen to practice Holy Angel as well. If someone asked him which hyper-geno art he was practicing, he could just answer Holy Angel, which was another reason why he had bought it. It would be very hard for one to tell jade skin from Holy Angel indeed. Han Sen put away the tutorial of Holy Angel and went to St. Paul to pick Han Yen up. He wanted her to come home to practice Holy Angel, so she would have to stop living on campus for a while. Han Yan's teacher was a 27-year-old woman in a professional suit. Under her knee-length skirt, the flesh-colored stockings really showed off her long legs. She had her hair pulled back and was wearing a pair of wire-rimmed glasses. Although she looked demure and full of mature women's charm, Han Sen knew well that she was definitely already in Second God's Sanctuary, which was the minimum standard for teachers at St. Paul. "You are Han Yan's brother." Chu Wang slightly frowned at Han Sr. "Yes, Miss Chu, I want you to give Yen a few days off," Han Sen said. Chu Wang was displeased and said with some disgust, "Where are your parents? Why haven't they come? They are very busy. I have come of age and can be considered one of Yan's guardians. You could tell me if you have something to say," Han Sen said. Chu Wang said bluntly, "What do your parents take education for? Do they think everything will simply work out if they spend the money and send their daughter to an expensive school? The school has started for quite a while now, yet your parents haven't been here or asked about her study once. Do they know what Han Yen needs? I'm so sorry, Miss Chu. We have a lot going on in the family. It's our fault. Did anything happen to Yen?" Han Sen asked worriedly. Shaking her head, Chu Wang said with some bitterness, "Han Yen is fine. She is a talented girl and would do so much better if she could use advanced nutrient solutions and care. Now, she's only using an ordinary nutrient solution package and does not have a physician assigned to her, which has affected her grades. Since your parents have sent her to St. Paul, are they going to allow this to happen just to save some money? The families that could afford tuition of St. Paul must have tens or hundreds of millions in their accounts. Chu Wang didn't realize that Han Sen's family might be short of money. Han Sen knew what she was saying. Nutrient solutions couldn't improve one's genes like the meat of creatures in God's sanctuary did, but it could offer all the nutrients needed by the human body. In this sense, it could also improve one's fitness, though not as greatly as the meat would. The more advanced the nutrient solution was, the more benefits it could bring to one's study and body. Han Sen had used some when he was a kid, but as his family went down, he had to stop. A physician was someone responsible for conditioning a student's body. If there was any accident in the process of studying, the physician would timely condition the student's body and use scientific methods to keep the student always at his or her best. Both purchasing nutrient solutions and hiring a physician would cost a lot of money. The several million Han Sen gave to Luo Sulan were just enough to send Han Yen to St. Paul, so the nutrient solution package they bought for her was the cheapest type, which only cost 100,000 per month. Hence the result was not ideal. The physician and conditioning equipment Han Yen had been using were shared ones at school. Ms. Chu, you are right. We will buy Han Yen the premium nutrient solution package next month and please assign a good physician to her as well, Han Sen said. Fairly satisfied with Han Sen's reply, she nodded and said, that's more like it. Although it costs more, Yen is an outstanding girl, so it would be a waste if you don't cultivate her well. Now what she uses is worse than all her classmates, but she still has good grades, which goes to prove her talent. Chu Wang paused and said, if possible, think of a way to buy her an advanced hyper-geno art. The one provided here is too basic, so the result might not be limited. Okay, Ms. Chu, I will think of a way. Han Sen now started to believe that Chu Wang did think Han Yen was special. Encouraging Yen to practice advanced hyper-geno art wouldn't do the teacher any good, while she could probably earn a referral fee from recommending nutrient solutions and physicians. The most expensive nutrient solution package cost $1 million per month, a senior physician plus professional equipment would cost a few $100,000 per month. Han Sen had no money before, but now he could earn a lot. Of course he would want the best for his sister. Chu Wang put away her things and rose to feet, let's go. Yen should be out of class soon. Let's pick her up and I'll give you a ride home. Han Sen said no need, but Chu Wang clearly saw him as a teenager. Han Yen was ecstatic to see Han Sen, but she remembered to greet her teacher politely before she ran into her brother's arms. Holding Han Yen in his arms, Han Sen followed Chu Wang out of the school. At the school gate, he saw two familiar persons waving at them. One of the familiar faces was Fang Jingqi. Han Sen had never seen him again since playing red hands with him and was surprised to see him here today. As for the other person, Han Sen felt like having seen him somewhere, but the guy was in a high-collar windbreaker, a hat and a pair of oversized sunglasses, which made it difficult for Han Sen to tell who he was. The man wearing sunglasses was waving at them, but Han Sen soon found out that the man was not waving at him, but at Chu Wang. As soon as Han Sen and Chu Wang were out of the school gate, Fang Jingqi and his friend came over. The man wearing sunglasses started to talk to Chu Wang immediately. They seemed to know each other well. Fang Jingqi was reluctant to smile at Han Sr. Han Sen, I did not expect to meet you here. Who is this beautiful little girl? This is my sister Han Yen, I came to pick her up. I'll let you guys talk, Han Sen said. You did not come in an aircraft. Let me give you a ride, said Chu Wang when she saw Han Sen leaving for Maglev Station with Han Yen in his arms. The man in sunglasses said reluctantly, since you all know each other, let's go to dinner together. I will not bother you. I have some errands to do, so I'll go back first. Miss Chu, we will just use the train, Han Sen said. No way, your parents are outrageous. Chu Wanga did not see Han Sen as an adult. Indeed, he was just about 17 and was young and comely, which made him look more like a teenager than a man. You and Yen can come with us to eat first, and I will give you a ride home after. As a teacher, Chu Wanga was an authority figure, not taking no for an answer. Han Sen, since Ms. Chu has put it this way, just join us for dinner. We are all friends, right? Fang Jingqi smiled and advised. It seemed that he suddenly had an idea. In fact, Han Sen was not going to refuse as Chu Wanga had already picked Yen up and walked toward her aircraft. The man in sunglasses seemed a bit unhappy, but he did not dare to show it in front of Chu. Han Sen and Han Yen were on Chu's aircraft, while the man in sunglasses was on Fang's aircraft. Just when he sat down, the man in sunglasses asked Fang Jingqi, "Jingqi, who is that kid? Why did Wanga care about him so much?" "That kid is a boy toy liked by many women. Probably Wanga is into him as well," Fang Jingqi said with a straight face. "Jingqi, Roka is basically your planet. You are just going to watch Wanga falling into his lap," said the man in sunglasses. Thinking about Han Sen's look, he agreed that he had nicer skin than many girls and believed what Fang Jingqi told him. In fact, Han Sen just had nice skin because he was practicing jade skin. What can I do about it? They are both consensual adults, so I can't really beat the kid up for that. I am afraid that Wanga wouldn't let me either, Fang Jingqi shrugged and said. You are so weak, man. Just wait and see how I scare him off without really hurting him, the man in sunglasses curled his lip and said. He took his sunglasses off and it chanced that he was Tang Junliu, the 5th among the 10 chosen last year. Great, I'll see how you do it, Fang Jingqi said with suspicious sparkles in his eyes. He thought, brat, you've given me a lot of troubles these days. I'll let you suffer a bit to ease my anger. Han Sen is a formidable opponent and I'll see how you are scared off by him. Since Fang Jingqi suffered in Han Sen's hand last time, he had been afraid of Han Senator this time. However, he could use Han Sen to make Tang Junliu suffer. Tang Junliu was quite something, but Fang Jingqi could still make correct predictions about him. However, he really lost his confidence when playing red hands with Han Senator. If Tang Junliu and Han Sen were in a fight, Fang Jingqi did not think that Han Sen would win. But if it was just games played at dinner table, Fang Jingqi believed Tang Junliu would be miserable. Fang Jingqi also wanted to see Tang Junliu completely defeated by Han Sen, so that Tang wouldn't brag about himself all day, as if everyone should worship him because he was the chosen. The place they were heading to was a club exclusive to the distinguished and aristocrats. Han Sen and Yen weren't qualified to enter, but since the rest of the party were all VIPs there, they could be the plus ones. Inside the private room, Tang Junliu took off his sunglasses and hat, smiled and reached out a hand to Han Sr. Haven't introduced myself. My name is Tang Junliu. Tang thought to himself while smiling, Tang Junliu the star is here. You must be stunned by my name. It would be great if you and your sister happen to be my fans and ask for my signature. My name is Han Sr. Han Sen shook his hand and said, unimpressed. He did recognize Tang Junliu, but he wasn't really interested in stars. He was always busy making a living, and had no time to gather information about the stars. That was why he wasn't starstruck at all. Tang Junliu felt at loss. Even if Han Sen wasn't a fan, he should still have a bigger reaction than that. But he acted as if he had just seen a passerby. Is he an alien? He does not know me. Me, Tang Junliu. Tang wanted to grab Han Sen and tell the kid his name again. The only reason he wasn't doing it was Chu Wanga, who was sitting at the table. Fang Jingqi almost laughed out loud. He naturally knew what Tang was thinking. Soon the waiter brought them a variety of food and drinks that looked expensive. Han Sen and Han Yen had never had any of these before. Since it was someone else's treat, Han Sen ate without manners and was putting nice food into Yan's plate from time to time. Yen did not engorge like her brother did, but also enjoyed the food quite a lot. Chu Wang'a was displeased with Han Sen's rudeness, but liked Han Yen more and more. Fortunately, Han Yen was sent to St. Paul and made my student. Or such a good girl as her would be ruined by her family. Chu Wang'a was secretly determined to teach Yen well and keep her away from her brother. Drinking without a drinking game is always a little boring. How about we play a little game? It only took a short while before Tang Zhenliu suggested a game. Drinking game? We have a kid here. Chu Wang'a rolled her eyes at Tang. Tang winked at Fang Jingqi and the latter smiled and said, Wang'a, no worries. Nothing over the line. We are kid-friendly here. Fang Jingqi turned to ask Tang, how about red hands? When Fang Jingqi said these words, Han Sen was slightly startled. He thought that Fang was trying to set him up, but in fact, it seemed that he was setting Tang Zhenliu up. Tang frowned. Red hands is too easy to play and not good for drinking. Let's play pouring the wine. Pouring the wine, suggested by Tang Zhenliu, was a game where two players sat across a table with a cup of wine and a plate on it. The two would play rock paper scissors first and the winner should grab the wine and pour it at the loser's face. The loser needed to grab the plate and block the wine with it. Is this game appropriate? Fang Jingqi only knew Han Sen was good at red hands but wasn't sure if he'd be good at this game. Well, you three play. I'll take Yen to the gym. Chu Wang'a was afraid that this would be a bad influence on the little girl and led her away. With the ladies gone, Tang felt more at ease and challenged Han Sen, we are all men here so don't be afraid of losing face. Do you dare to play or not? Of course, but a game's no fun without a bet, Han Sen said. Hearing Han Sen's reply, Fang Jingqi was thrilled. He thought to himself, it seems Han Sen is confident. Tang, you are going to make a fool of yourself. I will record how miserable you are and show it to you if you dare to brag about yourself again. Tang rejoiced over Han Sen's reply as well. He thought, fortunately this kid does not know who I am, or he wouldn't even dare to play with me, let alone to suggest a bet. What's the stake? Tang Zhenliu pretended to be reserved. 100,000 per round. Han Sen was just concerned about the money to pay for Yan's nutrition solutions and physician, more than 1 million per month was simply beyond an average household's means. He didn't even have the number for the first month in his account and had to sell mutant creature meat back in God's sanctuary to come up with it. But all he had left was mutant black stingers, and he didn't really want to sell more after the 30 he sold to Qin Xian. If the same creature appeared too often, its value would drop and people might think it was easy to hunt that creature. So, Han Sen did not intend to sell mutant black stingers anymore unless he had to. Good, I really like playing with a straightforward guy like you. 100,000 per round it is. Tang was overjoyed inwardly. He was just thinking it wouldn't be satisfactory enough just to pour wine on Han Sen's face, and it chanced that the kid had offered money as well. You will have to wait 10,000 years before you could win money from me. I am the king of rock paper scissors and I can win 9 of 10 rounds. I will wait to see you cry. Tang wanted to give Han Sen a banner for being a great citizen. He was just so nice to offer Tang both his face and wallet. The three soon decided on the rules. To win rock paper scissors didn't count as winning the round. A winner must also successfully pour the wine on the opponent's face. You guys can start. I'm terrible at rock paper scissors, so I'll first observe. When they were deciding which two were to play first, Fang threw his hands up. He had no intention to play and just wanted to record the game. Alright, you can play when we get tired. Tang was pleased by Fang Jingqi's quitting as it gave him more time to kick Han Sen's ass. Tang laid the plate and a glass of wine on the table. The glass was an ordinary one and could hold about 5 ounces of wine. Shall we use water instead? proposed Han Senator. He was afraid that Tang would be soaked in wine and it wouldn't be safe if Tang caught on fire. Water is boring. Wine it is. Tang wouldn't miss an opportunity to humiliate Han Sen more. Han Sen did not speak. Tang Zhenliu said to Fang Jingqi, "Fang, you call it so that it is fair. I am afraid someone may challenge the result otherwise." Okay. Fang Jingqi agreed, stood between the two, cleared his throat and called, "Rock, paper, scissors." When Fang Jingqi said, "Scissors," Han Sen and Tang Zhenliu almost reached out their hand at the same time. Han Sen used scissors, while Tang used rock. Excited that he had won, Tang grabbed the glass of wine and poured it at Han Senator. Unfortunately, Han Sen had put up the plate with some panic and blocked the wine. Could Han Sen actually be bad at this game? Fang Jingqi hesitated as he did not expect Han Sen to lose. Looking at Han Sen's smiling eyes, Fang could not help but wince. No, Han Sen is ruthless. He is just trying to get more from Tang. Having understood what was going on, Fang Jingqi grinned and thought, "Tang, you are doomed tonight. I will try to record everything." Han Sen was of course setting Tang up, since he had asked for it himself anyway. And Tang was rich enough as well. Others might not be able to come up with the stake, but since Tang could earn more than 10 million with one performance match, he probably would feel nothing from losing a few million. The game itself was a test of reflexes and timing. Both rock paper scissors and fetching the object one should choose was highly demanding for one's reflexes. The one who could respond fast had a great advantage in the game. However, what was more important was the ability to predict the opponent's next move, which was the essence of rock paper scissors. Han Sen was no master at rock paper scissors, but he had made an effort to improve his ability to make more accurate predictions. It wasn't for games, but for knowing in advance a creature's habits and movements. For an archer, it was undoubtedly a very important ability. Almost anyone could shoot at a target. And there were numerous people who could hit the bullseye from 150 feet away. However, creatures wouldn't stand still all the time, so it was important to be able to predict their movements. To grasp the fleeting opportunity, prejudge the enemy's action, and shoot to kill were Han Sen's specialties. Or he wouldn't have chosen archery to practice. When he first entered God's sanctuary, he didn't have a nice bow and arrows, so he practiced sneak attacks, which had even higher demands for one's prejudgment and reflexes. A little mistake would leave him unable to kill a creature with one blow, which would result in the most terrible counterattack. After his first month in God's sanctuary, Han Sen never missed in a single attack, which proved his outstanding skills of prejudgment and timing. Now with so many Geno points gained, Han Sen had improved greatly in his reflexes as well. It would be difficult for one to win against him in a game like this one. Rock paper scissors. The moment when Fang Jingqi said, "Scissors," Han Sen and Fang Jingqi reached their hands out again. Han Sen had struck with scissors, while Fang went with paper. Tang didn't expect to lose, and when it hit him that he should grab the plate, his face was covered in wine and some even got into his nostrils, leaving a burning sensation. Tang lost a point. Fang Jingqi wrote it down on a notepad seriously. Tang of course didn't take the loss well. After wiping his face with a towel, he stared at Han Sen and said, "Again." Han Sen was certainly happy to oblige. The two were at it again. Claiming to be the king of rock paper scissors, Tang won less than 40% of the rounds, in which Han Sen was able to block the wine he poured every single time. In the rounds where Tang lost rock paper scissors, Han Sen was faster than him and got him every time, leaving Tang soaked in wine. In the beginning, Tang would wipe it away, but later he was so focused on beating his opponent that he would just let it be. "No. Let's play finger guessing instead." It's easy to cheat in rock paper scissors, Tang Zhenliu could not help but yell after losing 7, and then 8, rounds in a row. "Okay, but please tell me the rules, as I've never played finger guessing before," Han Sen said. The rules are simple. Tang explained the rules. Finger guessing was the same type of game as rock paper scissors, but in finger guessing, the two players' hands had to be placed in front of their body at all times, so the other party could see more clearly and there was less a chance of cheating and changing one's mind. Han Sen had not played this one before, so he lost the first 4 rounds of finger guessing, but Tang wasn't really cheered by this fact as he was still unable to get any wine on Han Sen's face. After 4 rounds, Han Sen had mastered the essence of finger guessing and his excellent skills in prejudgment and quick reflexes gave him the upper hand again. Wine constantly hit Tang's face, which made him even more eager to win. In a while, he was so wet that it was as if he had just climbed out of a wine bucket. Even his trousers were dripping with wine. Tang thought to himself, how could this be? I should be invincible. Something must be wrong. Fang Jingqi saw that Tang was miserable and tried to stop him twice. But Tang was completely amok, and all he wanted was to get his money back. I need revenge. I have to soak him in wine as well. No, I will definitely win the next rounds. 1 win, I need 1 win at least. Let me have 1 win. Just 1 and then I'll stop. Tang's expectations shrunk lower and lower, but he didn't win a single round in the end. In the last few rounds, Tang was a mess and couldn't even win finger guessing anymore, so Han Sen was in complete control. Chu Wang'e saw it was late and took Yen back to the private room. She thought Han Sen was probably miserable now, playing drinking games with Tang Zhenliu and Fang Jingqi. When she approached the room, she couldn't hear anything, so she was wondering if Han Sen was already dead drunk by then. Pushing the door open, she was surprised. Han Sen and Fang Jingqi were sitting at the table, drinking tea while chatting. Han Sen looked sober and clean, as if nothing had happened. However, Tang was sitting on the sofa alone, soaking wet and haggard. Chu Wang'e thought Tang looked almost like an assault victim, with his eyes full of tears. Tang, what happened to you? Chu Wang'e was shocked. By no means could she believe that Tang Zhenliu was the one getting bullied. Tang just understood what had happened. Without answering her, he fiercely threw himself at Fang Jingqi, shouting, "Damn you Jingqi, how dare you set me up?" Not quite sure what was going on, Chu Wang'e saw Han Sen smiling at her. He asked, "Miss Chu, what's the price of the advanced nutrition solution packages?" Now Yen is on the package that's $100,000 per month, the effect of which is very limited. The course intensity at St. Paul would probably call for the package costing $300,000 per month. Or her grades and fitness would both suffer, Chu Wang'e explained. If she were to use the top package, plus senior physician service, how much would that cost annually? Han Sen asked again. If that's the case, you can choose the school's S-level package, which includes the best of everything and costs 15 million per year. Chu Wang'e regarded Han Sen curiously. Great, please get Yen the S-level package when you get a chance, said Han Sen after he saw the newly transferred $16.7 million in his account. After returning home, Han Sen showed Yen the tutorial of Holy Angel and asked her to memorize it. With the holographic demonstration, it was not difficult to learn. Being intelligent, Yen memorized Holy Angel after watching just a few times. On the next day, the Geno solution compatible with Holy Angel was delivered to their home by the staff of St. Hall. Han Sen asked Yen to drink it in accordance with the instructions. Because practicing hyper-Geno arts could generate a burden on one's body and each hyper-Geno art had different effects, most hyper-Geno arts would have to be practiced along with the using of its correspondent Geno solution. An S-class hyper-Geno art usually came with 3 bottles of Geno solution, so it could be practiced by up to 3 persons. If the matching Geno solution was not used, St. Hall would be exempt from any obligations and medical bills if there was an accident during the practice. Before this, Han Sen did not know how advanced hyper-Geno arts worked, so he felt lucky that he had successfully practiced Jade Skin. Yen, this hyper-geno art is the secret of our family. Do not let others know about it, okay? Han Sen did not even tell Yen the name, Holy Angel. Han Yen nodded seriously. Yen will not tell anyone that I practiced a hyper-geno art my brother gave me. Good girl. If you encounter some danger and someone asks you which hyper-geno art you are practicing, tell him you do not know and it's taught to you by your brother, Han Sen said. Yen understands, Han Yen said solemnly. Excellent. Han Sen patted Han Yan's head, feeling pity for his sister. Children who grew up in poor families were better prepared to deal with problems. Han Sen had spent some carefree years when he was a child. When Han Yen was born, however, their family had been declining, so she had never lived a good life. For this, she was more mature than her peers. Luo Sulan was in Second God's sanctuary these days and just returned home on the fourth day since Han Sen came back. Han Sen also showed Luo Sulan Holy Angel, which shocked her. Although she didn't know too much about hyper-geno arts, she could tell that this was no ordinary stuff as the tutorial was very carefully arranged. Sen, where did this hyper-geno art come from? Asked Luo Sulan, worried. Mom, don't worry. I bought this, Han Sen said. How is possible that you have this kind of money? She asked again. Mom, I am much stronger than before and have joined a military gang in steel armor shelter. This hyper-geno art is just a start. We will live better in the future. Han Sen explained how he joined Qin Xian's steel armor gang, reassuring his mother. Son, you have gone far. Luo Sulan's eyes were wet from happiness. She had endured so many hardships to see this day. Mom, don't get emotional. It's a good thing. Han Sen had more than 1 million left in his account after paying for the S-level package for Yen. He gave it to his mother and said, "This is what I earned in God's sanctuary recently. Mom, you can use it to pay for the daily expenses. You take it yourself. You need the money." Luo Sulan refused to take it. It's fine. I am now with a military organization and my boss is generous. There will be more in the future. Hansen was trying to prepare Luo Sulan for more good news. Sen, keep in mind that you shall never be aggressive. Don't get involved in any trouble. Luo Sulan said earnestly. Mom, I understand. You know your son. I have always been low-key, Han Sen quickly said. Good, good. As for the hyper-geno art, you've got Yen started, right? Tell her never to show it off, in case people would be envious. Since father's accident, Han Sen's mother had changed a lot and was constantly afraid that her children would be in danger. Mom, do not worry. I have told Yen and she promised me she would never tell. No, I have to personally tell her again. Luo Sulan got up and went to find Yen. Watching Luo Sulan leaving, Han Sen felt very upset. If it were not for Dad's accident, Luo Sulan wouldn't have become so cautious and live in panic all day long. What happened? Han Sen regretted that he was so young and didn't understand anything. All he knew was that Dad had an accident. He had asked Mom and Mr. Zhang, but they were both hesitant to say anything. Han Sen knew it was not just an accident. In the station master's office at the teleport station, Yang Monli placed a capsule in front of Qin Xian. Station master, you are sure you want to use this? Yang Monli looked at Qin Xian who had picked up the capsule. I have to know why he is not willing to go to Blackhawk, and whether he wants to join my squad, Qin Xian said. There are so many guys like him, cowardly, greedy, and lecherous. There is no need to win him over. I think we should make every effort to get Dollar on our side instead, who can become the best archer possible, Yang Monli said. Qin Xian just smiled. Dollar is of course amazing, but a man like him would not give us any chance to control him. Han Sen is still very talented, and I think he can do well. But the person I need must have a clean slate and be willing to join my squad, which takes me some effort to confirm. Yang Monli wanted to say more but Qin Xian stopped her. Unless you can get dollar to join our squad, Han Sen is my choice. Yang Monli did not reply, but was secretly determined to find dollar and persuade him. Han Sen did not know what Qin Xian saw in him that she wanted him to join her squad so bad. Before he entered the teleport station, he made sure that he wasn't in Qin Xian's sight. Unfortunately, nothing could go unnoticed under her nose. Looking at Qin Xian standing in front of him with a faint smile on her face, Han Sen had to step forward. It's been a long time since we fought. Show me your progress. Noticing Qin Xian did not mention other matters, Han Sen was secretly relieved. Han Sen was now much better, but he did not dare to show her all he got. Even if he did, she would probably still beat him. Drink some water. Qin Xian took off her helmet and fetched 2 bottles of water. She unscrewed a bottle for herself and handed another to Han. Senator Han Sen had no suspicion and drank from the sealed bottle of water. Han Sen, do you think I'm pretty? Qin Xian suddenly asked. Pretty, of course you are. Han Sen was surprised and looked up at her, not understanding why she was asking this question. It was not her style. Do you think my lips are prettier or my eyes? Qin Xian asked again. Han Sen felt dizzy. He could not help but look to the mouth of Qin Xian, and gradually his sight moved up and fell on her bright eyes. The scripture of jade skin opened with these words, jade skin and flawless body, evils away and spells vain. When he sipped the water, Han Sen knew something was wrong, but he still drank it without hesitation. Hearing a humming, Han Sen felt like his mind and eyes were sucked into Qin Xian's eyes and that he almost lost his consciousness. Almost at the same time, a coolness welled from his limbs. Jade skin started to run in his body automatically and the coolness restored his senses. This woman wants to hypnotize me. What's she trying to do? Han Sen sneered inwardly, but didn't show anything on his face. He maintained that confused look. Han Sen, are my eyes not pretty? Qin Xian asked. They are pretty, Han Sen answered in a low voice. Which part of my body do you like best? Qin Xian asked again. Your boobs, Han Sen did not hesitate to answer. Why? Qin Xian asked again. They are big, soft and bouncy, Han Sen replied. Nasty. Qin Xian whispered. When they were in the combat room, Han Sen must have touched her boobs when they fought. Come and touch them, Qin Xian said, lifting her chest. Han Sen did not hesitate to reach out his hands and Qin Xian suddenly pushed his hands aside. Now she could confirm that Han Sen had been completely hypnotized by her, as any normal person would hesitate when hearing such an odd request, which Han Sen did not. Are you dollar? Qin Xian's first question scared the hell out of him. Han Sen didn't realize Qin Xian had connected some dots. Without time to think any further, he answered, no. Qin Xian nodded, apparently not believing the two were the same person herself. She continued to ask, why are you unwilling to go to Black Hawk? Because it was too far away from home, Han Sen replied. How is that relevant? Qin Xian did not understand his logic. I wouldn't be able to take care of my mom and my sister if it is too far away from home, Han Sen replied slowly. Qin Xian was a bit surprised and then her look softened. She asked, have you ever considered to join my squad? No. Why? Qin Xian was slightly angry. I'm afraid of danger. I cannot die, replied Han Sr. Why can't you die? Qin Xian looked at Han Sen, finding his reply curious. If I die, my mom and my sister will be bullied by my relatives, and I cannot let them be bullied, Han Sen continued to answer. Qin Xian's expression became more and more gentle, and she continued to ask, why did you agree to join Bullseye? Because of you. Me? Qin Xian was confused. Because I like you. Han Sen still had a dull face on. Qin Xian blushed a little. Why do you like me? Because you are beautiful. Is there any other reason? Yes. What reason? Surprisingly, Qin Xian was slightly excited to hear the answer. Because you are beautiful. Isn't this the same reason? Qin Xian frowned. No. Why not? Qin Xian looked at Han Sen, puzzled. Because the first time I saw you, I thought you are beautiful. The second time I saw you, you are more beautiful. I can't move away my eyes and want to look at you forever. Qin Xian's cheeks turned crimson. She raised her arm and wanted to slap Han Sen out of it, but eventually didn't have the heart to do that and just gave him a pinch swiftly. Han Sen fell to the ground suddenly with an ouch, acting as if he had fallen under the bed in sleep. Qin Xian subconsciously reached out her hand, but took it back and let Han Sen fall to the ground as she blushed at certain thoughts. What did you do to me? Han Sen suddenly climbed up from the ground and pretended to be frightened. You do not have to worry, I just wanted to know why you do not want to go to Black Hawk. Qin Xian said softly. You hypnotized me. Han Sen was raged. One must go through this process to join the squad. The people we serve are special, so we must guarantee that every member had a clean slate. I myself had to go through the same thing. Qin Xian looked at Han Sen and said gently, you can rest assured that your family will be protected by the military once you go to Black Hawk and join my squad. No one could hurt them. Han Sen looked uncertain and remained silent. Also, I can tell you that each shelter has the same kind of squad, providing service for special clients. This job wouldn't put you in great danger. And that's everything I can tell you. You can think about it yourself. Not hearing an answer, Qin Xian had to ask, what do you think? Do you want to join my squad? Do I still have an option? Han Sen said with a wry smile. Try to be admitted to the Black Hawk. After joining my squad, you will be glad about your decision today. Qin Xian patted Han Sen's shoulder, pleased. Oh, if you need anything just let me know. I'll try to assist you so that you could prepare for the entrance exam of Black Hawk, Qin Xian said. I just want to know one thing. When I was hypnotized, did you ask me any other question other than why I wasn't interested in Black Hawk? Han Sen asked. No, I am a well-behaved soldier. And I am not interested in your private matters, Qin Xian said categorically, with her heart pounding as if there were a cat scratching at it. Really? Han Sen seemed to be worried still. Of course not. Let me know if you need anything. As long as it doesn't cost too much, I will help you prepare for the exam, which is in less than 2 months, Qin Xian sighed said and left, her face burning. After Qin Xian left, Han Sen let out a long sigh of relief. From now on, Qin Xian probably wouldn't suspect him again. This is an excellent opportunity. Qin Xian would completely trust me after this so she can become my cover. Others would think I got stronger and better because of her help and wouldn't suspect that I am dollar. Then, I could gradually show my real ability using my own identity and abandon the guise of dollar altogether, Han Sen thought to himself. This was why he had agreed to Qin Xian's ask. Also, his family could indeed use the protection of the military. Han Sen then teleported into God's sanctuary as it was Dollar's time to participate in the second round of the martial arts contest. Han Sen, not evolved. Status, none lifespan, 200 years. Requirements for evolution, 100 Geno points. Geno points gained, 100 ordinary Geno points, 100 primitive Geno points, 47 mutant Geno points, 29 sacred Geno points. Beast souls gained, Sacred Blood Black Beetle, Sacred Blood Bloody Slayer, Sacred Blood Purple Winged Dragon, Mutant Three-Eyed Cat, Mutant Black Barracuda, Mutant Black Stinger, Mutant Sawfish. Han Sen looked at his current data and felt satisfied. Now he had as many as 3 sacred blood beast souls and several mutant beast souls. Only 2 of the mutant beast souls were less than satisfactory, and they were both from someone else. The mutant three-eyed cat was a pet that was useless at the moment, and the mutant black barracuda Lu Weinan gave him was an aquatic mount, which was completely useless on the land. At a grove near Steel Armor Shelter, Han Sen was meeting with Lin Beifong. Han Sen was deliberately giving Lin the mutant creature meat he promised a few days later than when Dollars sold mutant black stingers. "This is for you." Han Sen took 2 dried sawfish out of his bag and gave them to Lin. Black stingers were no longer an option, so he had to give the fish to Lin. 2. Lin was overjoyed. Yes, it was a good trip. Han Sen gave him back the rest of the arrows, which were not really put into use. "It's fine. Keep them. Sen, can I join you next time?" Lin Beifong looked at Han Sen expectantly. "I will if there is an opportunity. Please take the arrows back." Han Sen insisted. Lin had to take the arrows back, and the 2 returned to the shelter as they were talking. At the gate of Steel Armor Shelter, they ran into Son of Heaven's gang. Luo Tianyang stared at Han Sen as if he were to devour the guy. "Son of Heaven, long time no see," Lin said. "Lin, why are you with him?" Son of Heaven gave Han Sen an unkind glance. "Sen is my friend, and there seems to be nothing that can't be forgiven between you two. How about we let Han Sen buy us drinks and you can just let it go?" Lin asked Son of Heaven. "Let it go? Who do you think you are?" Luo Tianyang looked at Lin contemptuously. "Shut up." Son of Heaven stopped Luo Tianyang, and said to Lin, "Lin, it's not that I don't respect you, but it is not that simple. If it is not settled properly, it will never be over." "Settle how?" "I will pay however much you think he owes you," said Lin. "It's not about money. You can ask him yourself," Son of Heaven said, and entered the shelter with his gang. "Sen, what was that about?" Lin looked at Han Sen puzzled. He thought their conflict was only the ass freak incident. Han Sen told him about the purple-winged dragon, and Lin smiled wryly. It was indeed a big deal for Son of Heaven. Lin paused and laughed. "But it does not matter, you did not get the beast's soul anyway. I will try to mediate between you two. It's not a good idea to have Son of Heaven as an enemy. Just between us, you could offend a gentleman, but never a villain." The 2 also entered Steel Armor Shelter. Everyone inside the shelter seemed to be talking about some news. Han Sen listened carefully, and it turned out that Dollar was against Luo Tianyang in the second round. Dollar against Luo Tianyang. It must be an excellent fight. Son of Heaven must still be bitter from Dollar seizing his bloody Slayer beast soul. Luo Tianyang would probably try to kill Dollar for him. Kill Dollar? I don't think he can even last longer than 10 minutes. That's not fair. Dollar is strong, but so is Luo Tianyang. With the support from Son of Heaven, Luo probably has as many beast souls as he wishes. I think the result is hard to tell. I say it's easy to tell. Dollar will win. Ha, I agree. Does Luo Tianyang have wings? Can he fight a golden-horned Shura? Exactly, how can Luo Tianyang even compare? I think it will take 3 minutes for Dollar to get rid of him. Han Sen did not expect to meet Luo Tianyang in the second round. He sneered inwardly. The mills of God grind slowly. This bastard is now in my hand. Lin Beifeng's eyes lit up. Last time I missed Dollar's fight. Let's go watch this one. I will not go. There is some family business I need to take care of. Of course Han Sen couldn't watch. If he went, then Dollar would be missing. You won't come? It's Dollar. Lin was shocked. What's so special about him? He is just a person. Han Sen shrugged. He is special. I never admired anyone, but Dollar is an exception, just because he fought that Shura, Lin said. Okay, but I really need to go home, so maybe next time. Han Sen chuckled inwardly. Unfortunately, video cameras don't work in God's sanctuary, or we can record it and post it on the Skynet. It will go viral for sure. Lin Beifeng bemoaned and left for the martial hall. Han Sen took a detour and reappeared in the shelter after he put on the black beetle armor. This time he was prepared and wore a cape over the armor, covering almost everything. Although he looked strange, he wasn't recognized like last time. Han Sen found a corner seat in the stands and sat down, watching others fight as he waited for his turn. Before long, a group of people sat down close to him. Han Sen was shocked to see they were the Bullseye members, with Yang Monli leading the team. They were a big group and Han Sen had picked a sparsely seated corner, so they all came here. Su Xiaoqiao was seated next to Han Senator Yang Monli and Lu Hongtao were only 2 seats away. I say buddy, why are you covered all over in such hot weather? Are you dressing as a witch? Su Xiaoqiao always liked joking and threw a comment at Han Sr. Brat, I'll deal with you later, thought Han Sen, not saying anything. Monli, who do you think will win, Dollar or Luo Tianyang? Several members of Bullseye started a heated discussion. Dollar of course. Right, Monli? Su Xiaoqiao asked. Yang Monli nodded, apparently agreeing with Su Xiaoqiao. Lu Hongtao commented on the side, even Dollar is strong, he is just one person, without anyone behind his back, while Luo Tianyang was supported by Son of Heaven. It is still hard to tell who will win. One person is enough. Dollar fought a golden-horned Shura alone. Even with a gang behind him, I don't think Luo Tianyang could do that, Su Xiaoqiao said with disdain. Young man, you are too young to understand. Lu Hongtao acted as an elder. What don't I understand? Su did not take that comment well. Think about it. If Son of Heaven and his whole gang all let Luo Tianyang use their beast souls, who do you think will win? Don't forget that Son of Heaven has a sacred blood shape-shifting ape beast soul, and God knows how many mutant beast souls he has. If Luo Tianyang use them all, do you still think Dollar will win? Lu Hongtao said confidently. It's just an ape beast soul. Dollar has a bloody slayer beast soul, wings and sacred blood armor. It would be easy for him to win Luo Tianyang. I don't think Luo Tianyang could last a minute. Su Xiaoqiao said disapprovingly. This kid sure knows how to speak. Han Sen was pleased with Su Xiaoqiao's words. Well, you just said Luo Tianyang couldn't last a minute, so let's make a bet. If Luo lasts less than a minute, you can have my mutant beast soul of red-hoofed beast. If he lasts longer than that, your mutant nocturnal wolf beast soul will be mine. Do you dare to bet against me? Lu Hongtao looked at Su Xiaoqiao and said. Su Xiaoqiao suddenly got nervous. 1 minute was just a figure of speech. How was it possible for one to end the match in a minute after all? Like Lu Hongtao had said, Son of Heaven had Luo's back. With some beast souls here and there, Luo Tianyang could definitely stay on the stage longer than a minute. The nocturnal wolf beast soul was a lucky gain of Su Zhao's when he shot an arrow at the nocturnal wolf king in a recent campaign. He had been bragging to everyone about it. Yet Lu Hongtao had proposed to use this beast soul as the stake in a bet that was less than fair. Lu, we were just chatting. No need to get serious. Yes Lu, Xiaoqiao was just saying. Yeah, figure of speech. Several Bullseye members tried to smooth things over, but being unreasonable, Lu Hongtao said with a mean tone, I'm trying to teach him not to comment on things he doesn't understand. He could say whatever he wishes at home, but in the society, a wrong comment could get him killed. #T. You insist. A bet is a bet. I'm game. Don't be a deadbeat when you lose. Although Su Xiaoqiao was usually joking and messing around, he still had his pride as he was from a wealthy family. Even at the cost of a beast's soul, he wouldn't be a doormat. Xiaoqiao, just suck it up. The teammates next to him all tried to stop Su Xiaoqiao from getting involved in this unfair bet. He would be basically giving the beast's soul away. Lu Hongtao didn't have the best personality and not many liked him except for a few henchmen of his. Almost everyone was on Su's side. Well, I appreciate a young man that can stick to what he believes in. If you don't trust me, we can both transfer our beast souls to Monli and let her be our witness. So that we could both reassured, Lu Hongtao said and gave his beast soul of red-hoofed beast to Yang Monli. Lu, it's just a small difference. We all are in bullseye, and there is no need to do this. Yang Monli frowned. Monli, I'm doing this for his own good. If he keeps being insolent like this, he might get into bigger troubles elsewhere in the future. Lu Hongtao gave Su a contemptuous glance and said to him, if you apologize to me right now, I'll let this go. And remember to watch it in the future. Everyone thought Lu Hongtao was just shameless. If these words came from another person, Su Xiaoqiao might apologize, but Lu saying this himself made an apology an impossible option for any guy with dignity. Everyone knew there was no going back at this point. Su gritted his teeth and raged, Lu Hongtao, cut the crap. I'm down. Su Xiaoqiao then transferred his mutant nocturnal wolf beast soul to Yang Monli. Monli, keep this for me. When I win, I'll treat everyone to barbecue. I like a young man who doesn't know any better. Lu Hongtao was overjoyed. A mutant beast soul was very rare and he had just gained one with a few words. Also, the mutant nocturnal wolf was a shape-shifting beast soul which was worth even more than his mount beast soul, red-hoofed beast. Yang Monli frowned. She had wanted to mediate the dispute with a few words, but Lu Hongtao said those words first so that Su Xiaoqiao had to bet against him now. The young man is too impulsive, maybe a loss could be considered a lesson for him. Yang Monli sighed. Things had come so far that there was nothing she could say to turn it around. Su Xiaoqiao felt upset after accepting the bet. Although he was confident in dollar and believed he could win, 1 minute was simply too short. Even the exchange of pleasantries could last that long, not to mention Luo Tianyang did have many resources. If he had really borrowed the ape beast soul from Son of Heaven, the match could easily last longer than 10 minutes. The match between Luo Tianyang soon began and Su Xiaoqiao murmured his prayers, Dollar, it was me who spread your name. Please help me. I haven't had the nocturnal wolf beast for long and don't want to give it to Lu. Sitting next to Su and hearing everything, Han Sen was mad, help you. In the beginning, everyone was calling me doll, and it was all because of you. Finally, Dollar and Luo Tianyang's codes were displayed on the martial steel. Each digit in Han Sen's code was an 8, so everyone knew that was him. Luo Tianyang went on the stage first. From his leisurely look, it seems that he was confident about the upcoming match, which made Su Xiaoqiao quite nervous. Where is Dollar? The match is about to begin but we don't see him yet. If he is not here in 3 minutes, he will automatically be considered the losing side. The stands were filled with people eager to see Dollar's match, but the familiar golden figure was missing. Su Xiaoqiao became even more tense. Lu Hongtao smiled unkindly, Su Xiaoqiao, it seems that you are in a bad place. If Dollar doesn't show up at all, you wouldn't be convinced even if I won the bet, right? What is this nonsense? It is still very early, and the boss always comes late. Don't you understand that? Su Xiaoqiao retorted, but felt unsure as Dollar didn't show up. He thought, could Dollar be delayed by something? Then my mutant nocturnal wolf would be gone. Great, I'll see how long you could keep that thought, Lu Hongtao ridiculed. Suddenly, The guy in cape sitting next to Su Xiaoqiao, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly stood up and walked toward the stage, leaving Su Xiaoqiao and others dumbfounded. The guy took off the cape while walking, revealing the golden armor underneath, leading to an uproar in the stands. Dollar. Dollar. Huh, the angel came. I know there's no way he would miss this. Su Xiaoqiao was so happy that he jumped up. My God, Dollar, you are truly amazing. Kick Luo's ass for my sake, please. And remember, keep it under a minute, 1 minute. Su Xiaoqiao was now certain that Dollar have just heard the dialogue about the bet, that was to say Dollar knew he should defeat Luo within a minute, which was undoubtedly good news for Su. Other Bullseye members were also very excited. Dollar was just sitting here and we failed to recognize him. Indeed, we should have asked for his autograph. I hear you could sell that for a good price now. Xiaoqiao, you didn't say what you said because you knew it was him, did you? Su Xiaoqiao laughed. God helps those who help themselves. How could I know it was Dollar? He wrapped himself like a rice dumpling on such a hot day, and I was just wondering about that myself. Lu Hongtao's face was grim. He sneered and said, don't be happy now. Even if he wants to help you, it is impossible to defeat Luo in a minute. Nothing is impossible with Dollar. As long as he wants to do it, it will be done. Su Xiaoqiao immediately retorted, with all his faith in Dollar. Although Yang Monli was surprised that Dollar was sitting beside them, she was not as optimistic as Su Xiaoqiao. Rationally speaking, what Lu Hongtao said made sense. Luo Tianyang might not be Dollar's match, but he had Son of Heaven behind him, so he must have plenty of beast souls on him. Despite that Luo's fitness wasn't the best in Son of Heaven's gang, his fitness index should still be over 10. With strong beast souls, it would be difficult to beat him. If Dollar is an archer with advanced beast soul bow and arrows, he might be able to get rid of Luo fast. Unfortunately, it seems that he never uses arrows. Yang Monli sighed inwardly. Son of Heaven shot a harsh stare at Han Sen and eyed Luo Tianyang on the stage. Luo nodded knowingly. Son of Heaven had prepared well for this match. Knowing Luo wouldn't be Dollar's match, he didn't count on Luo to defeat Dollar. Still, he lent Luo his sacred blood ape beast soul and many powerful mutant beast souls. All he wanted to see was Dollar injured. Even if Dollar could not be injured, he must show his real skills in this match. Son of Heaven saw Dollar as a fierce rival, which was why he was using Luo as a pawn to weaken Dollar before he ran into Dollar himself and to find out how strong Dollar was. Luo Tianyang was both cunning and ruthless. He didn't take Dollar lightly and summoned the ape beast soul and a mutant suit of armor as soon as the steel lit up and the match started. Suddenly, stood on the stage was a giant age more than 9 feet tall in a suit of bone armor with a long mace in its hands. The look alone was terrifying. A wisp of a smile crossed Son of Heaven's face. That was why he liked Luo. Luo's ability was less than impressive in his gang, but Luo had always been careful and decisive. Son of Heaven had always believed that one must know one's limits, which Luo did. Being meek towards the brutal and brutal towards the meek might be viewed as a bad thing. But the way Son of Heaven saw it, it was also a wise attitude. Luo Tianyang's decision now was much to Son of Heaven's satisfaction, playing it safe and trying to survive. Of course, Luo Tianyang's life was not very important to him. But if Luo died, the ape beast's soul would be ruined as well. So, Luo must not die. That's it. Just do whatever you can and try to force Dollar to show all he got. If anything went wrong, just go off the stage and throw in the towel. Son of Heaven looked at the two on the stage and thought with a smile, Dollar, let me see what you've got. Lu Hongtao was amused by what Luo Tianyang did. I told you Son of Heaven would definitely give the ape beast soul to Luo. You see. With that mutant bone armor, it would take Dollar at least an hour to beat Luo. What are you talking about? Can someone like Luo Tianyang even shapeshift for an hour? Su Shaoqiao disagreed. His heart did freeze a little as he didn't think Luo would really have the ape-beast soul on him. Anyway, it would be easy for him to last 10 minutes, which means I could win 10 times, so it's a pity that you don't have 10 mutant beast souls, Lu Hongtao laughed. But soon, Lu Hongtao's smile disappeared. The moment the martial steel lit up, Dollar summoned the bloody slayer and ran toward the ape called Luo like a hurricane, a golden spear in his hand. In the blink of an eye, Dollar was in Luo's face, his spear stabbing Luo's stomach. Luo Tianyang roared and hacked his mace madly at the mutant's sawfish spear, making the spear fly out of Han Sen's hand. Lu Hongtao was ready to applaud, but then he saw that Dollar calmly reached for a golden katana at his waist and slashed it toward Luo Tianyang, who was only inches away. The ape did possess great strength, but it was also clumsy. When fighting from afar, this disadvantage wouldn't show. But at such a short distance, there was no time for the ape to dodge. Crack! The 9-foot-tall ape was cut in half. Luo only gave a whimper before he turned into his own body and died. Blood flowed like a river. Everyone was blankly watching Han Sen, who put the katana back into its sheath and took back the spear calmly. Dollar killed Luo, who had shapeshifted into a sacred blood creature, in less than 10 seconds. After the moment of silence, cheers broke out like a tsunami. Everyone was calling Dollar's name, bringing the whole martial hall to a boil. Su Shaoqiao was the happiest person among all. Twerking on the stands, he shouted, "Dollar, dollar, I love you, like a mouse loves rice." Lu Hongtao was dumbfounded. He sat there like a deflated balloon, not accepting the fact that Luo had died. Red-hoofed beast. My red-hoofed beast, how could this be? Lu Hongtao almost spilled out blood. Son of Heaven gritted his teeth very hard. He didn't care that Luo was killed. But his ape-beast soul was one of the few sacred blood beast souls he had. It, along with all the mutant beast souls, was ruined with the death of Luo. Son of Heaven's heart was bleeding. Dollar, I'll make you regret you were born, Son of Heaven cursed inwardly. He very badly wanted to kill Dollar, but felt somewhat helpless about it. Before, there had been a chance to besiege Dollar with his gang. Now that Dollar had wings, that plan would no longer work. Now Son of Heaven regretted very much that he had used his one-use sacred blood wasp arrow. If he still had it, he would be able to kill Dollar, even if Dollar could fly. He thought more about it and realized that if he had never used that arrow, Dollar wouldn't have the bloody slayer beast soul. Without that shape-shifting beast soul, Dollar couldn't have killed Luo so easily. Thinking of this, Son of Heaven wanted to eat Dollar alive. There was something stuck in his chest which he could neither swallow nor spit out. I must find out who Dollar is. If I couldn't kill him in God's sanctuary, I will kill him in the Alliance. Son of Heaven was determined to have Dollar killed, or he could never let this go. His loss was indeed huge. Luo was dead, and he had lost many beast souls, including a sacred blood one, while Dollar walked free. Han Sen did not dare to get stuck in the crowd and simply flew away with his wings, not giving the audience any chance to approach him. Dollar killing Luo Tianyang was the headline in Steel Armor Shelter. People had posted the story on the Skynet, but without a way to record images in God's sanctuary, words alone didn't attract much attention. In addition, Luo Tianyang was a nobody, so no one cared. After all, this was only the martial arts contest within Steel Armor Shelter. If Dollar became the champion of Steel Armor Shelter and entered the contest among champions from all the shelters, then his match could be seen by the entire First God Sanctuary. If he became the chosen, it would truly be something amazing throughout the entire alliance. But people in Steel Armor Shelter were clearly scared of Dollar. His opponents in the next few rounds all quit before they fought and simply didn't show up. Killing someone in seconds was a brutal thing to do. And that someone had even shape-shifted into a sacred blood beast soul. No one had the courage to put their life on the line. Some people even accused Dollar of being a murderer and posted articles describing how cruel he was. Su Xiaoqiao and other Bullseye members were pissed off by those articles and wrote about the bet between Su and Lu, leading to compliments from Dollar's fans. But it had not changed the fact that Dollar had killed someone. Later, someone posted anonymously that Luo Tianyang had mutilated and raped many victims using Son of Heaven's gang when he was alive. Many people from Steel Armor Shelter echoed the post and said it was a great thing that Dollar had done. Luo Tianyang was an animal. If I were Dollar, I would have killed him long before the martial arts contest. Well done. 32 likes. An animal who deserved it. Ignorant, all of you. Murder is murder, regardless of who was killed. Dollar is a murderer. Dollar is a piece of **T. Don't comment on something you don't understand. Everyone in Steel Armor Shelter knows it was justice well served. Exactly. I hate those who follow the herd. There was quite a debate on the Skynet, but then the posts criticizing Dollar became overwhelming, and many posts that supported Dollar got deleted. People in Steel Armor Shelter knew that Son of Heaven was behind it. However, no one had the nerve to antagonize Son of Heaven. After all, there weren't many who dared to be the enemy of Starry Group. No one was willing to do that for a stranger anyway. Sen, check out my new mount. Su Xiaoqiao was riding his newly gained mutant red-hoofed beast in the yard of the Bullseye team, bragging. The mutant red-hoofed beast looked somewhat like an antelope with a pair of buffalo horns on its head. It had the size of a camel and was satin black all over, except for its 4 blood-red hooves. Han Sen was very depressed to see this gorgeous mount. He wasted so much effort in helping this brat win a mutant mount, while he himself ended up with nothing. Although he did have a mutant mount beast soul, it was aquatic and was useless on the land. After the martial arts contest, I have to find a way to gain a beast soul mount. It was too much trouble going everywhere on foot and it was bad for my image as well, Han Sen thought to himself. Dark Swamp was out of the question. Even if he gained a mount beast soul there, it would be something ugly like a toad. Han Sen, come to my office. Yang Monli called from on the 2nd floor. Sen, you offended her again. Su Xiaoqiao ran over and asked, grinning. Why would I do that? Han Sen said, touching his nose. That was not a kind look she had. You have to be careful, Su Xiaoqiao laughed. You know about looks? Why don't you say you are psychic as well? Han Sen laughed and went to the 2nd floor. Monli, you asked for me. Han Sen asked. I do not know what Qin Xian saw in you. But since she asked me to help you prepare for the entrance exam, I'll do my best. Starting from today, you will report to me at the teleport station every day and I will train you, hard. You better be prepared as you will suffer. Blackhawk isn't just any school. Yang Monli paused and said casually, if you cannot bear it, you better ask Qin Xian to allow you to quit. I will not stop you. When do I start? Han Sen asked. Now, said Yang Monli before she got up and teleported to planet Roka with Han. Senator Yang Monli took Han Sen to the test hall at the teleport station, which was a military standard test hall that provided more accurate tests. You will do a detailed test first and let me see what's the difference between your fitness level and the lowest standard for Blackhawk, Yang Monli said with no expression. No need for that. I think I could definitely pass that bar. Han Sen did not dare to do the test, afraid he might scare Yang with his data. The last time he took the test, he had approached 10 in all his numbers. Having gained lots of mutant and sacred geno points after that, his fitness index should be well beyond 10 now. Do the test. Yang Monli commanded coldly. If you insist. Han Sen muttered and slowly walked toward the entrance of the test hall. Han Sen had made up his mind not to use his full strength, in case Yang could tell something was wrong. Fortunately, Han Sen was very confident in his control of his own body. The more he practiced jade skin, the more he was amazed by this hyper-geno art. He hadn't practiced it for long, but he already felt that he could adjust each bone and each muscle in his body. With jade skin, he could even change his heart rate, blood pressure, and body temperature to a certain extent. The more he understood jade skin, the more scared he felt. Fortunately, Xue Longyan had already been seriously injured when they met, or else it would have been Han Sen who got killed. It was precisely because of this that Han Sen wouldn't let anyone know that he was practicing jade skin, for fear that people might know Xue Longyan was killed by him. The test items here were similar to those in the test center, but were more sophisticated in general. Hence Han Sen knew what each item was for. Soon, Han Sen completed all the test items and came out of the test hall covered with sweat. Yang Monli had no idea that Han Sen looked so tired mainly because he was trying to control the test result. To control one's reflexes and heartbeat was extremely difficult in such sophisticated test items. If Han Sen hadn't practiced jade skin, he wouldn't have been able to hide his real physical condition at all. Yang Monli looked through Han Sen's test results and said, less than 10 in all items, but close. 10 is just the standard of ordinary military schools. For Blackhawk, even for specially recruited students, 10 was just a narrow pass. After reading something on a smart machine, she said, during the time we have left, which is little more than a month, I will make all your fitness index pass 10. Meanwhile, I will train you in archery. Only with proper archery skills will you be specially recruited. Monli, may I ask, without special enrollment, what kind of score is Blackhawk looking for? Han Sen asked curiously. When you are able to beat me, you could be admitted to Blackhawk on your own. Yang Monli went to the gym, not even glancing at Han. Senator Han Sen followed her to the gym and looked at all sorts of training equipment in the gym curiously. Many of the equipment he had never seen before. Many soldiers were training in the gym. The teleport station was part of the military, so everything here followed military standard. The only difference was that most soldiers here were new to the army and had never been to the battlefield. Those who could be assigned here typically had certain connections, or else they would have been sent to the front. Yang Monli led Han Sen in front of a sealed device the size of a train compartment. The device was around 150 feet long. She turned it on and entered some data before she took off her jacket, revealing a black professional training suit underneath. The suit was made of a material unknown to Han Sen, which had a form-fitting effect. Han Sen noticed that Yang Monli had a great body. Her legs were especially long and straight, seducing one to touch them. Look carefully. I will only show you once. For today, you need to finish this training every day before you go anywhere else. Yang Monli said and went into the device. The moment Yang Monli entered the device, all soldiers who were exercising came around and drooled over the holographic image displayed. Yang's body is getting more and more perfect. I could play with those legs for 3 years. 3 years. I can play with them for 30 years. Check out her ass. These animals stared at the holographic image almost with their eyeballs popped out. Inside the device, Yang Monli had started. There are many exercise items in the device and she finished them one by one effortlessly. The items didn't look very difficult either. Brother, what is this device? Looks like it is not that difficult. Han Sen asked a soldier curiously. Not difficult. Kiddo, you are too naive. Yang seems effortless because she's got great fitness index. If you were to do it, you would be too tired to finish 3 items. This is called gravity trainer. There are such devices on all interstellar aircrafts and warships and they are used to adjust the internal gravity. With the parameters set by Yang, one would need at least 10 in fitness index to train. Or else walking in the device alone would be a torture, even worse than screwing 7 times in one night. Son, all you could do is pray. These soldiers knew Han's senator. They were all aware that Qin Xian had often called him into the combat room. Yang Monli stepped out of the gravity trainer in a little while, and the soldiers quickly scattered back to do their training as if nothing had happened. Yang Monli had some sweat on her forehead. She put on her jacket and said, "Now you complete the exercise and then come to find me." She left with no intention of watching Han Sen do the exercise. Yang Monli knew very well that Han Sen's physical fitness index was only close to 10 and it was impossible for him to finish such intense training. She just wanted to humble him so that he would follow her orders better. A soldier ran toward Han Sen when the latter was about to enter the gravity trainer to start training. Putting his hand over Han Sen's shoulder, the soldier smiled and said, "Buddy, if you can bring us some R-rated holographic resources when you come here in the future, I'll let you in on a secret and make the gravity trainer a piece of cake for you." "Deal." "What's the secret?" Han Sen agreed, knowing he was asking for porns. "Great." The soldier patted Han Sen's shoulder and whispered to his ear, "Once the parameters were set up, Yang could tell if you have modified them after. However, the device has a protective mechanism, which is designed mainly to prevent dangers to your body. My method allows you to change the parameters through this mechanism so that the result doesn't show the modification. So, you can easily complete the test without being found out by Yang." "Fantastic. What should I do?" Han Sen asked. "I can tell you the secret, but a deal is a deal. You need to get me those R-rated holographic resources or you will regret it," said the soldier. "Brother, rest assured. I'll get you those," Han Sen patted his own chest and guaranteed. The soldier nodded with satisfaction and told Han Sen the method to change the parameters. He repeatedly told Han Sen to bring him the porns and designated a few actresses. "Parameters set up, please confirm." Han Sen went into the gravity trainer and heard the AI. "Okay," Han Sen replied. "Confirmation completed. Start testing in 10 seconds. Countdown starts. 10, 9, 8. When the countdown was over, Han Sen felt his body sank, as if he had suddenly gained a few 100 pounds. Han Sen did not use the soldier's method. He wanted to see if he could finish the exercise like Yang Monli did. Han Sen was not used to the added gravity and warmed up a little before he started. When Yang Monli was back from her office, it was already in the afternoon. She thought Han Sen should be worn out like a dead dog by now and would probably be more obedient in the future. When Yang Monli returned to the gym, she was surprised to see Han Sen chatting with the soldiers there. The soldiers were even showing him how to play with all sorts of devices. He looked rather lively and not tired at all. "Han Sen, I asked you to train." "What are you doing?" annoyed, Yang Monli asked coldly. The soldiers were scared away like mice met a cat, leaving Han Sen standing there alone in front of Yang Monli. "Captain, I've completed the training." Han Sen saluted the way the soldiers had just taught him. "Completed?" Yang Monli frowned and walked quickly toward the gravity trainer. She pulled out the data and as she checked each item, her face became darker and darker. There was no doubt that Yang Monli did not think the data was real. Only those who with more than 12 in fitness index could achieve this. She had just tested Han Sen's fitness and he wasn't even a 10. So, this could not be his real performance. "Who told you about the protection mechanism?" Yang Monli stared at Han Sen madly. Of course, she knew about this trick. "What protection mechanism? I do not understand what you are talking about." Han Sen looked innocent. "You won't tell. Go get a 7. 0 practice bow and some arrows." Yang Monli calmed down and said coldly. Han Sen did not know what she wanted to do, and did what she asked. "You know the standard stance to draw the string?" Yang Monli looked at Han Sen and asked. "Yes." Han Sen nodded. "Very good, Pull the string to the fullest on standard stance, young Monli said quietly. Han Sen had worked hard on archery, so his stance was perfect and he easily pulled the string to the fullest. Good stance. Han Sen was surprised to hear young Monli's compliment. Thank you, Captain. Still, Han Sen knew he was in trouble. Hold this position until midnight. If you move during this period and I do not get the answer I want, you do not need to show up here again. Even if the station master came here herself, one of us must go. Young Monli turned to leave. Seeing Yang going away, the soldiers ran back and the one who told Han Sen about the protection mechanism felt guilty and said, "Sorry buddy, I did not expect Yang to be onto you. I did you harm instead of good. It's just a few hours. I'll be fine." Han Sen said casually. Do not underestimate the standard stance. 20 minutes was all right, but 2 hours is just torture. A 7. 0 bow is not a joke, usually we can't even last 2 hours with a 6. 0 bow. It's 4 hours until midnight. Yang is really brutal this time. I say let's go apologize. Just tell her we all told him about the loophole. Or else he would probably not be able to use his arms ever again. If we have to. Judging from her look, we would suffer as well. The soldiers complained and sighed. No need. I'll give it a shot. My endurance has always been good. 4 hours, I think there should be no problem. Han Sen called the soldiers who were going to apologize back. It doesn't matter how good your endurance is. It's torture. Han Sen smiled, I've seen worse. Don't go yet. If I can't do it, you could go then. Maybe by then young Monli will see how miserable I am and lessen the punishment. That is also true. Buddy, you hang in there first. Let us know when it gets bad. We will go and confess. The soldiers were loyal. Han Sen nodded and did not speak. Remaining motionless was sometimes even worse than violent movement, especially when he was also drawing a 7. 0 bow. In the beginning he didn't feel much, but after half an hour, his arm muscles began to feel numb, and with the passage of time, this numb feeling was more and more intense. In just an hour, Han Sen was sweating like rain, his arms burning and whole body trembling. Han Sen gritted his teeth and started to practice jade skin. A spring-like coolness flowed through all his veins, where the numb feeling was gradually relieved. Through the monitor, young Monli would glance at Han Sen from time to time. She saw him keeping the stance but started to tremble when it was approaching an hour. His endurance was already beyond her expectation. Even the soldiers can only last this long. Young Monli predicted he could last about at most 1.5 hours, certainly less than 2 hours. Cheating in your first training session. I have to put you through hell. Young Monli did not really want a name from Han Senator. His silence was a quality she could appreciate, and if he had confessed about the person who had told him, she would have looked down on him. After working for a while, young Monli checked on him again when it was an hour and a half, and found he was still standing there. Young Monli could not help but frown, as Han Sen looked better now than half an hour ago. He had stopped trembling and was sweating less. In general, he looked more relaxed. He moved. Young Monli was not sure and played the footage backward, noticing Han Sen had not moved in the last 30 minutes. Odd. Young Monli did not go back to work, but paid full attention to Han Sen's image. Han Sen had been standing for 2 hours. Buddy, you're awesome. Can you keep going? Your endurance is out of this world. If you are this good in every aspect, you could definitely go to the Alliance Central Military Academy. Brother, you a real man. A soldier gave him a thumbs up. Let us know if you can't keep going. Don't risk hurting your own body. It's not worth it. Keeping his body motionless, Han Sen smiled and said, I feel okay. I can definitely hold until midnight. No need to check on me. Brother, if you can really hold until midnight, you will be under my protection in the future. Your protection? Do you dare to fight Yang or Qin Xian? Ahem, I was just saying. Do not be so serious. The soldiers took a shower and went to the cafeteria, leaving Han Sen alone in the gym. He was practicing jade skin secretly and felt its power welling from every body cell, eliminating his fatigue. When Han Sen had insisted for 3 hours, even Yang Monli was shocked. She even doubted if the soldiers had hacked the monitor and all she saw was a loop. Soon she ruled out that possibility and left the office for the gym. Now, do you have something to say to me? Yang Monli approached Han Sen, who was standing like a statue. Han Sen hadn't reached a certain level in jade skin, so his fatigue wasn't cleared away completely. Having stood there for over 3 hours, he was drenched in sweat. Even so, his stance was still firm as ever and his hands holding the bow didn't even tremble. Yang Monli for the first time felt that maybe Han Sen was somewhat talented. He had been standing like that for more than 3 hours and his hands were still steady, which was a great quality for an archer. Captain, I really have nothing to say, Han Sen said. Well, since you are so tough, you could keep standing here. Yang Monli went away without looking back. She was a little angry, but also respected Han Sen for what he did. That was a difficult task for a 16-year-old. She herself could only last 2 hours with a 6.0 bow at his age. After Yang Monli had closely observed Han Sen's situation and made sure he was fine, she was surprised to see that he did have the energy to continue. Although this was a test of endurance, and didn't have much to do with his other qualities. It still showed that Han Sen was outstanding in something, as someone with a fitness index less than 10 wasn't likely to last this long. How can he have such strong endurance? Yang Monli thought she probably couldn't even accomplish this herself, while Han Sen, someone with much worse fitness than she, could pull through. After Yang Monli went back to the office, she continued to monitor Han Senator. On one hand, she wanted to find out how long Han Sen could last in the end, on the other hand, she was afraid his arms would be damaged. She did not want Han Sen on her team, but she did not mean to harm him either. That was why she couldn't let anything happen to him. Not to mention she had started to appreciate his endurance and perseverance. As for Han Sen's answer, in fact, Yang Monli did not really want to hear it. If Han Sen had really confessed, Yang Monli would have thought he was a snitch. Before long, the soldiers took some water and food and sneaked back into the gym. Brother, great job. Come and drink some nutrition solution to get some strength. A soldier opened a bottle of nutrient solution and lifted it to Han Sen's lips. Eat something. Although this meat is as good as the meat from God's sanctuary, it was cooked by a chef here and the taste is good. Another soldier held a large piece of barbecue on a fork and put it up to Han Sen's mouth. It's fine. I only have 1 hour left and must satisfy Yang's demand. I am afraid she would say it doesn't count if you help me, Han Sen said. Brother, you are really a tough guy. I don't admire anyone but you. Right, what is your name? Han Sr., you are just over 16, right? Haven't had my 17th birthday. Are all kids so tough these days? I do not know about others, but I'm definitely the toughest. Do not talk to him anymore. It consumes his energy. The soldiers saw Han Sen was fine and set up a table next to him to play cards. Han Sen was upset and thought, you animals. Are you trying to help or piss me off? Han Sen had been standing there for more than 4 hours. The soldiers watched the clock turning to 1 second past midnight, put the cards down, took the bow over and raised Han Sen up, ready to throw him into the hydro massage machine. Don't. I do not need the massage. It's too late now. I have to go home. Han Sen quickly waved his hands. He had seen this kind of machine before, and it would take at least an hour before he could get out. He did not want to waste his time here. That is not okay. You have been stretching your muscles for too long, which could severely harm your body. You must fully relax through the massage so that your veins and muscles could be revitalized. You have to stay in it for at least 3 hours with the strongest mode on, said a soldier seriously. I'm all right. Han Sen couldn't really wait 3 hours. As the soldiers insisted, he used a technique from Ghost Hunt and grabbed a soldier's neck. With a twist, he wiggled free like a snake. Brothers, I'm really okay. I have to go home now. If you don't believe me, I will show you that I still have the energy to perform military boxing, Han Sen said, and performed the complete set of military boxing. Military boxing was something taught at the integrated compulsory education, and was something as simple as gymnastics. But all the soldiers were dumbfounded by it. They watched Han Sen as if they had seen a ghost. *T. Kid, you must be a monster under the human skin, the soldiers suddenly shouted when Han Sen finished the military boxing. Ashura under the human skin. A perpetual motion machine under the human skin. When Han Sen left the teleport station, it was 1 o'clock in the morning. His mother and sister weren't home, so he cooked himself something to fill his stomach and went to bed. Although Han Sen's body was fine, he did feel rather tired and almost fell asleep immediately. He didn't get up until it was noon. Han Sen stretched and felt very good all over. It was as if all his cells and pores were revitalized. He discovered that he had made great progress in jade skin. Although it was still just a little, it was about the effect of 10 days practice. So jade skin is practiced more efficiently under extreme conditions. Han Sen was surprised. It was worth a shot anyway. If it was true, it would be great for his practice of jade skin. Han Sen was not in a hurry. He had lots of time to train in the gravity trainer in the future. If he didn't do it, young Monli would make him anyway. Han Sen had carefully thought about his current situation. It would still be a while until he could become an aristocrat, and it was not a bad thing to join Qin Xian's squad to gain protection for his family. As Qin Xian had said, if Son of Heaven wanted to harm his family, there wasn't really much he could do even if he was home. The military's protection was more reliable. Son of Heaven was careful with Qin Xian in God's sanctuary, so Han Sen believed that Qin Xian's background would deter Son of Heaven. As long as Son of Heaven didn't know he was dollar, Han Sen didn't think the guy would risk offending the military force for some small conflict. On the next day, Han Sen brought pawns to the soldier who had asked him for them. The soldier was so happy that he wanted to become sworn brothers with Han Sen and said Han Sen would be responsible for his happiness from now on. Han Sen was covered in sweat. Fortunately, young Monli came fast enough so that Han Sen got rid of the soldier successfully. Young Monli spent half an hour to explain some archery knowledge and gave Han Sen a few tasks to finish on his own. Han Sen had learned basic archery knowledge at school, and what Yang taught him was more practical, which benefited him a lot. Yang was indeed an expert. There were a lot of tasks for him to complete, which included the gravity trainer. Han Sen wanted to use the gravity trainer himself. This time he used the protection mechanism to adjust the parameters, not to reduce the gravity, but to increase the gravity a notch so that it suited his real fitness level better. The gym did not seem to be the place where ordinary soldiers trained. Han Sen had never seen other soldiers here than the ones he talked to. During lunch break, Han Sen was chatting with the soldiers he knew. The soldier who asked Han Sen for pawns regarded Han Sen and asked, "Sen, in addition to bow and arrows, what other weapons do you use?" "Dagger." Han Sen showed him the Z-steel dagger. Han Sen only knew the nicknames of these soldiers. This guy's name was Gambler. Han Sen learned from others that he was greedy and lewd. Gambler took over Han Sen's dagger and played with it. The dagger seemed like a living thing in his hand, making dazzling moves like a snake. Watch this. Gambler held the dagger an inch away from Han Sen's eyes. With a simple wave of his hand, the dagger disappeared in front of Han Sen and Gambler's hand was empty. *T. Your nickname should be Magician. Han Sen looked everywhere and didn't see the dagger. Gambler laughed and shook his hands in front of Han Senator. He curled his fingers and the dagger returned to his hands magically. How did you do that? Han Sen widened his eyes. Pretty cool, huh? Gambler asked proudly. Yep. Han Sen quickly nodded. Dazzling, no? Gambler played with the dagger. For sure. Han Sen nodded again. Want to learn? Gambler looked at Han Sen with a faint smile. I do. Do you want to teach me? Han Sen asked. If you can bring me all my girls' new movies, I will teach you. Gambler said with a smile. No problem. Han Sen agreed, knowing the girls Gambler referred to were certain porn stars. Although it cost some money to buy new movies, Han Sen really wanted to learn these tricks. Come, we will find a place so that I can show you. Gambler took Han Sen aside and told him the key to it. Han Sen then found out that it was not really magic but finger tricks. Although it was taking advantage of the blind spots, the most important part was one's control of the muscles on the arm. Yes, it was the entire arm instead of just the hand. Gambler told him that this trick was called Heaven in Sleeves, also known as sleeve blade. It was passed down in his family as the foundation of their family business. The dirk Gambler used was specially made. Thin and sharp, it had a crescent-like double-edged blade but no hilt. Gambler was playing with one dirk in each hand, and it looked like there were two butterflies dancing around his hands, which was amazing to watch. How long will it take for me to become a master like you? Han Sen looked at Gambler enviously. Gambler smiled. I started at the age of 3, and became better at 7. I'm now intermediate and still far from being a master. He gave the dagger back to Han Sen and said, do not underestimate this trick. Although it is just lays the foundation, but it is fundamental and will benefit you for the rest of your life. Gambler, what does your family do? Han Sen could not help but ask. Aha, you will never be in our business and I do not intend to let you. I'm just showing you a trick. You could practice it if you think it is fun. Never mind other issues. Gambler walked away and turned back to ask Han Sen, have you ever played games on the Skynet? Rarely. Han Sen had spent all his time trying to survive, and had no time for games. Go play Hand of God. It will help you learn this trick. If you can level up in that game, you will be getting somewhere with this trick. Gambler pointed to the holographic training machine. Han Sen was very interested in Sleeve Blade, so he went to check out Hand of God on the holographic training machine. Soon he understood why Gambler asked him to play this game. This was a holographic game. Its idea was like whack-a-mole, but instead of using fingers alone, the spots to touch could appear everywhere around one's arms. One must use all muscles rationally to hit all the spots to pass a level. It was highly demanding for one's dexterity and accuracy. In addition to the beginner level, the game was divided into 3 levels: Evolver, Surpass and Demigod. The intention of the classification was obviously to correspond with the 3 phases of God's sanctuary, and to guide players to choose the right level. Han Sen first chose the beginner level. Actually, when Gambler said, level up, he meant to clear the beginner level. As for which level Gambler himself was in, Han Sen had no way of knowing. Soon, Han Sen was hooked. He was not that smooth in the beginning, but was soon addicted to the satisfaction gained from hitting rapidly as he got familiar with the game. Faster, faster, faster. Once started, the game would push one to pursue the exhilaration in speeding up. But Han Sen did not have much time to play this game. After a few rounds in the martial arts contest, Han Sen reached the final match as expected. Not sure it was good luck or bad luck, Han Sen didn't encounter either Fist Guy or Son of Heaven. Son of Heaven had eliminated Fist Guy, and Qin Xian had eliminated Son of Heaven. The final match was between Qin Xian and Han Senator. In fact, Han Sen wanted to fight Son of Heaven more, so that he would have the opportunity to kill Son of Heaven on the stage. Usually the young master was surrounded by many strong men and there was almost no chance for Han Sen to approach him. On the day of the final match between Dollar and Qin Xian, the stands were packed with at least 100,000 audience. Even many of those who didn't register came. In addition to it being the final match, it was popular also thanks to the fame of Dollar and Qin Xian. Qin Xian was undoubtedly the legend of Steel Armor Shelter. As a woman, she had been the champion of the martial arts contest for several years now, although she was never among the chosen. There was no doubt that she was the No.1 in Steel Armor Shelter. In addition, she was also beautiful. All of these made her the goddess of Steel Armor Shelter. People loved, feared and respected her. Dollar's recent rise was even more legendary. He came from nowhere, but there had been so many headlines and controversies about him. Both seizing Son of Heaven's sacred blood beast soul and killing Luo Tianyang made Dollar a somewhat negative figure. But smashing through the robot channel and fighting Goldenhorn Shura made him an idol. When one legend met the other, everyone wanted to know about the outcome. Will Qin Xian continue to be the invincible goddess? Or will Dollar become the new champion? Everyone was looking forward to this match. When Qin Xian and Dollar almost arrived at the same time, all expectations peaked and the cheers were deafening. Dollar, a bet? Qin Xian didn't move, but looked at Han Sen with a smile. The audience heard Qin Xian's words and quieted down, wanting to know what bet she was proposing. What bet? Though looking calm, Han Sen was puzzled. Did she want to buy the victory from him? If you lose this one, join my Steel Armor gang and be my deputy. When I evolve and go to Second God's Sanctuary, you will be the head of the gang. Qin Xian had a sweet smile on. There was an uproar among the audience. No one thought Qin Xian would say something like this. Steel Armor Gang was far more than just a gang. It also represented the presence of military and the alliance in God's sanctuary. Qin Xian was asking Dollar to become the official spokesman of the alliance at Steel Armor Shelter. It was a great honor. Sorry, I cannot accept this condition. But unexpectedly, Dollar refused Qin Xian's offer. Why? Qin Xian looked at Han Sen, stunned. The head of Steel Armor Gang was a position pursued by many. It was a ladder toward the power center of the alliance, but Dollar turned it down without considering. The audience also thought Dollar was crazy. How can he turn down such a great offer? There are two reasons, Han Sen smiled and said. First, you cannot beat me. The answer left many slightly shocked, while Qin Xian asked, what is the second reason? I will go to Second God's Sanctuary earlier than you, so although I appreciate your kindness, I can't take your offer, Han Sen calmly said. His reply was arrogant. With her gang, Qin Xian could gain Geno points a lot more easily than most people. While Dollar was on his own, he said he could evolve earlier than her. But no one felt that Dollar was mistaken. It seemed that everything was likely with Dollar and he shouldn't be questioned. Qin Xian smiled. Well, then I would like to propose something else. If you lose, tell me who you really are. Qin Xian's words had led to a burst of cheers on the stands. All the audience were dying to know who Dollar was. Qin Xian's proposal was embraced by all. And if you lose? Han Sen grinned and asked. You can propose something as well. Smiling, Qin Xian looked full of confidence. It was as if she would never lose. An S-Class license at St. Hall. Han Sen was obsessed with the hyper-Geno arts in St. Hall. he had neither the money nor the license. Deal. Qin Xian did not even lift her eyes before she agreed, as if an S-class license was nothing to her. Then let's begin. Han Sen drew the Shura katana. He didn't dare to slack when fighting Qin Xian, who had the most Geno points among all in the shelter. She was probably 10 sacred Geno points away from maxing out on everything. Han Sen had never seen Qin Xian using her full strength, but he still thought he stood a chance. Han Sen's biggest advantage was his understanding of Qin Xian. She would never thought that Dollar was in fact Han Sen, whom she had fought 1,000,000 times. Although she was always kicking his ass, he had learned a lot of her fighting habits. Qin Xian on the other hand knew nothing about Dollar. Qin Xian stretched her hand and a beautiful purple butterfly started to dance in her palm, which turned into a purple dagger. Elegant and demure, she stood there like a goddess. Han Sen had seen her using this sacred blood poisonous butterfly dagger once, but it was on the purple-winged dragon. The dagger wasn't really effective as the dragon was gigantic. However, it would be different for a person. Han Sen didn't know if he could stand the toxin if stabbed with the dagger. So, Han Sen wasn't going to give Qin Xian any opportunity to attack. He wielded the katana using blade storm and the strike was so fast as if it could break the wind. It was a similar strike as this one that had ended Luo Tianyang's life. Qin Xian smiled, and moved away like a butterfly, dodging the fierce strike and stabbed her dagger at Han Sen's throat. Han Sen stepped forward and ignored the dagger. The katana was wielded at Qin Xian again. That was a move that put both their lives at stake. If Qin Xian did not dodge again, she would be cut in half. Since Han Sen was in sacred blood armor, he had a bigger chance at survival even cut by her sacred blood dagger. Scoundrel, Qin Xian scowled, gracefully moved sideways and avoided Han Sen's attack. Han Sen was thrilled to see Qin Xian moving away. A storm of katana strikes poured on the lady as blade storm was fully brought into play. Each strike was faster than the last. Qin Xian was forced to defend herself and had no chance to attack. Han Sen knew well that Qin Xian was nimble. He had been practicing ghost haunt for a long time now and had improved a lot on his footwork. However, he had never been able to get close to her in any combat except for the first time when she had underestimated him. Sure enough, Qin calmly dodged all the strikes Han Sen made calmly as if she were dancing. Meanwhile she fought back from time to time with grace. None of it mattered to Han's senator. He hacked the katana at her regardless and worked both blade storm and jade skin to the maximum. A coolness gushed in his veins like a spring and activated every cell in his body. Qin Xian quietly warded off all attacks from Han's senator. She was very confident in herself. It took her a few years to finally get to the first stage of atomic fission. With her current Geno points and beast souls, Qin Xian believed that she could become the chosen this year, and even the first place was not impossible. Atomic fission was an advanced hyper-Geno art, which could fortify all body parts. As suggested by its name, it was close to the root of all hyper-Geno arts and could produce long-lasting power that improved one's physique significantly. It would be the perfect hyper-Geno art if it wasn't so difficult to get started. Qin Xian had started to practice atomic fission under her family members' guidance since she was a toddler, but her progress had been slow. Now she had practiced it for 2 decades and she just got to the first stage a few months ago. Yes, just the first stage. But she had made a leap in her strength already with the first stage. 20 years of practice did not go wasted. Once she got somewhere, her improvement was skyrocketing. Even Son of Heaven, who was on the same level as she, was easily defeated by her this year. It wasn't that Son of Heaven was weak, but that she had become too strong after getting to the first stage of atomic fission. Qin Xian believed that she could definitely reach the top this year and dollar wouldn't be an issue. Qin Xian wasn't even thinking about winning or losing, but how to win dollar to better impress him. Qin Xian did not care about the storm of blades. As fierce as it looked, it couldn't hurt her. She only felt it was a bit troublesome as she didn't want to kill Dollar. If you like driving, I'll let you drive. I will wait until you are so completely exhausted that you can't even move your arm. By then I will still be calm and appreciate your despair. Qin Xian smiled and dodged another strike, thinking, as long as you lose to me this way, you will think I am invincible and never dare to fight me again. Qin Xian intended to burn Han Sen out. The way Han Sen wielded his katana would consume his strength fast. Each strike brought all his potentials out at the cost of his stamina. For Qin Xian's atomic fission, stamina was one of its key strengths. A metaphor would be that a nuclear power plant was much more efficient than a coal-fired power plant. As Qin Xian kept avoiding Han Sen's attacks, she was patiently waiting for him to be worn down. The blood of the audience were set afire. Han Sen's katana was swift and fierce, and Qin Xian's dancing was ethereal and elegant. Their movements were so fast that they became a blur. It was indeed a great match. And in the eyes of ordinary people, Han Sen was chasing Qin Xian and seemed to have the upper hand. Cheers of "Dollar" could be heard from time to time. It seems that the champion in steel armor shelter would be someone else this year. Of course, Dollar is absolutely invincible. Haha, men are the master of this world. Tremble, women. Yang Monli curled her lips with disdain, looking like a goddess who didn't deign to argue with the mortals. Son of Heaven was even more scornful. He had experienced how strong Qin Xian was. He had always known about atomic fission. If he had wanted to learn it, he could have. But as it took at least 2 decades for someone talented to get to the first stage, he chose not to. Indeed, everyone knew that this was a great hyper-geno art, but few dared to practice it. No one wanted to put 2 decades into a higher geno art that they didn't know would work or not. If one failed, one would not even have a chance to start over with a different hyper-geno art. Son of Heaven hadn't had the courage to practice atomic fission, and regretted it now that he saw how well Qin Xian was doing. Son of Heaven, it looks like Qin Xian was in trouble. She was continuously under attack, a young man in Son of Heaven's gang said nervously. Son of Heaven twitched his mouth and replied, "What do you know? Qin Xian has got to the first stage of atomic fission and she is basically impossible to beat. Although Dollar was attacking, he will soon lose his strength to even lift the katana. His loss would be miserable. So that's what it is. How experienced and knowledgeable you are." The young man quickly kissed up to him. But next to them, another young man commented abruptly, "Keep silent if you don't understand it. Don't you have any common sense? Men are simply stronger than women, and it will be Qin Xian who is worn down first." Son of Heaven was provoked to wrath, but he paused when he saw the young man's face. It was the young master named Qin who had once hired Han Sen as his bodyguard. Yuan and the rest of the group were also there. Qin, Son of Heaven, gave a hollow laugh and explained, "There are differences between men and women. But those differences were negligible. Dollar's stamina is far worse than that of Qin Xian who had reached the first stage in atomic fission. I believe in half an hour, Dollar wouldn't even be able to wield his katana." "How come I can't see that?" Qin was not convinced and said. "My father told me that women are inferior to men. I know that Dollar will win and that woman will definitely lose." Son of Heaven smiled with confidence. "Qin, no need to debate. We will see what happens in half an hour. You will find out who is right at that time." But half an hour later, Son of Heaven's face became a bit stiff as Han Sen was still fiercely brandishing the katana at the same speed. "Son of Heaven, didn't you say that Dollar would be worn out in half an hour? I'm telling you my dad was right. Men are better than women," Qin said proudly. Looking at Son of Heaven's grim face, Yuan smiled and did not speak. Son of Heaven was really upset. According to common sense, Dollar would not last half an hour. With that kind of strikes, few in First God's sanctuary could. Ahem. It seems that Dollar has practiced some special hyper-geno art that improves his stamina. Even so, he couldn't possibly last an hour. In another half an hour, he would be worn down. Son of Heaven wanted to restore some authority of his. Son of Heaven, you are a guy. Why do you keep cheering for a woman? My dad says that men are the best. I think Dollar must be better than that woman. You have no vision. Ching obviously did not agree with Son of Heaven's argument. Son of Heaven almost choked. Pretending to be calm, he said, Ching, if you don't believe me, keep on watching. In half an hour, you will know who is right. I'm just stating the fact here. Is there any need to watch? Dollar will certainly have no problem. He killed a golden-horned Shura. Why will he lose to a woman? Ching said with open worship in his eyes. Son of Heaven did not say anything, considering argument with such a kid unnecessary. In a while the kid will see what is good judgment. But another half an hour had passed, and Dollar's spirit was still high. There was no sign of him burning out at all, which made Son of Heaven uncomfortable as if he had just swallowed a fly. Ching was very pleased and patted Son of Heaven on the shoulder. Son of Heaven, what did I tell you? Men can't be weaker than women. A man that can't beat a woman is not a man. It's been an hour and Dollar is still fierce. I believe that woman will be beat in a while. You need to learn from me so that you can have better judgment. Remember to take men's side instead of women's. Son of Heaven was seething with anger. He pretended not having heard Ching and kept silent. Right, Son of Heaven, why didn't you enter the final? Who did you lose to? Dollar. Ching wasn't even aware of Son of Heaven's emotions and kept asking him. How could I lose to that guy? Son of Heaven immediately said coldly. Who did you lose to then? Ching asked. Son of Heaven felt his own face was burning. He lost to the woman on the stage, but it wasn't time to tell Ching that. Knowing that Son of Heaven had lost to Qin Shihuang, Yuan almost laughed out loud. He pulled the sleeve of Ching and asked, Are you here to talk or to watch the game? It's only fun to discuss the game while we watch, Ching retorted. Fun for you. Son of Heaven was about to be set on fire. Yuan glanced at Son of Heaven's sullen face and thought. Displeased, Son of Heaven felt strange. Dollar has been wielding the weapon so fiercely that it's impossible for him to keep going for such a long time. Unless he has also practiced atomic fission. Other than Son of Heaven, Qin Xian felt something was off as well. Attacking at such a high speed, Dollar had sustained way longer than she had expected, making her alarmed and surprised. In such a high-intensity duel, even she had begun to feel a little tired. Dollar, however, seemed to feel nothing and kept attacking with the katana swiftly, as if he could do this forever, giving birth to a trace of powerlessness in Qin Xian's mind. No, I cannot go on like this. He must have also practiced some hyper-geno art that enhances his stamina. Maybe I will be the one who is worn out first. Qin Xian gritted her teeth and dodged another strike. She took back her dagger and two beast souls appeared in the air. One beast soul was the mutant golden lion that she had always used. She instantaneously shape-shifted into a magnificent golden lion. And the other beast soul was a ball of blue liquid, which poured into the lion and turned its golden body blue. The lion also grew larger and looked fiercer. That is sacred blood water spirit. Qin Xian actually got its beast soul. Son of Heaven was shocked to see that. He knew very well how scary a sacred blood water spirit was. It could coexist with another creature and make that creature exceptionally strong. Qin Xian made the final attack to the water spirit when she was hunting it with Son of Heaven, who did not know she got the beast soul. It seemed that the beast soul had the same power as the creature it once belonged to. With the help of water spirit beast soul, the mutant golden lion had become stronger than normal sacred blood creatures. Qin Xian could then fully display the power of atomic fission. Son of Heaven was surprised. Qin Xian has become so strong. It seems that this year she could be among top 3 of the chosen. Han Sen knew Qin Xian really well. He glanced at her expression and knew something was off. Just before she summoned the water spirit beast soul, he summoned his wings and flew up high. Everyone was stunned, including Qin Xian. Who could have thought Dollar, who looked like he was going for mutual destruction, had flown away the minute Qin Xian shape-shifted? Qin Xian, who had shape-shifted, did not know what to do. These 2 beast souls were fierce enough for sure. Even Dollar used a sacred blood shape-shifting beast soul, she could beat him. She chose the moment when Han Sen was making the most powerful strikes to shape-shift so that he wouldn't disengage himself. She didn't have sacred blood wings, so she wanted to end the match as soon as possible. What she did not think of was that Dollar, who was chasing her, just flew away faster than rabbits. Qin Xian suddenly felt very embarrassed. As fierce as she was right now, she could not fly, and as a lion, she could no longer use weapons, so she couldn't even throw things at Han Sen. Flying in the air, Han Sen summoned the mutant sawfish spear and cast it down at Qin Xian like how a fisherman would use a harpoon. The lion that Qin Xian had turned into reached out a claw and hit the spear hard. The spear, as thick as an arm, bent and bounced off. Fortunately, the spear was tough enough so that it wasn't broken under her claw. Han Sen took back his mutant sawfish spear and watched her from above, not intending to attack again or to land. Everyone suddenly came to understand that Dollar was trying to consume Qin Xian's shape-shifting time. Shape-shifting beast souls required a lot of energy to use. Even Qin Xian couldn't stay like this for very long, or it would hurt her body. So shameless. Do you call yourself a man? What do you know? It's tactics. If she could fly as well, then good for her. There was suddenly a chaos on the stands. Some supported Dollar and some Qin Xian. Qin Xian simply could not reach Han Senator. She quickly dismissed the shape-shifting beast soul. But the moment she did that, Han Sen flew down and slashed his katana at her. Qin Xian had met a lot of strong enemies, but she had never been as depressed as she was at this moment. Once she shape-shifted, Han Sen would immediately fly into the sky. When she turned into herself, Han Sen would then rush down. She became sullen as she couldn't make use of her own strength. Dollar is just great. He is fighting like a gorilla. He is bullying her. Qin Xian is almost crying. Shameless scum. How can a man be so brazen? Unabashed, Han Sen believed it did not matter how he won as long as he won. If he could go to the contest among the champions of all the shelters and rank top 10, he would be rewarded a sacred blood beast soul. He would definitely try his best for that sake. Qin Xian did not expect that Dollar would sink so low to make her unable to use her power. Now she was only happy that Dollar was not an archer, or she would be even more miserable. Dollar, you are a dignified man. Do you dare to fight me head-on? Qin Xian wanted to prod Dollar into action. Unfortunately, Han Sen ignored her intention and replied, "You are a soldier. Don't you understand that victory is all that matters? Even if I let you win today, what if you encounter champions of other shelters who could fly? Do you expect to persuade them to give up their ability to fly as well?" Qin Xian paused, and people who accused Han Sen of being shameless also lowered their voices. In fact, they should have thought of this. There had been more than one person who could fly among the chosen before. Not being able to fly was a weakness of Qin Xian's, and even if she won today, others might still choose to exploit that in the future. Many people who supported Qin Xian kept silent. Qin Xian smiled wryly. "Well, I give up. We do not have to go on." Qin Xian knew that she had such a fatal weakness, but did not think Dollar would be so brazen to use that to his advantage. Now that she had no way of winning, she chose to throw in the towel instead of staying in this awkward match. Qin Xian now regretted that she did not work hard on archery. Or she could have used an advanced beast soul bow and arrow to beat Dollar. You can pick up the S-Class license of St. Hall at Steel Armor Gang, Qin Xian said, and left the martial ring, which made Han Sen this year's champion of Steel Armor Shelter. Dollar's victory was very controversial. A lot of people thought it was not honorary. But Han Sen didn't mind his reputation as long as he could win the sacred blood beast soul given to the chosen. Qin Xian left in good grace, but she had also set Han Sen up. If he went to pick up the S-Class license at Steel Armor Gang, she might be ready to ambush him. Han Sen knew her so well that he didn't dare to pick up the license under her nose, as he knew she must be quite upset with him. The contest in Steel Armor Shelter was officially over. The top 100 all had their names on the martial steel in the martial ring. The first name there was Dollar. Han Sen hoped that no one would call him Doll again. However, many still did. All the shelter champions would start to compete in 10 days. By then everyone in First God Sanctuary could see the match taking place in the chosen martial ring. The top 10 participants would each gain a random sacred blood beast soul and be named the Chosen. If one had been the Chosen for the second or more time, one would no longer be awarded more sacred blood beast souls, but an upgrade to one's beast soul awarded the first time. Many of the chosen would just go into the entertainment industry and become a star. Countless agents and companies would try to sign the chosen with a large chunk of money. Unfortunately, the 10 chosen were normally the same persons from last year. Fresh faces would only have an opportunity once they evolved and went to Second God Sanctuary. Han Sen didn't care for the entertainment industry, but he would spare no effort in gaining the reward of a sacred blood beast soul. Legend has it that as the chosen's reward, someone had once gained a beast soul in the shape of a beauty woman. Some rich guy offered more than $1 billion and even an interstellar warship for it. No one knew if the deal was made, but no one had seen that beast soul again. It must be collected by some rich beast soul lover. Han Sen naturally wanted to be assigned a beast soul in the shape of a beauty and become rich overnight. But he would first have to become the chosen. Only 10 days to go until he started competing with other champions. There was no time for him to hunt for more Geno points. Han Sen decided to use the time to train himself in the teleport station. The gravity trainer was indeed a wonderful training device which had helped Han Sen a lot. He could push himself really far in a short amount of time inside it and practice Jade Skin much more efficiently. He would then complete the training tasks assigned by Yang Monli and use the rest of the time to play Hand of God. Han Sen was not sure what Gambler meant by pass. He thought he had to clear all levels, but in fact what Gambler meant was just to pass the beginner level. That was why Han Sen felt terrible that he still hadn't been able to pass the beginner level in so long. This game is so demanding on my dexterity of the entire arm and my control of muscles and bones. If I use Jade Skin when I play, I should be able to improve my score greatly. Han Sen tried it, and his scores indeed boomed. On the 6th day, he was able to level up for the first time. Han Sen was still vexed with the fact that it took him so long to pass the beginner level and he even had to use Jade Skin. However, if Gambler knew Han Sen had already passed beginner level, he would be so shocked that his chin should fall to the ground. Because of the misunderstanding, Han Sen continued to challenge the Evolver level of Hand of God, but he was making little progress even when using Jade Skin. Recently, Yang Monli was satisfied with Han Sen's performance. He had finished all the tasks she assigned him and the data of the gravity trainer became normal again. She thought it was because he had stopped exploiting the loophole, but little did she know that he was actually increasing the difficulty so that his result could look normal. It was almost midnight and Han Sen was the only one left in the gym, playing Hand of God. He had discovered that the game was almost designed for him. Since he started practicing jade skin, he had gained exceptional control of his bones and muscles, and he had also become much more flexible. This game could help improve his reflexes and agility, which was great for his progress with sleeve blade and other skills that required handwork. Qin Xian teleported out of God's sanctuary to look for Yang Monli, who chanced not to be in the teleport station. When passing by the gym, Qin Xian saw the light in the gym was still on and knew someone was still in there. She curiously took a look and saw Han Sen was playing Hand of God. Qin Xian felt nostalgic as she played this game a lot when she was in military school, putting a lot effort in it as well. Although autonomous vehicles had been the mainstream in the alliance for a long time, manual control was still needed when one was operating a warframe. In an interstellar war, warframes were fundamental as it would be hardly profitable to destroy a planet with weapons of mass destruction. Warframe, as an individual combat tool, played a vital role in wars these days. All military schools were training their students to operate warframes, which was one of the basic skills of a soldier. Hand of God was one of the best ways to improve one's speed and control, which were relevant to warframe operation. Qin Xian felt that she should teach Han Sen some tricks of the game. As he was hand-picked by her, she would like to make him better. Let's see how you are doing first. Qin Xian approached Han Sen and watched carefully. She was a bit far from him just now, so all she could see was that he kept failing, and that was why she wanted to teach him. But when Qin Xian got closer, she suddenly felt that the holographic spots were disappearing too fast, which was why he kept making mistakes. Which level did he choose? Qin Xian checked the data on the screen. Evolver 3. Qin Xian could not help but frown. She thought that Han Sen was too ambitious. The Evolver level was designed for Evolvers, as the name suggested. The unevolved could sometimes pass the Evolver level, but that was very rare. Even for Qin Xian with her current abilities, she could only pass Evolver 2 occasionally, which was already incredible for an unevolved. After all, the unevolved weren't the target players here. But Han Sen was challenging Evolver 3. And he was just aiming too high. Biting off more than you can chew will get you nowhere, she thought, while she did not interrupt Han Sen but watched him starting over again and again. She wanted to teach him a lesson when he chose to give up. Having watched for a while, Qin Xian became serious, then surprised, and eventually shocked. Han Sen was failing again and again. But in this process, he was making less and less mistakes and improving at a shocking rate. As someone who had worked hard on this game, Qin Xian knew that once you had reached your limit in the game, you could hardly improve again even with months' effort. A limit is a limit. And no practice could bring you over your limit. Unless your strength had improved significantly, no exercise could raise your score. The purpose of playing Hand of God was to show one's potential. But one couldn't improve one's potential by playing the game over and over again. Now Han Sen's improvement could only mean one thing: Evolver 3 was not yet his limit. That was why he could still reduce his mistakes and get better. Evolver 3 is not his limit. Is his talent in this area so great? Qin Xian did see great things in him, but did not expect he would be so good at this game. When she was in military school, the champion of the Military Academy League was just able to pass Evolver 3. And that guy was top 10 in the Warframe contest of the league. He was known for his swiftness and accuracy, and even had a nickname, Lighting Hand. Han Sen reached the same level without any professional training, which was why she felt shocked. Can he pass Evolver 3? Qin Xian stood aside, watching Han Sen with a complicated expression on her face. Han Sen did not notice the arrival of Qin Xian at all. Now, all his attention was focused on hitting the spots appearing everywhere. Jade Skin was fully employed. Faster, I can go faster. Han Sen's arms kept making swift and odd moves, twisted like serpents from time to time. Using all the muscles in his fingers and arms, he kept hitting all the spots appearing from nowhere. After the completion of Evolver 2, Han Sen had experienced countless failures adapting himself to the difficulty of Evolver 3. He felt easier and easier to keep going and started to feel that he could definitely pass this time. Qin Xian felt suffocated as she almost stopped breathing when she saw Han Sen's hands dancing madly. Halfway through Evolver 3, Han Sen had made no mistake yet. His hands were moving so fast that sometimes all she could see was the afterimage, which amazed her. Although the test had not yet been completed, Qin Xian was able to determine that Han Sen had the ability to pass Evolver 3. Judging from what she saw, he was not just lucky, but making progress constantly. Evolver 3. This is Evolver 3. Qin Xian was suddenly pleased with herself. She was the one who discovered Han Sen and insisted that he join her squad. The potentials he was exhibiting proved her decision extremely wise. An unevolved who could complete Evolver 3 in Hand of God was very likely to be invincible among all the unevolved once he learned how to operate a warframe. This kind of ability seems wasted on a sniper or archer. Qin Xian was swayed for a moment, as he would make a better warframe operator in an open battle than a sniper in the dark. But thinking of Han Sen's cautious character, Qin Xian soon gave up the idea as he was not cut out for close combat. But this discovery still made Qin Xian happy, because Han Sen was the best candidate to operate a warframe equipped with multiple long-range shooting weapons. Ding! A crisp sound interrupted the thoughts of Qin Xian. It was the tone of Han Sen passing Evolver 3. She was no longer surprised, because she had predicted that this was not his limit. But she was now more convinced of Han Sen's amazing potentials and felt more determined about one thing. This person is mine, Qin Xian thought eagerly, as Han Sen started to play Evolver 3 again. Even Qin Xian herself could not have foreseen that she would have such high hopes for this guy who mistook her for a creature and stabbed her in her but the first time they met. Evolver 3, if he got more Geno points and became an Evolver, how great could he be then? Qin Xian was slightly excited. She quietly watched Han Sen practice for a long time before she went out of the gym. Maybe I could raise the bar for him, Qin Xian thought with a smile that would make Han Sen shudder. 10 days had soon passed. Han Sen was stuck and couldn't pass Evolver 4 in such short time. There were 10 phases in each level and Han Sen's performance had been exceptional for an unevolved. Practicing Hand of God not only benefited his sleeve blade skills, but also helped his speed of Bladestorm, as his improvement was comprehensive. The contest of all champions has finally come. I have to be in the top 10. Han Sen had read a lot of information from previous years and felt that he stood a good chance. It was not to say that he was invincible. This year, several powerful chosen had gone to Second God's Sanctuary, which meant he had less competition. Han Sen studied his potential competition for a long time and found that his biggest rivals were likely to be Tang Junliu and Lin Feng. Tang had been the chosen several times. He was the 5th last year and 3 of the 4 that ranked higher than him had gone to Second God's Sanctuary this year. The only one who didn't go was named Lin Feng, similar to the name of Han Sen's friend Lin Beifeng. Lin Feng was the 2nd place last year. There was no doubt that this year the two men would be the ones to beat. He looked through the description from a lot of people who had watched last year's contest and found the two strong indeed. Great fighting skills, plenty of advanced beast souls plus the sacred blood beast souls awarded to them last time, as well as their growth this year, all meant they shouldn't be taken lightly. Han Sen has met Tang Junliu before. Although he kicked Tang's ass in the game, it was completely thanks to his reflexes and prejudgment. In a real combat, he needed more to win and just Tang's beast souls alone were trouble enough. How come these two guys did not go to Second God's Sanctuary? Han Sen was ever more concerned after he read the description. No matter how well they could fight, the beast souls they had would be fearsome enough. I hope I won't run into them too early, or I would probably be in bad shape even if I won, which would be a disadvantage in the following matches, Han Sen thought. He could gain a sacred blood beast soul as long as he was top 10, and the beast soul was assigned randomly. Therefore, Han Sen did not think of the first place, but would be happy as long as he was one of the chosen. When Han Sen was considering all kinds of possibilities, he heard his comlink and saw a strange number on it. Han Sen frowned. He was not sure who it would be and answered the call hesitantly. Beyond Han Sen's expectation, popped up in the holographic image was Tang Junliu. Surprise! Tang laughed. It sure is. What's up? Han Sen asked. I need a favor from you, Tang said. Let's hear it. I am just a nobody and may not be able to help you, Han Sen said with a smile. You sure can. It has to be you, too. But no worries, you could name your price, Tang Junliu said. What favor exactly? Han Sen cringed. Let's talk about it in person. Are you home now? I'll pick you up, Tang said hurriedly. No need. Tell me the place and I'll go to see you. Han Sen felt strange. Tomorrow was when the contest would start. What was Tang doing looking for Han Sen rather than preparing himself? Is it about the contest? Han Sen guessed and felt it necessary to figure out what Tang was up to. When Han Sen arrived at the place Tang Junliu told him, he saw Fang Jingqi was also there. Tang led Han Sen into the living room. After entering the living room, Han Sen saw that on the sofa sat a young man, who was very quiet and did not speak when he saw Han Sen coming in. Tang, what do you need me for? Han Sen asked directly. Brother, look at this first. Instead of answering Han Sen's question, Tang played a video. The scene was shot in a martial ring. A man in combat suit was surrounded by a group of people wearing masks. The moment Han Sen saw the man he shuddered, although it was just through the holographic image. Then the video began. Under the siege, the man started a gorgeous murder show. It was a slaughter. In 1 minute and 23 seconds, the man in combat suit was holding nothing but a dagger. He had killed a total of 34 people, each in one strike. No one survived, and no one could stand up again after taking his strike. The man was like death himself, harvesting lives casually. This person is a lot like you. After the video was played, Tang looked at Han Sen and said. That's not me, Han Sen said quietly. Of course it's not you, but you fight in the same style. Before you strike, there is no warning or signs. But the strike itself was fast and fierce, with perfect timing. You are both assassins, Tang concluded. Although Tang had not fought Han Sen, he was a great fighter and discovered many things when he was playing that drinking game with Han Sr., so. Han Sen frowned. This person is called Yi Dongmu, grandson of Senator Yi, who is demigod. This year he is the champion of Czar Shelter. In other words, he is one of my competitors, Tang explained. What do you want me to do? Disable him so that he cannot participate in the contest. I am sorry, but I do not have that kind of skills. Han Sen spread out his hands. Of course not. He is the grandson of Senator Yi. Even we couldn't approach him easily, let alone you. We could never assassinate him. In the alliance, wherever he goes, he's always closely guarded, Tang said. We have invited you here because we want you to imitate Yi Dongmu's tactics and spar with us. Truth be told, I really have no confidence to block his weird strikes and you can help us get used to his style. What's in it for me? Han Sen did not decline. Tang pondered, moved his lips but didn't speak. They were basically asking Han Sen to teach them how to beat himself, so it was very hard to name the price. If Han Sen was someone important, they would not even have asked as it could be perceived as provocative. We can try our best to accommodate whatever you propose, Fang Jingqi said. An S-Class license of St. Hall, Han Sen paused and said. Deal. Tang replied so fast that Han Sen felt that he might have asked for too little, maybe he should have said 2 S-Class licenses. But Han Sen had always been an optimist. 1 S-Class license was a great price already, and what they asked him to do helped himself in turn as well, as Yi Dongmu might be his opponent as well. I have to say this before we start. My skills are inferior to Yi's. Even if you could parry my attacks, you might still be stabbed by him, said Han Sr. I know. Here are some videos of him fighting. Watch carefully and then we will start. We don't have much time left and we can only hope that our first opponent won't be him so that we'd have more time to practice. Tang Junliu sat on the couch and joined Lin Feng, leaving Han Sen to watch the videos himself. Han Sen watched one video after another. None of the videos were shot officially. Han Sen felt this trip was worth it, because if he encountered Yi Dongmu without knowing his style, he might be killed in the match. Indeed, they shared the same style. The difference was that Han Sen had formed the style himself, while he clearly had a great mentor. That was why Yi's skills were much better. He seemed to have a better fitness level than Han Sen as well. As for beast souls, Han Sen was sure that Yi had better ones than his as well. As the grandson of a demigod and senator, his grandfather would manage to get him nice stuff no matter which shelter he was in. Although time is limited, none of Tang Junliu, Fang Jingqi and Lin Feng asked Han Sen to hurry. They let Han Sen repeatedly watch the footages. Han Sen sometimes would replay some details several times. Yi had taught him a lot through these videos, which meant more to Han Sen than an S-Class license. In just less than 4 hours, Han Sen felt as if he had been through a revolutionary change. However, after full understanding Yi's way of fighting, Han Sen was surprised to find that although Yi's strikes looked terrifying, there were subtle defects to his style. And only those who deeply understood this style would be aware of these defects. Tang was getting impatient and wanted to interrupt Han Sen, but Lin Feng the quiet man stopped him. It was in the evening when Han Sen had finished with the videos. Let's get started, Han Sen got up and said. Well, let me see how well you can imitate Yi. Tang took Han Sen into a combat room in the villa. Han Sen grabbed a dagger the same shape of Yi's dagger. Its edge was not sharpened and its blade was retractable, so that no one would get hurt. The way Yi Dongmu and Han Sen fought required them to do their best with each strike. If real weapons were used, Tang was afraid that he would be injured by Han Sr. Let's begin. Tang tightly watched Han Sen, and did not step back. They wanted to practice how to parry Yi's strikes after being approached by him. Han Sen approached Tang, holding a dagger backhandedly, a way he had learned from Yi. 2 feet away from Tang, Han Sen suddenly wielded the dagger and stabbed it at him from an unexpected angle. Fang Jingqi was shocked, and the quiet man's eyes lit up. Tang was covered in cold sweat and it was too late to parry that attack with his broadsword. He abruptly turned sideways but was still stabbed in the waist. *#T. Your strike was not that different from his, Tang called out, staring at Han. Senator Fang Jingqi looked at Han Sen with a strange look and the quiet man's eyes also fell on Han Sen's hands. Han Sen was surprised himself as well. He was practicing Jade Skin madly these days. And practicing Hand of God had also enhanced his speed. In addition, he just saw Yi's way of fighting and had some new insights. Now his strike was so powerful that he couldn't believe it himself. Ha, God loves me. With you sparring with me, Yi will be no big deal. Tang laughed out loud. For a whole night, none went to bed, but the only one who was practicing with Han Sen was Tang. Fang Jingqi didn't register in the contest and the quiet man was just watching and did not meant to join them. Having practiced for a night, Tang could not avoid Han's dagger as long as Han Sen was within a foot from him. Tang didn't develop a way to defend himself, while Han Sen was getting better and better. *#T. I give up. There is no way to parry your attacks. Maybe I'm doomed, Tang said sullenly, as he saw it was about time to go to God's sanctuary for the contest and there was no point in going on. Now you are able to deal with Yi, Lin Feng, who had been watching in silence, suddenly said. Lin, what do you mean? Asked Tang, sitting up straight and staring at Lin Feng. Yi Dongmu is not as good as him. You can't parry his strikes, but with Yi you would be able to avoid being stabbed in fatal parts. If your luck is not too bad and run into Yi in a few days instead of today, you could block Yi's strikes at a very small price. Hearing this remark from Lin Feng, Tang and Feng all looked Han Sen, appalled. They knew Lin Feng well and was shocked that he would speak so highly of Han Sen by saying that Yi Dongmu was not as good. Han Sen's background was much inferior to Yi and Yi was probably also older, yet Lin Feng said Yi Dongmu was not as good as Han Senator. If the remark was from another person, they would certainly have scoffed, but they knew Lin Feng and he was never wrong. Last year, the only reasons he was not the first place were that he hadn't broken the bottleneck in his hyper-geno art and that he entered God's sanctuary 2 years later than his opponent. No need to look at him that way. I'm just saying his style is better than Yi Dongmu's, but his fitness was still inferior to Yi, of course. Lin Feng smiled, and reached a hand out to Han Sr. I am Lin Feng. Very pleased to know you. You are an interesting person. Han Senator, a pleasure. Han Sen shook his hand, smiled and said. Well, it is late. Let's shower and teleport. Tang interrupted the eye contact between Han Sen and Lin Feng. He turned to ask Han Sen, there is a teleport device here. You want to join us? No, I did not register so I will not go, Han Sen declined and left. Watching Han Sen leaving the villa, Tang asked Lin Feng, is he really so good? He's better than you think. If he had the same background as Yi, he would be 100 times more impressive than the latter. He understands the essence of assassination, while he only has some skills. His growth was limited by his background, but he will be well known in a few years, commented Lin Feng. Such high praise from Lin. He must really be something, Fang Jingqi said. In a few years, will he surpass you? Tang was interested. In first God's sanctuary, I am invincible, said Lin Feng casually, exuding confidence. This time Han Sen had gained a lot. Not only did he get an S-class license from Tang, he also enhanced his advantages in sneak attacks. As pointed out by Lin Feng, his strikes were more threatening than Yi's. But no matter how powerful his strikes were, he had to first get close to his opponent, which was not easy. In practice, he started from the proximity of Tang, who would never let him get so close in a real match. After all, the art of assassination was better used in the dark. Yi had practiced a kind of footwork that allowed him to easily approach others even from the front, but Han Sen had never learned it, so it was hard for him to get close. That footwork was also a hyper-geno art and involved special techniques. Han Sen was never good at footwork and could not imitate from watching the videos. Even if he tried, he couldn't get the essence of it. Therefore, it was essential that he should learn his own footwork. Maybe I should consider using this on my footwork. Han Sen squeezed the S-class license in his pocket. But now he had no time for that. Practicing a new hyper-geno art took time. Han Sen went to the teleport station, entered God's sanctuary, dressed himself as Dollar and entered the martial ring. In the middle of the martial ring erected a giant sacred stele that was 100 times more magnificent than the martial stele. Under the watch of people from Steel Armor Shelter, Han Sen marched into the sacred stele and was teleported to a huge martial ring, chosen martial ring. In all the shelters of God's sanctuary, there was a similar sacred stele from which the image of chosen martial ring was projected. At this moment, champions from all the shelters were entering chosen martial ring from the sacred stele. Han Sen realized how large the population of the alliance was and how large first God's sanctuary was when he entered chosen martial ring. Every shelter had about 100,000 people like steel armor shelter. And everyone in chosen martial ring now was the champion of their own shelter. The stands were almost filled with at least 100,000 champions, which meant there were at least 100,000 shelters in First God's sanctuary. It was a dizzying figure indeed. After humans entered the interstellar era, they had conquered lots of habitable planets and had been thriving. Now the humankind was so huge that only Shuras could compete. Among the champions of all shelters, Dollar was the most famous one, in addition to the chosen from last year. That video of Dollar fighting golden-horned Shura was so viral that all mainstream media had covered it, so Dollar had become a household name in the alliance. Many people were curiously looking at Han Sen, as they wondered how Dollar really was. But it was mostly just curiosity. They had all watched the video starring Han Senator. Although the storyline was impressive, Dollar didn't really show much strength at that time. His sacred blood beast souls were great, but he himself not so much. Han Sen at that time would be very far behind among the champions of all shelters. After all, these people were 1 in 100,000 with great physiques and advanced beast souls. It hadn't been long since Han Sen fought the Shura, so no one believed he could have made much progress. People mostly just wondered about him and didn't treat him as a fierce rival. When the channel into Chosen Martial Ring was closed, the match list finally appeared on the sacred steel. The names on the list were the ones the champions left on the martial steels. Han Sen quickly searched the list for Dollar, and he found it very soon. The word stood out to him for some reason, and others had found their own names as well. In this contest among the champions, a one-on-one model was adopted and the winner of the two would enter the next round, so the list was like a pyramid. Han Sen was relieved to see both Tang Junliu and Lin Feng were arranged far from him and there was no chance they would meet before top 10. Han Sen scanned the list again and another name caught his eye. Yi Dongmu. He used his real name. Han Sen saw the name Yi Dongmu and followed his path. He was suddenly startled. If Yi and he could both win all the way, they would fight for the chance to become the chosen. So in order for Han Sen to gain the sacred blood beast soul, he must beat Yi. Tang Junliu was afraid of Yi, while I was the one who met him. Yi Dongmu, your luck is no good. If Tang didn't come to me, I might lose to you. But now it's different. Maybe I am chosen, Han Sen thought happily. Perhaps others would be afraid of Yi, but he was confident he could beat Yi after watching the videos. Chosen Martial Ring was divided into 1,000 stages stacked on top of one another. Each time 1,000 pairs could fight at the same time. Han Sen was in a late match, so he went to see other matches first, especially the one Yi was in. He had to know how much better Yi was getting compared to his performance in the videos. Yi Dongmu's match in this round was also rather late. Han Sen watched a few matches and was surprised as no one was to be taken lightly in this contest. He also watched Tang Junliu's first match. His opponent stood no chance under his fierce broadsword skills. After Tang shape-shifted, his opponent was barely fighting back. Tang's techniques and strength were both outstanding in the contest. Lin Feng, whom Han Sen was paying even more attention to, also won his match, while Han Sen didn't really understand the way he won. His opponent was a nobody, but Lin Feng only won by a narrow margin. Han Sen could even imagine that in the reports next day, Lin Feng's opponent would be described as had a glorious failure. But for some reason, Lin Feng made Han Sen feel more threatened than Tang did. Finally, it was Yi Dongmu's turn. He was not well known at the moment. Although he was the grandson of Senator Yi, only a few people knew he was in the contest. After all, this was his first contest. However, his opponent was a celebrity who ranked number 10 last time, nicknamed Dragon Swordsman. Dragon Swordsman was very handsome and had great sword skills. With lots of female fans in the alliance, he enjoyed great popularity among all the chosen. Dragon Swordsman's match was naturally high profile. A lot of people thought that he had a chance of being top 3 this year and all the girls were cheering for him. Few paid attention to Lee Dongmu, his opponent. But 10 seconds from the match started, everyone was shocked. Before Dragon Swordsman drew his sword, Lee Dongmu's knife had cut his throat. Watching Dragon Swordsman clutching his own neck in pain and collapsing, the audience were silent. His female fans were covered in tears with hands on their mouths, not accepting what they saw. One of the chosen last year, Dragon Swordsman was killed in his first match. That would sure become the headline next morning. This was all it took for Yi to be known throughout the alliance. Han Sen was calm. Although Yi had made some progress, the well-born kid still did not understand the essence of assassination. It was Han Sen's turn. His opponent was a guy called Lei Ban. The moment Han Sen got on the stage, Lei Ban summoned a Beast Soul Bow and 3 Beast Soul arrows and shot all 3 arrows at him. The 3 arrows almost flew to Han Sen at the same time. Han Sen was surprised. Lei Ban was at least as good at archery as him, and even had better techniques than him. Judging from the look of his bow, it was likely a Sacred Blood Beast Soul Bow and 2 of the 3 arrows were dark green, so they were probably poisonous like his mutant black stinger arrow. The 3rd arrow was made from blue crystal and sounded as if it could tear air apart when it was in the air, which suggested it could be a Sacred Blood Beast Soul arrow. Sure enough, there is no one weak here. Han Sen swiftly dodged the strongest blue crystal arrow and summoned his mutant sawfish spear to ward off the other 2 arrows. Han Sen felt a bash as the arrows and his spear collided. The spear almost fell from his hand. Excellent archer and weapons, thought Han Sen in awe. He squeezed the spear and approached Lei Ban. Lei Ban was not only fast, but was also able to shoot while running. The arrows were not affected by his movement at all. Unable to trap Lei Ban with his spear, Han Sen had to run after Lei Ban while dodging his arrows. Han Sen had a lot of respect for this opponent, who had much better footwork than him and could shoot arrows in all positions when moving with both great strength and accuracy. Han Sen had also worked hard on archery, but he was only able to shoot when standing still. His accuracy would suffer a lot if he tried to move. Lei Ban was indeed much stronger than him in archery, so Han Sen was not in a hurry to end the match. Instead, he started to observe his opponent and learn from him. Han Sen's match had also attracted a lot of people's attention. After all, Dollar was popular. But compared with Lee Dongmu, his performance was less than impressive. More than half an hour had passed and they were still running after each other, rendering the audience drowsy. In First God's Sanctuary, people were quite disappointed in Dollar, except for his hardcore fans. Since a match with an unknown person had cost him so much effort, Dollar didn't seem to have what it took to become the chosen. When the match had been going on for more than an hour, Han Sen shape-shifted into the Bloody Slayer, approached Lei Ban and beat him in a close combat, which Lei was not good at. The same day, all major media in the alliance had covered the contest. Although there was no image, the reporters managed to depict the matches vividly with words. Their main focus was on Lee Dongmu's match. Yi's background was also published, the grandson of Senator Yi who had graduated with stellar grades from the best posh school before entering God's Sanctuary. His background and his skill of Dragon Swordsman made him a major contender this year. The victory of Tang had also made him a favorite. Another top contestant was Lin Feng. His match, however, benefited his opponent, who was considered to have lost by a narrow margin by the media. There were articles on Han Sen too, but they were rather short in general. The longer ones were all focused on the disappointment in Dollar. Most of the reports were filled with phrases like narrow win, work to be done, hard to live up to the reputation, and to be improved. There was not much description. In fact, those who saw Han Sen's match, including his fans, had to admit Dollar was just average. The team of the TV program, Contest Center, was holding a meeting in their office building. In the conference room, the station director Su Kangnian was tapping his finger on the table. He looked at Fong Mingquan sitting on his right side and suggested with a smile, "Fong, do you think we need to make some alterations to today's show?" "Which alterations do you have in mind?" Fong Ming frowned, as he could guess what Su Kangnian wanted to say. Since Dollar's video became viral, Fong Mingquan was poached by Huaxing Station's Contest Center team. Because he had taken the place of an old host in the station, he was not the most popular person here. He was targeted here and there, which made it difficult for him to realize his career goals. "Fong, we journalists have to focus on the hot issues. Contest Center was designed for this contest and we ought to focus on the more outstanding matches." Su Kangnian paused and said, "Shall we put Dollar's content on hold, and release it when he had a better match? Let's focus on Lee Dongmu first. What do you think?" The director has a point. Lee is so popular right now, of course we should focus on him. Dollar was just lucky to have killed a badly injured Shura. His weakness was exposed in the contest and he couldn't even be in the top 100, let alone the chosen. There is little point covering his match. We need to focus on Yi, who could be the first place. Wang Chongqing said with his face stern, giving Fong Mingquan a cold stare. This program used to belong to Wang Chongqing, and he was replaced by Fong Mingquan in the end, which explained why Fong was not his favorite person. "Yes. It's settled then. Fong, let's roll with Lee Dongmu for this one," said Su Kangnian. Fong Mingquan curled his lips and felt suffocated. He suppressed his anger and scanned each onlooker. Shooting Wang Chongqing a cold stare, he looked at Su Kangnian and said calmly, "Director Su, if you still want me to host Contest Center, I will talk about Dollar, not just for this episode, but for all future episodes. I will also tell everyone that Dollar will be the winner of the contest." Everyone in the conference room paused and looked like Fong Mingquan as if he were crazy. Every year during the contest, there was a lot of special programs that covered different matches. Although Contest Center was just a new program, it was produced by Huaxing Station, which was a prominent TV station. With a celebrity host Fong Mingquan, the program had good ratings and was among top 100 in the alliance. Top 100 may sound less than impressive, but was in fact an amazing achievement. In the entire alliance, each planet had tens of thousands of programs, many of which were from the authority. It was quite something to stand out and be among top 100. And of course, during the contest, a program focusing on the contest itself would naturally have higher ratings. On this day, the content of Contest Center caused an uproar in the alliance. Fong Mingquan had introduced and analyzed Dollar's current situation and predicted that this year Dollar would become the final champion, which had led to outspread outrage. Fong Mingquan is a retard. Look at Dollar's performance, how can he win? We know that you are famous because of Dollar's video. But there is no need to kiss Dollar's ass like this. Rubbish. If Dollar is the champion, I will live broadcast myself eating #T. What do you think of Lee Dongmu if you think Dollar could win? Haha, Fong Mingquan is so dumb. Dollar will meet Lee Dongmu before he gets to top 10. He'd be lucky to survive. To win. LMAO. My Tang Zhenliu would never let him. My Lin Feng would never let him. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Although I also like Dollar, he didn't do that well in the contest so far. Fong Mingquan, you are too subjective about this. I can't even watch this stuff and I am a fan of Dollar's. You call yourself a fan. Go be other people's fan, please. Dollar is nothing compared to E. E must win. Dollar little angel, I will always support you. Contest Center and Fong Mingquan had been made a hit by all the criticism. Many peers were satirical about Fong's grandstanding, too. Some even asked him to quit journalism. Except for a few hardcore fans of Dollar, all comments on Fong was negative. Even many Dollars fans thought Fong's report was over the top and didn't dare to support him. Fong, I'm sorry you are wronged. In the conference room of Huaxing Station, Su Kangnian grinned from ear to ear. Although Contest Center and Fong Mingquan were severely criticized, the ratings had risen a lot, sending the show in top 50. A large number of other contestants' fans flooded into Contest Center, especially those who supported Lee Dongmu, this year's dark horse who would encounter Dollar before becoming the chosen. The Skynet community of the show had almost burst. Although it was only top 50, for Huaxing Station it was a great achievement. There had been less than a handful of shows that could accomplish this in the station's history. Therefore, Su Kangnian was quite pleased with what Fong Mingquan had done, and Wang Chongqing was naturally upset. He didn't know that Fong Mingquan would try to improve the ratings this way. This is just my job. I have Director Su to thank for my achievement. Fong Mingquan said modestly, flattering Su at the same time. Su Kangnian was even happier and patted Fong Mingquan on the shoulder. Fong, keep talking about Dollar, and the stronger you say he is the better. If everything goes well, we might have even higher ratings and could break our record. Please rest assured that I will do my best. Fong Mingquan did not think it was grandstanding, as he sincerely believed Dollar would win. However, others didn't see it that way. Fortunately, the result was good anyway. For a journalist, criticism was not always a bad thing. Su Kangnian praised Fong Mingquan some more. After the meeting was over and Su had left, Wang Chongqing said coldly, "You are ignoring the facts for fame. You might be popular now, but the reputation of the program would be ruined by you. Which station would hire you in the future? Su's compliment means nothing. You think you can get away with it when he finds out the show was discredited?" Of course, Fong Mingquan understood that as well. Someone had to take the fall when the fad passed. He himself would be that someone in this case. Su was just trying to keep him on board now to raise the ratings. Fong had been in this industry long enough to know that. Smiling, Fong Mingquan looked at Wang Chongqing and asked, "What if Dollar really wins?" Wang Chongqing paused. If Dollar really wins, then Contest Center would become famous for real, and Fong Mingquan's name would become a household name. Su Kangnian would treat Fong like the god of wealth. Keep on dreaming, Wang Chongqing scoffed. Anyone could see that Dollar did not have what it took to win. He was just average and far from top 10, let alone winning. Whether you believe it or not, I firmly believe that Dollar will be the champion. Fong Mingquan got up and went away. Idiot, Wang Chongqing whispered. He was waiting to see how miserable Fong would be. Han Sen did not go on the Skynet, so he was not aware of the debate about Contest Center. At the moment, he was practicing with Tang Zhenliu in Fong Jingqi's villa. Although Tang Zhenliu would not meet Yi Dongmu before top 10, he felt like they were going to meet when they were both top 10 eventually. So, he was still practicing with Han Sen when he had time. Only Han Sen knew that Tang would not encounter Yi Dongmu because he would eliminate Yi himself before Yi rose to top 10. But a sparring partner like Tang was so precious that Han Sen was happy to oblige. Having practiced for 2 days, Tang finally let Han Sen go just before the next round of match began. Han Sen knew who his opponent was and did not panic. He had made up his mind to practice in the match and gain some practical experience from his opponent. After all, these were the champions of different shelters, and it was such a rare opportunity to fight them one-on-one. Han Sen had not much experience in this kind of matches and was happy that he got a chance to gain some. Han Sen had made up his mind to practice Bladestorm in the contest by using Bladestorm only when facing his opponents. If others dared to do this, they might have died a million deaths already. But Han Sen was in sacred blood armor, so hardly any attack was fatal to him. That was why he could practice in the contest. Han Sen had given up on using his mutant sawfish spear. Without good spear skills, this weapon was useless in front of these champions. Fighting opponents of different styles, Han Sen had made great progress and his bladestorm got better and better as long as his opponent was not too fearsome. He could always cope with using just bladestorm, but it was always the bloody slayer that got him the victory. This way, Han Sen's matches had become very hard to watch. He was always winning by a narrow margin and there were times it seemed that he was about to lose. And there were 2 matches in which his opponents had already been seriously injured in their last rounds and were thus easily defeated by Han Senator. Everyone thought he got lucky. The negative reports about Dollar were overwhelming. And in particular, the high praise Fang Mingquan sang in Contest Center fanned the flames. Fang Mingquan was talking through his hat. As an evolver who could not even enter First God's sanctuary, he managed to analyze so much from his reporter's oral account alone. In general, he was saying Dollar was invincible, everything was in control and Dollar would be the final winner. This of course had attracted much hatred toward Fang Mingquan and Contest Center. It chanced that although Dollar's matches were never fun to watch, he had never lost either, which supported Fang's claim. The criticism got worse and worse. Especially those who were optimistic about Yi Dongmu were sniffy about everything Fang said and objected each day. Yi Dongmu was still keeping a formidable record. In 2 consecutive rounds he was able to kill his opponents in one blow, causing many of his following opponents to quit the matches against him. In 3 consecutive rounds, all his opponents threw in the towel, which made Yi's fame peak. Many media were running lengthy features about him and many predicted he would be the final champion this year. He had even stolen Tang Zhenliu and Lin Feng's thunder. As for the Contest Center, Fang Mingquan and Dollar, they had become a big joke in the press. Dollar will win had become a popular spoof this year, as an irony, of course. Some people found that Yi Dongmu and Han Sen would meet before one became the chosen and posted the finding on the Skynet, which caused a heated discussion. I sincerely pray every day that Dollar had to keep winning so that he could meet Yi Dongmu, who will teach him what a master looks like. Funny. I agree, God bless Dollar. Bless Dollar. Bless Dollar. Bless Dollar had also become a buzzword, and was seen everywhere in the comments of all sorts of programs about the contest. Especially in the online community of Contest Center, Bless Dollar would flood the screen every day. Han Sen knew about this, but did not react at all. He never thought of Yi as his equal. In the Han Sen's view, the likelihood of Yi Dongmu winning Tang was less than 30%, and if Yi met Lin Feng, he would stand no chance. The opponent Han Sen really cared about was Lin Feng. These days he had seen many matches and had a general understanding of most contestants, among whom he felt Lin Feng was the most formidable. This quiet and gentle man made him feel unpredictable. His every move seemed very natural but followed a strange rhythm. Han Sen's prejudgment was quite good, but he was unable to predict Lin's rhythm, which scared him. Han Sen had seen every match of Lin Feng's and almost all the matches were closely fought. Lin was always winning by a small margin. Almost all Lin's opponents performed outstandingly and they all lost nonetheless. It felt so strange that Han Sen cringed. Formidable guy, Han Sen commented. He knew his techniques and strength were both weaker than Lin. Luckily he would not meet Lin before top 10, or else he was not sure if he could become the chosen. Tang was still practicing how to avoid Han Sen's attacks in a close fight. He was not making much progress though. But Lin Feng said if Tang met Yi Dongmu, Yi would not be much of a threat to Tang, which was close to Han Sen's judgment. Yi didn't get the essence of the art of assassination, so he could hardly beat Tang. Perhaps the phrase, bless Dollar, played a role here. In the next rounds, Han Sen's opponents either were badly injured or lost important beast souls in the previous rounds and some even had accidents in the alliance. It took Han Sen no effort to keep rising. Even Han Sen himself felt quite incredible. Those fans of the Yi Dongmu gave Han Sen another nickname, Lucky D, taunting his lack of real skill. One day, after the end of a match, Han Sen came down from the stage and saw Lin Feng finishing his match as well. Their stages were close, so Lin saw him and to his surprise, walked toward him. Many around them had noticed this scene. After all, Lin Feng was the runner-up last year. Although his performance was not that brilliant this year, he was still a favorite. Also, Han Sen had been the center of attention for a while. Lin Feng approached Han Senator. He smiled and reached out a hand. Always wanted to say hello to you, but never had a chance. Same here. Han Sen shook his hand. Lin seemed to be satisfied with this, and said, "See you at the final." Lin turned away, but his words stunned everyone who was listening, as if they had seen a 12.0 magnitude earthquake. It turned out to be a 12.0 magnitude earthquake in the press indeed. Lin Feng had asked someone to meet him in the final, yet that someone was not Yi Dongmu, but Dollar, who was considered an imposter. All major media had reported this, and Fang Mingquan from Contest Center was especially excited about it and had analyzed it from all angles. His conclusion was that Dollar was simply great. But obviously the major media and fans didn't share his enthusiasm. They thought Lin Feng wanted to gain popularity by participating in the grandstanding because he was no longer the center of attention. Rubbish. Lin was the runner-up last year, but he had no vision. No wonder he was only the runner-up. Let him keep his ranking and be second to my Yi Dongmu this time. Keep his ranking. You think too much of him. He'd have to be lucky to make it in top 10. Lin and Dollar are just two weak guys feeling bad about themselves. Haha, Yi Dongmu will get rid of Dollar in seconds before he beats Lin to show them who the real king is. What the heck? If Lin was going to see someone in the final, it should be Yi Dongmu. Even if it is not Yi, at least it should be Tang Junliu, right? How is Lucky D relevant? The Skynet had exploded for this matter. However, Lin Feng and Han Sen, the two who had caused it, did not realize this at all. One was enjoying tea with Tang Junliu and Fang Jingqi, and the other was playing Hand of God in the gym of the teleport station. Han Sen had spent all his time playing Hand of God when he was not practicing with Tang. But he had never been able to make another breakthrough. He always had one or two small mistakes with Evolver 4. Han Sen knew that he had reached his limit in both physique and reflexes. If he had no improvement in Geno points, it was impossible for him to go any further. Therefore he decided to take a break from Hand of God. Han Sen acquired 2 daggers and tried to practice sleeve blade with both hands. Although he was not as good as Gambler, he could produce the daggers from his sleeves and put them back skillfully at the moment. Even someone very observant could hardly see his hands move, but it was just a start on sleeve blade. When Han Sen took the daggers back, his hands would shake slightly while Gambler was able to keep his hands perfectly still and retrieve the dirks using only his arm and palm muscles. Han Sen was not even close to that. This misled Han Sen to think that he needed to pass all the levels of Hand of God before he could get somewhere with sleeve blade. After I win tomorrow's match, I will fight Yi Dongmu. If I beat him, I will become the chosen and enter the ranking round, where I will meet Lin Feng, which I actually look forward to. Han Sen recovered his dagger, slowly closed his eyes, and thought about all the matches he had experienced. The next day, Han Sen had an easy victory once again. His opponent still had not recovered from a bad injury and failed to show up. Han Sen walked down the stage and wanted to see Lin Feng's match, but someone stopped him. I hope tomorrow you will have the guts to stand in front of me, because I will kill you. Yi Dongmu said coldly and walked past Han Sen without so much as throwing him a glance. Almost everyone who saw this went crazy. Yi Dongmu's words caused another storm on the Skynet. Basically everyone was guessing if tomorrow Dollar would dare to show up. The majority predicted that Dollar would quit. After all, the difference between the two was huge. Yi Dongmu's performance had been outstanding and he had even killed several celebrity rivals, including Dragon Swordsman, who had the 10th place last year. Dollar, on the other hand, had a rough journey. And he was here more for his luck than for his actual strength. Except for Fang Mingquan, who predicted Dollar would get a total victory, almost all TV personnel believed Dollar would either quit or die. On the day of the match, the martial rings in all shelters were packed with people who were waiting to watch the match through the sacred steel. This was absolutely the most controversial fight in the entire contest this year, and people called it the fight between the king and the imposter. Almost everyone in First God's Sanctuary was watching, and the number of viewers was even bigger than that of the final last year. The popularity of this match was in part due to Contest Center and Fang Mingquan. Or else there wouldn't be so many people who were paying attention to Dollar, and the media would not have cooked up such a hype. The field reporters all wished to interview Yi Dongmu and Dollar before they started. Although there was no way to record it, it was enough that everyone in the First God's Sanctuary could see it at such a crucial moment. Unfortunately, neither Yi nor Dollar had appeared, but they saw Tang Junliu and Lin Feng. It was hours until their own matches, so they must be here to watch the fight between Yi and Dollar. The clever reporters quickly squeezed over and circled Tang Junliu and Lin Feng. They loudly asked, "Lin Feng, I'm from contest front. Who do you think will win this fight?" "Lin Feng, I am from contest corner. You said you would see Dollar in the final. Do you still believe that?" "I'm from contest center." "Lin Feng, do you and Dollar know each other? Why did you ask him to see you in the final?" Lin Feng quietly smiled. "Haven't I already said that I will see him in the final?" Lin then walked toward his seat and sat down. Those journalists quickly circled Tang Junliu, who was behind Lin, and bombarded him with all sorts of questions. Tang gracefully tossed his hair back and said with pride, "No matter who wins, it will be the same for me, as I will get the first place." He paused, and before the reporters reacted to his comment, he continued, "If you are asking which of the two will win, then of course it's Dollar. Isn't that obvious?" The reporters were shocked. Not only Lin Feng, but also Tang Junliu said Dollar would win, which was the opposite what they had thought. But when they were trying to ask again, Tang Junliu had gone away as well. Only the reporter from Contest Center was overjoyed, who quickly teleported out of God's Sanctuary and reported what Lin and Tang had said. When Yi Dongmu and Han Sen both showed up, First God's Sanctuary went buzzing. The cheers for Yi overwhelmed those for Dollar. In the martial ring of steel armor shelter. "Station Master, do you think Dollar will win?" Yang Monli asked Qin Xian, sitting next to her nervously. "He robbed my quota to go, so I will not forgive him if he's not even in top 10. Qin Xian said fiercely, while knowing that it would be difficult to beat Yi Dongmu, who had shown incredible skills in previous matches. "He will lose for sure. He was simply not on the same level as Yi Dongmu." Son of Heaven said in a cold voice. "I do not want to listen to these words. My Dollar is the best." Displeased, Qin gave his mouth a downward twist and said. He and Yuan had been going to all Dollar's matches. "Whether you like it or not, it is the fact," Son of Heaven said casually. "Didn't you say the same thing last time?" "Well?" Qin grinned and asked, leaving Son of Heaven's face darkened. On the stage, Yi Dongmu coldly stared at Han Sen and said in a flat voice, "Well, since you dare to come, then get ready to die." Drawing the dagger from his waist, Yi had a murderous look on his face. "Do you think this is some kung fu movie?" Han Sen scoffed inwardly. He didn't believe someone would actually say such dramatic words in real life. Han Sen did not reply, but shape-shifted into the Bloody Slayer, grabbed the hilt of the Shura katana and ran toward Yi Dongmu. The Bloody Slayer had a great speed, and was as fast as a fighter aircraft at its full speed. Instantaneously Dollar was in Yi's face. The viewers all wondered whether Dollar had lost his mind to approach Yi, who was best at close combat. Almost no one could avoid his fatal blow after being approached by him. "Wow! Dollar is nuts." He not only approached Yi, but was also using a katana. At least use your spear so that you can keep the distance. A misstep by Dollar. He should have come with a bow and arrows. Even if he doesn't know archery, shooting down from the above is 1,000 times better than getting close to Yi. Yi's fans were overjoyed. This idiot wanders so willingly into Yi's lap. It would be hard not to beat him. Yi Dongmu sneered and shape-shifted into a mutant monkey more than 6 feet tall with a thick tail, which greatly improved his strength and speed. Yi Dongmu had a sacred blood shape-shifting beast soul as well, but it was not similar to the shape of a human body. If he could not use his skills in sacred blood dagger, the sacred blood shape-shifting beast soul would do more harm than good. There were few creatures that had the shape close to human, and even fewer that looked human. Except for that sacred blood beast soul in the shape of a lady that was awarded to the chosen, there was hardly any sacred blood beast soul that takes human form. Han Sen's bloody slayer was a precious sacred blood shape-shifting beast soul because it had a pair of human hands that allowed him to use all sorts of techniques. Yi Dongmu watched Han Sen bolting toward him and gave his dagger a harder grip. He held the sacred blood dagger backhanded and launched his body at Han Senator. The distance between the two was shorter and shorter. All the moves of Yi Dongmu fell in the eyes of Han Sen, who felt every stretch and twist of his opponent had followed his expectation. He could see through Yi as if Yi was no more than a puppet. Between two assassins, if one was much better, something like this would happen. Han Sen knew everything about Yi while Yi didn't even know Han Sen was good at sneak attacks as well. And that had determined Yi's loss. It did not matter that his speed and strength were both greater than Han Senator. When the two clashed, the katana painted golden by Han Sen moved and was suddenly returned to its sheath. The movements of the weapon were as smooth as floating clouds and flowing water. They continued sliding nearly 30 feet in opposite directions before they stopped. Han Sen's magnificent body was as steady as a mountain, while Yi Dongmu slowly turned around and stared at Han Sen's back. He stressed each syllable. What is that skill called? Blade Storm. Han Sen replied without looking back. I will fight you again. And next time I will not lose. Yi said and walked down the stage. The moment he went down, he fell to the ground with a thump. Blood was welling from a cut in his chest so deep that his bones could be seen. The entire First God Sanctuary went quiet. Billions of viewers of the match opened their mouths but could not make a sound. No one could believe that the result would be like this. They could accept it if it was the other way, but Yi Dongmu, who was invincible like a king, was defeated by Dollar in one blow, which was hard to swallow. Not to mention Yi's fans, even Dollar's fans had never thought that Dollar could win like this. Even the optimistic ones believed it would at least take Dollar quite some effort to win. But no one thought that Yi would lose in such a shameful way and in his strong suit, close combat. Han Sen turned his head back and looked at Yi Dongmu, who was struggling to get back on his feet. He said calmly, "Not bad. You survived a serious strike from me." Han Sen turned away. No bad, no bad. This sentence blew all the viewers' minds. In the eyes of the public, Dollar's figure suddenly became more and more grand and brilliant. Dollar's fans finally came to realization of what had happened and started shouting and jumping up and down. The silence was broken and the entire First God Sanctuary became festive. Everyone was talking about this incredible fight. That went down pretty fast. Haha, in your face, Yi's fans. Not just the fans, but also the media in the entire alliance, except for Fang Mingchuan's contest center. Y'all thought Yi was gonna win. How about this? He is beat before even getting to top 10. Now think about it, Fang Mingquan sure had some vision. His analysis actually made a lot of sense. We were just blinded by Yi Dongmu's performance and didn't listen. Lin Feng is the visionary one. No wonder he was the runner-up last year. He knew this long ago. Haha, it seems this year it will be between Lin Feng and Dollar. We really owe Fang Mingquan and Dollar an apology. Fang Mingquan was wronged. Not bad, haha, what a line. A match that took less than 10 seconds had changed Dollar's image completely. What a line. Next time I have to try it. Not bad, you survived a serious strike from me. Tang regretted that it was not him who came up with the line. Snap. Wang Chongqing's calm link was smashed by him. Eyes bloodshot, he panted heavily like a hysterical beast. Dollar had beat Yi Dongmu. The public opinion of the entire alliance was suddenly turned over. Contest center and Fang Mingquan that had suffered lots of criticism were sent to the altar. Lots of people were saying they owe the program and its host an apology. More and more people poured into the contest center to watch Fang Mingquan's analysis. The show had made it into the 8th place in ratings, a record high. Huaxing Station had never seen such achievement with any show. In the past, the best record they had was the 19th place. Top 10. No one even dared to dream this big. The host would be proud enough if the show was in top 100, and be thrilled if it made top 50. There was no doubt that Contest Center and Fang Ming had both made it. Although Contest Center was a show that would end after the contest, Fang Mingquan's outstanding performance had won him fame. No matter what show he hosts in the future, he would always have great ratings. Now Huaxing Station considered Fang Mingquan a pillar of the station. Even Su Kongnian was smiling at him all the time and showering him with compliments, making Wang Chongqing so jealous that he wanted to bite Fang with his teeth. After Fang got off work and returned home, he sat in front of the French window and looked at the view of a busy night with a cigarette between his fingers, taking a puff from time to time. His body was still shaking. Now that everything was over, Fang started to sense some fear. He didn't even believe his own analysis as he didn't even watch the matches. He simply believed in Dollar, the man who moved him by saving the girl, and he thought a man like that must do well. So Fang Mingquan was just betting on Dollar to become the chosen. Whether he could get the first place or not, it was no longer important. The fight against Yi Dongmu and Lin Feng's invite had made Dollar's reputation peak, and Fang Mingquan had also succeeded. Dollar, you really are my lucky charm. Fang Mingquan relaxed and celebrated the fact that he had made the right bet. If he had lost the bet, he did not even dare to think of the result. He was not afraid to lose, but this time too much was at stake. If he had lost, he might have to leave his favorite industry. The puff reached his lungs and an intoxicating feeling started to spread from there. Fang silently looked at the nightscape and his excitement gradually subsided. When all the excitement was gone, Fang Mingquan got up to turn on his smart device. He wrote an article titled, "A King Marches in Loneliness." A king is always lonely. When others are laughing with friends to show off their humor, he is sweating in silence. The king is always lonely when others are chasing fair maidens, he is bleeding on the battlefield. A king is always lonely. When the whole world is against him, he stared into the front. A king is always lonely. When he is abandoned by all, he is still firmly marching forward, only to realize his dreams afar. I just want to say, Dollar, please accept my allegiance. A loner like me wishes to follow you who are lonely too. You win, I will be with you. You lose, I will be with you. Fang Mingquan finished the article and did not leave his own name under, instead he wrote, "From a loner to the king." When Fang Mingquan uploaded the article on the Skynet, it went viral at an incredible speed, triggering a huge response. Damn, I cried reading this. It reminded me of when I trained hard to be admitted to a military school. Others admired me for being admitted, while they had no idea about the effort I made. I had to train even when I had a fever. It was tough. Fang Mingquan wrote well. I was reminded of the days I struggled in God's sanctuary. This is simply my true portrayal. I am also a loner. spending at least 28 days in God's sanctuary each month. I just want to work harder so that my family can live better. But I am so tired and I need company. No matter what happens in the future. From this moment on, I am a fan of Dollar and Fong Mingquan's. I will be with both of you, too. Dollar, please accept my allegiance. You win, I will be with you. You lose, I will be with you. Loner +1. I like Fong Mingquan. You follow Dollar, I will follow you. If God gave me another chance, I would never have said anything bad about Dollar. +1. Plus 10,086. Dollar, you are my king. A King Marches in Loneliness had made Dollar and Fong a tremendous success. As Fong became a real celebrity, Dollar had gained many hardcore fans who would not sway easily. Reading the piece himself, Han Sen felt touched, too. During the first 3 months when he had just entered God's sanctuary, the loneliness and helplessness he experienced were maddening. He had gone this far because of his dreams and the people he cared about. If it weren't for his mother and Han Yen, Han Sen might have given up on himself. Han Sen wanted to reply to the article, but he eventually let that thought go. Let us keep marching forward for what we truly cherish. No words could express my feeling. Han Sen silently logged out. Han Sen rested for a while, and decided to check if there was any Hyper-Geno art on footwork that suited him in St. Hall. Yi Dongmu's footwork was paired perfectly with his sneak attacks, and the footwork was what Han Sen lacked. If he could practice some footwork to work with his sleeve blade skills, he could reach an even higher level in the combat. Articles about Dollar could be seen everywhere on the Skynet. But it was too late to write about him as Contest Center was the only program everyone talked about. The peer shows were much less popular. A lot of businesses were looking for Dollar and wished to hire him to endorse their products. Some people wanted to dig out his true identity and there were all kinds of speculations, but no one was certain anyway. Han Sen was now browsing the S-Class section in St. Hall, dazzled by all the S-Class Hyper-Geno arts on footwork. From the description alone it was difficult to see whether the footwork would suit him, but Han Sen had no better choice than these S-Class Hyper-Geno arts. After reviewing all the descriptions, Han Sen locked down on a footwork named Spartacle. Having purchased Spartacle, Han Sen watched the tutorial and started to learn. Soon he found that Spartacle is somewhat different from the footwork he had in mind. Han Sen was hoping to have a footwork that helped him speed up and pull him close to his opponent in an instant. Spartacle was fast enough and theoretically he could reach the highest speed that his body could take by practicing Spartacle. But this Hyper-Geno art was focused on the explosive force. Although he could reach a very high speed instantaneously, the speed could only last 1 or 2 steps. Sudden burst of speed and one unparalleled step, that's what Spartacle was all about. Footwork like this was very powerful in a close combat and even more so when paired with sneak attacks that Han Sen was best at. But the previous problem was still not completely resolved. It was still hard for him to approach his opponent from afar. This is nice too. My abilities will be enhanced in close combat. And if my enemy is not too far away, this will work. Han Sen was not too disappointed. Spartacle was also helpful to him. It was just different from what he had imagined. Originally, Han Sen thought that he should learn a footwork like the one used by Yi Dongmu, which involved erratic and rapid steps, but this would do as well, just in a completely different style than Yi's. Han Sen drank a bottle of Geno solution for Spartacle and hurried to start practicing. Hopefully it would make a difference in the ranking rounds that was to begin in 10 days. In the afternoon, Fong Jingqi suddenly sent him a message to ask him to meet about something important. Han Sen went to Fong Jingqi's villa and found out that Fong was asking him to join Fist Guy's team to hunt a sacred blood creature. Fist Guy could not deal with the creature with his own men, but he did not want to team up with Son of Heaven or Qin Xian. He did find the weakness of the creature and have a plan that calls for a good assassin. He did not know someone like this, but he did not want to share the meat of the creature with the other gangs either. I know you are also in Steel Armor Shelter, so I've recommended you to him. If you join them, you won't get a share of the meat but will be paid with a mutant three-eyed beast mount. As for the beast soul of the sacred blood creature, we will follow the tradition, whoever gets it could keep it. Fang Jingqi paused and said, the pay is very good. If Fist Guy does not insist on having the meat to himself, the share you get could not possibly be of the same value as a mutant beast soul mount. Han Sen nodded. Fang Jingqi's words were reasonable. The share of meat he could potentially get was probably less than half of what a mutant mount was worth. When and where? Han Sen was secretly calculating the time needed for this trip. It was 10 days until the next round, and he wondered if he could make it back. I cannot tell you the specific location, and you will need about 6 or 7 days in total, Fang Jingqi said. Han Sen certainly understood that no one would leak the information of a sacred blood creature. With Fang Jingqi's estimate, he felt reassured as even if there was a delay, he could still make it back in time. In fact, Han Sen did not care for the ranking matches. It did not matter to him how he ranked among the chosen as long as he could have the reward, which was the same for everyone in top 10. He was really looking forward to fight Lin Feng though, to see how good Lin actually was. Han Sen promised he would join Fist Guy. He had always wanted a mount and here came his opportunity to get a mutant one. Plus, he had a chance at the sacred blood beast soul as well. So why not? Fang Jingqi gave Han Sen a coin and said with a smile, I only said that I would recommend someone good, but didn't name you. Take this to the agreed place and he will know. Han Sen nodded and took the coin. Fang Jingqi took him to dinner before letting him go. The next day when Han Sen entered Steel Armor Shelter, almost all the people were talking about Dollar's match against Yi Dongmu and A King Marches in Loneliness, but they preferred to call the piece, From a Loner to the King. After all, Dollar was from Steel Armor Shelter and everyone in the shelter felt honored about it, except for Son of Heaven's gang. I am a celebrity now, but unfortunately I cannot tell anyone that is me, Han Sen thought. First, he went to find Yang Monli and took a leave, explaining that he wanted to hunt an important creature, hiding the fact that he was in fact joining Fist Guy's team. Hunting was crucial and Han Sen's training results were fairly good. Yang Monli did not give him any trouble before she granted his leave. Han Sen came to the agreed place and saw Fist Guy and his gang under a tree enjoying the cool, obviously waiting for someone. As Freak, what are you doing here instead of following Qin Xian around? A gang member saw Han Sen and ridiculed. Han Sen did not speak, but fished out the coin from his pocket and flicked it with his finger. The coin drew an arc and fell in the palm of Fist Guy. Holding the coin, Fist Guy looked at it and felt incredible. He asked Han Sen, you are the person Fang mentioned. Chapter 107, Show us what you got. No way, Fist Guy. This is the guy you told us about. As Freak is the master your friend recommended. Brother, are you kidding us? Brother, are you playing with us? Fist Guy's men were talking at the same time as none of them believed As Freak was the man. Fist Guy was also upset. Fang Jingqi said he would send him a master of assassination, but he did not expect it to be Han. Senator Fist Guy knew Fang Jingqi well and knew that he would never mess around. Since Fang had recommended Han Sen, he must have his own reason. Fist Guy regarded Han Sen and said, Fang said that you are skilled in assassination. Better than average, Han Sen said. Better than average. We are going to kill a sacred blood creature. Can you manage that? Littlefinger said with distrust and curled his lips. This gang was different from the Qin Xian's gang and Son of Heaven's gang. It had no military background and Fist Guy did not pay for the gang members. Fist Gang was formed by a group of friends and Fist Guy was their leader. The members all referred to each other with nicknames. Thumb, Index Finger, Middle Finger, Ring Finger and Little Finger, plus Fist Guy were the backbone of Fist Gang. All 6 were here today, which showed the importance they attached to this sacred blood creature. Fist Guy had almost maxed out on his sacred Geno points, and all he needed was the meat from this one creature to get there. After that he could enter Second God's sanctuary with max sacred Geno points. That was why this time they were not sharing the meat but chose to pay with a mutant beast soul mount. Fist Guy gave Little Finger a wave to stop him, gazed at Han Sen, and said, "I trust Fong, but this is very important for us and I have to be responsible for my brothers. Please show us what you got." Drawing a dagger from his waist, Fist Guy handed it to Han. Senator Han Sen was not offended as he knew his reputation in steel armor shelter was not great. He had thought this might happen and did not really blame these guys for it. Han Sen reached out a hand and grabbed the dagger. When Fist Guy was about to withdraw his arm, Han Sen's hand moved. Just when Fist Guy wanted to dodge, the dagger he just gave Han Sen was already on his neck. Suddenly Fist Guy froze and his hands were still in the air as he was not even able to put them up for defense. The rest of the gang were all dumbfounded with their face stern. They knew well Fist Guy's skills. Although it was a sneak attack from Han Sen, the guy was still able to catch Fist Guy off guard and put a blade to his neck. None of the Finger brothers thought they could do the same. Han Sen moved the dagger away, stepped back, and threw it back at Fist Guy. He asked with a smile, "Do I need to do another test?" "No, let's hit the road," Fist Guy said simply. He contemplated Han Sen and tucked the dagger back at his waist. Little Finger and other members were curious about Han Sen, not expecting the infamous ass freak to have such skills. But they did not say much either and summoned their mounts to go. Not having a mount, Han Sen was invited to sit together with Fist Guy on his mutant mount, which was as strong as a rhinoceros. The gang marched toward the southern mountains. Along the way, the gang had never stopped unless necessary. On the 3rd day, they finally stopped at a Grand Canyon. Han Sen estimated that if it were not for the mounts, it would have taken them half a month to get here. They could no longer ride in the canyon, so Han Sen followed the gang on foot. Along the side of the valley they walked down and saw a billowing river, which was still not their destination. Having walked for more than 2 hours, they finally saw a large cave on the side. It was dark inside and they lit torches before going in. Once they were in the cave, columns of stalactites caught their eyes. "Be careful. Although we have cleared them up last time we came, the cave has a complex structure so there is no guarantee that we've got them all. Also there could be some new creatures hidden somewhere." "Everyone pay attention," said Fist Guy solemnly. All answered. Eye and Thumb led the way holding a mutant beast soul shield in his hand. The rest followed him into the depths of the cave. Little Finger was walking on the end with a pair of beast soul cuddles in his hand, vigilantly looking around. Inside the cave, water was dripping from above, the sound of which was particularly clear in the cave. The stones under their feet were slippery and held puddles of water more than an inch deep here and there. People were very careful, not because it was difficult to walk, but for fear of dangerous creatures that might appear any time. Along the way Han Sen saw a lot of old bloodstains, which must be left from when the gang was here last time. Obviously their worries were unnecessary as they had encountered no danger on the way. The gang must have done a good job last time as there was not even a primitive creature. "Pay attention, guys. We are about to see it." "Do not make a noise," whispered Fist Guy, who was directly behind Thumb after they had walked for 4 or 5 hours. In fact, these words were meant for Han Sen, as everyone else had been here before and knew that they were approaching the creature. They were tiptoeing like cats, making absolutely no sound. Han Sen nodded to Fist Guy, who then signaled Thumb to keep going. In a short while, they were at the end of the path and the space suddenly became huge. A stone hall appeared in front their eyes. The stalactites hanging from the ceiling were about 30 feet long, which were not even 1/10 of the height of the cave. Unknown black vines were growing everywhere in the cave, and the leaves on the vines were as black as ink. There were even black flowers dotted on the vines. Where they came from was like a tunnel that was connected to the hall's wall, and there were many entrances like this one. Fist Guy indicated silence to Han Sen with his finger and then pointed underneath them. Han Sen looked down and his eyes lit up. Han Sen saw that at the bottom of the cave, a black pangolin-like creature more than 6 feet long with its whole body covered within crystal scales was drinking water from a pool. That is the creature. Its hearing is no good, but it has got excellent eyesight. Even a sacred blood beast's soul weapon could hardly hurt its scales. Its biggest weakness is its soft belly, explained Index Finger unhurriedly, who was a refined young man. Even if its stomach is its weakness, it is on all fours and I can't really flip it over and stab there, Han Sen said. Of course not. As long as there is a sign of trouble, this guy will roll itself into a ball. And then it would be like a snail hidden inside the shell and its belly would be protected. Its scales could also flip up and become circular saw blades. When it rolls, it's like a spiked wheel and even the thickest armor would be cut open by that. And no one's body could stand that either, Little Finger cut in. How is this a weakness then? Han Sen could not help but frown. Certainly we cannot attack it head-on. Its strength is formidable and its speed is too high. No one could afford taking a hit from it. Fist Guy hesitated before he pointed at the pool at the bottom and said, "Our plan is that in a while, we will go out to drive it away and you can take the opportunity to hide underwater in the pool. When it goes to drink again, you make the attack from below the water at its soft chin. It would be great if you could leave the weapon in its chin so that it could no longer curl up. At that time we could kill it however we like." Fist Guy, no wonder you are willing to pay me a mutant mount. I'd be risking my life. Han Sen said to Fist Guy. If it is easy, we will not pay such a big price. Can you do it or not? Little Finger whispered. Everyone awaited Han Sen's decision, looking at him. I can try. But since I am putting my life on the line here, I have to get paid first in case I die there. Han Sen pondered and said. Okay, Fist Guy agreed readily and transferred the mount to Han Senator. Now that they were here already, as long as Han Sen got into the water, they did not worry he would run away. So, it was fine to pay him first. Index Finger took a small oxygen cylinder and respirator from his bag and gave them to Han Sen, so that Han Sen could stay in the water longer. After everything was ready, Fist Guy looked at Han Sen and said, "We'll go out to lead it to one of the tunnels and you should quickly go hide underwater. You don't have much time, 30 seconds at best. Is that fine?" No problem, Han Sen checked the distance to the pool and then confirmed. Well, although its bare skin is relatively vulnerable, you would still need at least a mutant beast soul weapon to pierce that. Do you have one? Fist Guy was a bit concerned. Han Sen nodded again. His Shura katana was comparable with a mutant weapon, but he was not dollar now so he did not bring it along. But Han Sen still had a mutant black stinger arrow and that would do. Everything was ready. Fist Guy and his gang members exchanged a look and everyone except for Little Finger climbed away using the vines. They carefully climbed to other entrances to the hall and then threw fist-sized iron balls at the drinking creature from each entrance. Dang! 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 The balls hit the creature's black crystal scales and made noises of metal, not even leaving a white mark on the scales. But the sacred blood creature was obviously angered. In just a moment, it curled up its body and suddenly looked like a snail, a spiked one. The black scales were turning up and sharp as blades. The creature started rolling with a thudding and even the stone was cut deeply by its scales. It was fearsome indeed. In just an instant, it rolled several dozen feet. Not only its speed was incredible, it could also roll itself onto a steep stone wall. Like a spiked wheel, it rolled upward on the wall and was behind Fist Guy's men in an instant. They could not afford to relax and all hid in the respective tunnel next to themselves. The sacred blood creature followed Thumb into the tunnel closest to it. "Come on. Thumb can't hold very long," Little Finger urged Hansen to go down. Hansen took a deep breath, grabbed the vines and quickly slid down to the bottom. He ran to the pool but did not jump in for fear of making too much noise. Instead, Hansen went to the waterside, slowly slid himself into the water and sank. Seeing Hansen diving in the water with the respirator in his mouth, Little Finger was relieved and wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. When he was about to check on the sacred blood creature, he saw a shadow rushing from the tunnel where it was and rolled to the bottom. Its eyes on the side of its body twirled for a while and detected no danger. It then slowly spread its body and crawled around to chew on the black vines. The reason why the creature had stayed here for a long time was to eat the black vines. Fist Guy's gang had discovered this and was thus certain that it would not leave before eating up the vines. The creature was still gnawing the vines when Fist Guy's gang returned from the back of the tunnel. It chanced that all the tunnels were connected and they made a detour and found Little Finger. Thumb's arm was hurt. His blood was dripping and his bone was bared. "Thumb, you all right?" Fist Guy and others asked nervously. "I'm okay, but my mutant shield was ruined when used to block the creature. If we could not kill it, it would not be worth it at all," Thumb said distressed. "I wonder if Freak could finish the task." Little Finger watched the quiet pool and the creature eating the vines with a worried look on his face. "I hope he can." Looking down, Fist Guy was not sure either. One could never be sure about the result when one was about to hunt a sacred blood creature. The infamy of Freak also added to their lack of confidence in Han's senator. The gang watched the creature nervously, but it did not have any intention to drink. After chewing on the black vines for more than half an hour, it lay down on a stone and fell into sleep. Fist Guy and others started to get anxious, as the oxygen cylinder they gave Hansen was only the size of a palm and the oxygen was quite limited. If the sacred blood creature spent a long time sleeping, the oxygen would run out. When they were praying for the creature to get up, it eventually woke up and slowly climbed to the pool, as if their prayers had worked. It stretched its head above the pool and started to lap the water with its tongue. However, Fist Guy and the Finger brothers were not too happy about this, as where the creature stayed was far from where Hansen was hiding. If Hansen started to swim now, however, the waves he made would alarm the sacred blood creature for sure. What now? The gang members' hearts raced. Hansen could not even touch the creature in such distance, let alone kill it. Unfortunately, the water below was too dark, and they could not see what Hansen was doing under the water. Hearts in their mouths, the guys suddenly heard a screech from the bottom. The sacred blood creature lifted its head up and there was a black arrow deep in its white jaw, with only less than half the length exposed. Blood was flowing along the arrow shaft. Not able to find its enemy, the creature wanted to curl up after being injured. However, since its jaw had an arrow in it, it could not curl itself into a perfect ball. Instead, it looked like a jagged tire in an accident, bearing much of its white belly. Overjoyed, the gang summoned all kinds of weapons and rushed out. The sacred blood creature was still fierce though badly injured. When it rolled, stones were still crushed under its scales. No one could block it like no one could stand in the way of a bulldozer. The gang did not dare to fight it head-on and decided to carry on the fight while beating a retreat. Then they saw the creature rolling itself into a tunnel and ran away as fast as it could. Only then did Hansen appear from the pool holding Doomsday. The rest paid him no mind and rushed to the cave and chased after the creature. Hansen quickly followed them. The creature's injury did not affect its speed. It soon disappeared in the cave. Fortunately, it had shed a lot of blood, so the gang was able to follow it. There were toxins on the mutant black stinger arrow, and the creature would surely pressure the arrow deeper and deeper as it rolled. Hence its wound had not healed and blood could still be spotted from time to time. Having chased for more than 2 hours in the tunnels, they finally saw the light as they had come out of the cave and entered a forest of hoodoos. The ground was still stained with blood, so apparently the sacred blood creature had fled among the hoodoos. Damn, the vitality of this creature is just incredible. We would have died a long time ago had we shed so much blood, and it was running fast as ever, Thumb cursed. The terrain was rugged so they could not use their mounts. Everyone kept chasing on foot. As they were running, Han Sen suddenly heard a voice in his mind, sacred blood creature scaled armadillo killed. The beast soul of scaled armadillo gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points randomly. Han Sen paused and could not believe the scaled armadillo had already died. What was more surprising was that he even gained its beast soul. Seeing Han Sen suddenly stopped, the rest looked to him and asked, "What happened?" "The scaled armadillo is dead," replied Han Sr., "Scaled armadillo." The rest suddenly realized that scaled armadillo was the name of the sacred blood creature and all became thrilled. "Your arrow is poisonous?" Fist Guy quickly asked. "Yes, but the toxicity does not seem to be strong enough to kill a sacred blood creature." Han Sen had some doubts himself. The scaled armadillo must have rolled itself so hard that the arrow pierced its brain, Ring Finger guessed. "Yes, that is quite plausible." "Let's hurry," Thumb said eagerly. The gang followed the blood stain and turned around a corner before they saw the dead scaled armadillo. However, they all paused. What they saw was different from what they had imagined. The scaled armadillo was dead indeed, but it did not seem to die because of Han Sen's arrow. A gorgeous bird more than 9 feet tall with silver body and ruby eyes was using its silver hook-like claws to tear the scaled armadillo's body and peck at its flesh. The scales that even a sacred blood weapon could not break were torn apart like they were made of paper. Han Sen now knew that it was indeed not his arrow, but this silver bird that had killed the scaled armadillo. For some reason, it was still counted as his doing. *#T. Another sacred blood creature, with wings. Thumb screamed out loud. His voice turned all faces dark. The bird that was enjoying its meal suddenly cast its ruby-like eyes in their direction. The moment it spotted them, a murderous look appeared in its eyes and it spread its wings like clouds that blocked the sky and flew toward them. "Scatter!" Fist Guy shouted, turned and bolted. This silver bird was so strong that they were by no means its match. Since even the scales of the scaled armadillo could not withstand its claws, they simply had nothing to fight it with. Han Sen was also running as fast as his legs could carry him. The gang had scattered, but as Han Sen looked back, he realized that the silver bird had chosen him to follow, its ferocious bird eyes red as blood gazing at him unblinkingly. *#. Maybe God envies my newly gained beast soul. Han Sen secretly cursed and continued to run desperately. Chapter 110, Escape. Fortunately, it was a forest of pagoda-like weathered rock hoodoos. Han Sen was taking his cover behind the pagoda-like hoodoos and paid no mind which way he was going as long as he could get rid of the silver bird. However, the horrendous silver bird was still following him. Under its claws, even a car-sized stone was crushed in an instant. Its strength was almost divine. After running for a while, Han Sen was suddenly in the open and out of the hoodoo forest. He complained inwardly, "Now without the hoodoos as my cover, how could I outrun this damned bird?" Without the cover of the hoodoos, the silver bird uttered a ferocious hoot and rushed toward him. Without hesitation, Han Sen summoned the Bloody Slayer and Black Beetle and turned himself into a golden centaur, running with all 4 hooves. Han Sen had always trusted the speed of the Bloody Slayer, but this time he failed to run away from the silver bird. Instead, the bird was catching up. "Am I going to die here?" Han Sen complained inwardly. The shape-shifting time was limited and his current Geno points would give him less than an hour. Once his time was up, how could he ever outrun the ferocious silver bird with his own feet? But now Han Sen had no time to think. He had to focus on running as fast as he could. As for the purple-winged dragon beast's soul, Han Sen did not dare to summon it at all. Once he used wings to send himself in the air, his flying speed would be even lower and he would be turning himself into a meal for the bird. Looking at the endless plain, Han Sen ran desperately while the silver bird was snapping at his heels. As time passed, Han Sen started to feel a severe soreness and knew that his shape-shifting time was almost up. As Han Sen was considering whether to turn around and fight the bird head-on, he heard a rumbling of water ahead of him. It seemed that there was a wide river there. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Without thinking any further, he ran at his full speed toward the sound and used jade skin fully so that he could shape-shift a bit longer. Han Sen soon saw a wide river with roaring waves more rapid than the Yellow River. Seeing this river, Han Sen was overjoyed. Now he only wished that this silver bird did not know how to swim so that he could take refuge in the water. Running desperately with 4 hooves, Han Sen felt his body muscles were being torn apart as he had exceeded his shape-shifting time limit. But the only thing left to do was to hang on and keep running to the river. Giving up shape-shifting now was equal to giving up his life. 600 feet away from the river, Han Sen's eyes were bloodshot and the pain in his body almost made him scream. Yet he had to run. 500 feet. 300 feet. 100 feet. 10 feet. As Han Sen thought his body was about to explode, he had finally made it to the river. With acute pain, he threw himself into the water. Thump. Han Sen heard a loud noise behind him, and then felt a burst of pain on his back that almost made him black out. His heart froze, knowing the silver bird had followed him into the water. The desire to survive made him muster what was left of his energy and try to dive deep into the river. At this point, Han Sen could no longer keep up shape-shifting, or else his body would break down. The moment he turned into himself, he felt he was pushed downstream at an incredible speed. He tried not to faint, as he could drown in such torrents before he was eaten by the bird. He summoned the mutant black barracuda, and a mutant mount more than 4 feet long appeared next to him. Holding tight on the mount, Han Sen controlled it to dive to the bottom. When Han Sen could no longer hold his breath, he sent the mutant black barracuda to the surface. Finally getting a little break, Han Sen was glad to find the silver bird was nowhere to be seen. It seemed that it did not know how to swim and just clawed his back when he jumped into the water. His back was still in great pain, and his whole body felt like it was falling apart with spasms in his muscles. He felt like he was made into a plate of sashimi with his flesh being sliced off. The consequence of shape-shifting over time made Han Sen helpless. Fortunately, he had his black beetle armor for protection, or else the creatures in the river that had sniffed the smell of blood would have torn him apart. Groups of strange fish more than 2 feet long hovered around him and tried to bite his body from time to time. The sacred blood armor had thwarted all their attempts. Withstanding the maddening pain, Han Sen grabbed the Z-steel dagger in his sleeve and stabbed it into a strange fish next to him. The fish was gutted as he pulled the dagger fiercely, and it died without struggling. Primitive creature black lantern fish killed. No beast soul gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 primitive Geno points randomly. Seeing other black lantern fish hurrying over to the dead one, Han Sen quickly cut off a large chunk of fatty meat from its belly and threw the rest of the dead fish aside. Watching groups of black lantern fish chasing the dead body away, Han Sen took a bite at the meat in his hand. It tasted fishy and bitter, but Han Sen could not afford to be picky. When he jumped into the water, his back was clawed by the silver bird and his backpack was lost. With no water or food left, he could only rely on this creature's meat to gain some strength. If he wanted to live, he must have enough strength. But the fish meat was so unpalatable that Han Sen only ate half of it and threw the rest away. He would throw up otherwise. With some physical strength recovered, Han Sen started to observe the surroundings. Although it was already at night, the starlight and moonlight were so bright that he could still see mountains and forests along the river. But he still had no idea where he was. Gathering his strength, Han Sen commanded the mutant black barracuda to swim up to the shore. His luck was not too bad. Next to the shore was a grove of trees. He looked around and found no trace of creatures nearby. With a long sigh of relief, Han Sen climbed up into a tall tree's crown. When he was about to take a good rest and treat his wound, a beast roar rang in the mountain near him. How bad can my luck be? With a wry smile, Han Sen vigilantly looked in the direction of the roar. Chapter 111 Glory Shelter Translator, Nioebo Studio Editor, Nioebo Studio. Seeing it was actually several youths hunting a lion-like creature, Han Sen felt God had not abandoned him yet. Taking all his beast souls back and putting the dagger back into his sleeve, Han Sen slowly walked toward the youths and said after they killed the creature, "Friends, may I ask where this is?" The youths that were still thrilled over their kill were startled by Han Sen's voice and turned to him with weapons in their hands. After seeing Han Sen, who was in rags that were dripping blood, they were suddenly relieved. "Why are you here alone?" asked a young man in beast soul armor, looking at Han Sen with some doubt. "I came with some friends and not sure it was good or bad luck, we ran into a flying sacred blood creature and scattered. I'm lucky to be alive." Han Sen told half the truth. "A sacred blood creature? Where?" The youths were shocked. "I don't know now. I jumped into the river to escape from it and was carried here by the torrents. If you want to hunt it, you could go to the upstream and try your luck. I'm not sure if it would still be there though." Han Sen paused and asked, "Could you tell me where I am first?" A girl with wide eyes said, "We are not sure either. But if you are heading to a shelter, go west and it will take you about a month to reach Glory Shelter." Han Sen was a bit surprised. Glory Shelter was where Shui Longyan and Lin Beifeng came from. It chanced that he was near Glory Shelter now. He wondered how far the river had carried him. It was fortunate that he did not encounter any great danger on the way. The young man who spoke first suddenly said, "You don't look like you are in good shape. It so happens that we are heading back. So if you are willing to pay, we could take you with us." Han Sen smiled. "Does it look like I have money with me?" "We can sign a contract here and you could pay when we are back in the shelter," replied the young man. "How much do you want?" Han Sen pondered and asked. He was not familiar with this area. If he followed them, at least he would not get lost. 100,000, the young man regarded the bow and arrows Han Sen was carrying and said. "It looks like you are injured. We can give you some medicine and food meat of primitive creatures." The rest of the youths were a bit shocked by this price, as 100,000 was not a small amount. "Okay. But I would have to pay after we reach the shelter," said Han Sen, spreading his hands out. This trip was fruitful enough and it was most important that he could reach a shelter safe and sound. 100,000 was not much for him at this point. It was a shame that he probably would not be able to make it to the ranking rounds of the contest. It did not really matter to him though. Even if he did not show up, he would still have the 10th place and would have an equal right to a random sacred blood beast soul. The only pity was that he would miss the opportunity to fight against Lin Feng. Although he would miss the match, he had gained another sacred blood beast soul, which was far more attractive to Han Sen than his ranking. Even if he got the first place, there would be no extra material reward. Therefore, if Han Sen could choose again, he would still have come along. It would be nice though if he had not been thrown in such panic. Deal. The young man happily took out pen and paper to draft a simple contract. After Han Sen signed, he gave Han Sen some food and water. After some self-introduction, the girl with wide eyes helped treat Han Sen's wound. Once she lifted his shirt up and saw the wound left by the silver bird, she almost let out a yelp of surprise. A foot-long wound spread across Han Sen's back, with flesh ripped apart. The bleeding had almost stopped. Han Sen thought it was fortunate that he was already in the water and both his backpack and sacred blood armor provided some protection when the bird attacked, so that his spine was not hurt. Or he would have died a long time ago. The injury looked scary. However, he had great physique and jade skin. Even with no medicine, his wound would not get any worse. The girl cleaned his wound with alcohol and bandaged it. The youths all said Han Sen was lucky to keep his life. The guys in the group chopped up the lion-like creature's body, picked some branches, made a fire, and put chunks of meat on it to barbecue. They shared a chunk with Han Sen after it was ready. Han Sen grabbed the meat and devoured it. He needed to gain some energy badly. Primitive creature yellow lion's meat eaten. 0 primitive geno point gained. Han Sen had got familiar with the youths after traveling with them for 2 days. They were not bad people. Because they were from humble families and had nothing special about them, they did not make it into some large gangs. Instead, they grouped up to hunt creatures themselves. They did not dare to poke any strong creature for lack of strength. This way there was not much risk involved as they were always picking on primitive creatures that were alone. Their situation was much better than Han Sen when he had first entered God's sanctuary, as they were together while he had been alone. But he could still relate to them sometimes. With the medicine and food supplies, Han Sen was recovering much faster. With his physique and use of jade skin, his wound was no longer serious just a few days later. At the foot of a mountain, they suddenly heard a screeching. Several of them looked up and saw some black figures rushing down from the mountain, terrified. "Run! It's black-tailed monkeys," shouted Su Xiangqian, the leader of the youths. Although the black-tailed monkeys were merely of the size of cats. As primitive creatures, they were rather swift and their claws were toxic and it would be dangerous for one to be scratched by them. Seeing at least a dozen monkeys rushing down, the youths were all shocked. They might be able to cope with 1 or 2 of them, but once they were caught up by the dozen here, it would be hard for any of them to stay alive. Surrounded by mountains, it was almost impossible for them to outrun the monkeys who were used to climb. Suddenly, a trill of the string was followed by a scream of a monkey. The youths turned around and saw a black-tailed monkey was pierced by an arrow in the head and fell to the ground. And the archer was Han Sen on the side. "Han Sen, let's go. There are too many black-tailed monkeys here and we will be in trouble if surrounded by them," said Li Xiaogu, the girl with wide eyes hastily. Chapter 112. The archer Han Sen ignored her urging and drew the string of doomsday at the black-tailed monkeys sweeping across the slope, screaming. The youths thought Han Sen was out of his mind. How many of the monkeys could he possibly kill? Once he was besieged by them, 1 scratch would mean death. While they were still anxious, they heard the string sounded once again and it did not stop. A black shadow flashed and instantly shot through a black-tailed monkey's head. The next moment, the arrow went back to the hands of Han Sen and was driven through another monkey's head. There was no extra movement or any deviation. The bow and arrow were almost integrated into one, with a mysterious beauty. String, arrow, death, everything was so natural and smooth, as if this was the way it should be. Su Xiangqian and the other youths were stunned and stopped running. They could not believe the black-tailed monkeys' heads were penetrated just like this. More than half of the 20-some black-tailed monkeys were shot dead by Han Sen before they could make it to the foot of the mountain, and the few survivors screamed and fled back to the mountains. The youths were still frozen and looked Han Sen up and down as if they had seen a ghost. Suddenly, they heard a screech of anger from the mountains and soon saw a black-tailed monkey more than twice the size of the normal ones reaching the foot of the mountain in an instant like a whirl of wind. A mutant black-tailed monkey. Li Xiaogu was shocked. Following her cry, an arrow flew across with a firm sound of string. Whoosh! The mutant black-tailed monkey was suddenly shot in the head, with its whole body carried away and nailed on a tree behind it by an arrow. Li Xiaogu and the rest were looking at the monkey nailed on the tree astonished. And when they looked to Han Sen in a few seconds, he had put the bow back on his back as if he just did something quite trivial. On the day of the ranking rounds of the contest, almost everyone was watching the matches, the match that they were most looking forward to being Dollar versus Lin Feng. But until the start of the match, Dollar was still nowhere to be seen. Because a total point system was used in the ranking rounds, every contestant must fight all 9 others. Whoever won the most matches would have higher ranking. So in the beginning, when it had not been Dollar's turn yet, the viewers were still hopeful that he might show up later. However, Dollar did not even show up at his own rounds and ended up losing by default. There was an uproar among the viewers, as they were very disappointed in Dollar's absence after waiting for such a long time. All kinds of speculations and gossips began trending. Some said Dollar was injured when hunting a sacred blood creature and thus could not make it. Some said Dollar was an active duty soldier and was executing orders on the battlefield, so he could not participate in the contest. Of course, some said Dollar was afraid of Lin Feng, and did not dare to come. However, this argument was relatively unpopular. After all, Dollar's strength had been recognized by the vast majority in his fight against Yi Dongmu. With all kinds of speculations in the alliance, people first thought of Fang Mingquan and Contest Center and wished that Fang would have a satisfactory answer to why Dollar did not show up at the ranking rounds. Naturally, Fang Mingquan had no way of knowing that. So he simply wrote an article, "You are my uncrowned king," to indicate the Dollar was his only king and champion forever no matter which place he ended up having. Getting no answer from Fang Mingquan, people were still curious. But there was no one who knew the reason why Dollar did not show up no matter how many analyses there were. Until the end of the contest, Dollar still did not make his appearance. He was considered lost by forfeit in all his matches and ranked number 10 in the end. But no one doubted the strength of Dollar. At least he would not be number 10. And the champion was highly predictable. Lin Feng still allowed all his opponents to perform wonderfully before defeating them. It was the same in every match of his. The focus of the ranking rounds was not the ranking. There was not even much discussion on who the champion would be. The hottest debate was if Dollar had come, who would the champion be? In an interview with Lin Feng, a female reporter asked him, "Did Dollar choose not to come because he fears you?" Lin Feng replied casually, "Just like I will never be afraid of any opponent, neither will he." He then ignored all other interviews. Unable to reach Lin Feng, reporters then turned to chase his buddy Tang Zhenliu. This made Tang really depressed. He was the runner-up this year, which was the best ranking he had so far, and no one cared about that. They might congratulate him on that in the beginning, which was always followed by questions about Dollar. Tang Zhenliu, if Dollar were in the matches, who do you think would be the champion, Dollar or Lin Feng? Tang Zhenliu, why do you think Dollar was absent? Dollar and Lin Feng, who would be more likely to win? Do Dollar and Lin Feng know each other? Are you and Dollar friends? All kinds of questions made Tang dizzy and he ended up hiding at home so that the journalists could not besiege him. The Skynet was also flooded with posts discussing these questions. Some were praising Dollar and some criticizing. The debates lasted for about a month after the contest was over. It took Han Sen and the youths more than half a month to reach Glory Shelter. The youths told Han Sen it would take a month, which was an estimate according to their own speed, considering they had to bypass large groups of creatures. With Han Sen on the team, they did not need to take detours anymore, as the archer could clear the path. As long as the creatures were not in too large a group, Han Sen could always keep them at least 30 feet away, making the youths realize the benefits a great archer could bring. Because of the performance of Han Sen, some of them had changed their focus to archery. After Han Sen reached Glory Shelter, he found that he could not claim the reward for the chosen there and had to claim it at the Sacred Steel in Steel Armor Shelter where he registered in the contest. Chapter 113, My Conquest is the Sea of Stars. Han Sen could not immediately go back now, so he first teleported out of God's sanctuary, and as soon as he was in the Alliance, he saw on his comlink many unanswered calls from Fang Jingqi. He called back and heard Fang's relieved voice, "You are not dead yet. Good people are not so easy to die. Tell Fist Guy that I cannot go see him right now and will give him the mutant mount back." Their contract stipulated that if the sacred blood creature was hunted, Han Sen could have a mutant beast soul mount, but since the scaled armadillo was taken by the silver bird, Fist Guy's gang must have gone back with nothing. There was no reason for Han Sen to keep the mount. No need. After you led the silver bird away, the gang managed to bring back the body of the scaled armadillo. They lost a little bit to the bird, but it does not matter much. They have been really worried that you might have been killed by the bird. Fang Jingqi laughed. Unfortunately, I had no sacred blood beast soul bow or arrow, or I would have shot the silver bird down as well. It got lucky, joked Han Sr., if you need sacred blood beast soul bow and arrow, here is a chance. Fang Jingqi grinned. What chance? You are not asking me to risk my life again, right? I have no interest to do it a second time, said Han Sen, actually feeling quite interested inwardly. Doomsday was good, but not quite enough to kill a sacred blood creature. In 2 months, Fist Guy will enter Second God's sanctuary and will sell some of his beast souls, including a sacred blood bow. If you are interested, you could take a look, said Fang Jingqi. Will do. Han Sen hung up and went outside. Yang Monli was standing at the gate of the teleport station, gazing at him. Where have you been? Aren't you aware that the entrance examination to Black Hawk is about to start? If you do not get admitted, do not say that I have trained you, because I cannot afford to lose face like that, exclaimed Yang Monli in anger. I was hunting a creature with friends and something went wrong. I just got back to the shelter. I am really sorry. Han Sen knew that he had been gone longer than he asked for, so no wonder that Yang Monli was mad. Whatever, your admission had nothing to do with me. I actually wish that you won't pass the exam so that I will not have to see you every day. Yang Monli was very dissatisfied with his indifferent attitude. Han Sen shrugged. He knew Yang Monli was not a bad person, but she always sounded mean. She must want him to go back into training. But Han Sen had to go home now that he had been gone for many days. He could only let Yang Monli down for the moment. Seeing Han Sen still left the teleport station instead of going back to train, she thought bitterly, it would make no sense if this bastard were admitted to Black Hawk. Han Sen returned home and checked in with his mother before going to bed. He was not in a hurry to claim his sacred blood beast soul. He could claim it any time at Steel Armor Shelter before the next contest started. Entrance exam to Black Hawk was in just a few days and he planned to take the exam before finding his way from Glory Shelter to Steel Armor Shelter. But he had to make it back to Steel Armor Shelter before Fist Guy auctioned his beast souls. He was very interested in that sacred blood beast soul bow. In addition, the shrieky beast should finish evolving into a sacred blood beast by that time and he could not waste that. Thinking of beast souls, Han Sen summoned the beast soul of the scaled armadillo, which was a huge black round shield about 4 feet wide. The shield was covered in scales and spikes and looked quite fearsome. It was more for offense than defense, as whoever knocked over or cut by the shield would suffer severe injury. Really great stuff. If it's paired with the speed of the Bloody Slayer, even Qin Xian would not dare to take a hit from it. Han Sen thought of the scene and laughed out loud. The next morning, Han Sen went to the teleport station for training, and Yang Monli gave him another fitness test. Han Sen used Jade Skin to keep all his score between 10 to 11, making Yang Monli fairly satisfied. Han Sen did not know how much his actual fitness index was, as he had not used his full strength in the tests recently. Also, he had gained another 5 mutant geno points from eating the mutant black-tailed monkey and now had a total of 52 mutant geno points. Yang Monli used the few days left to put Han Sen on a detailed comprehensive training program, so that he could not slack at all. As a soldier, although she was no fan of Han Sen's, she still made every effort, as it was an order from Qin Xian to train him. Whether he could eventually be admitted was none of her business. She actually did not want Han Sen to be admitted, as she thought Dollar was the best candidate for the archer in the squad. But Dollar's whereabouts were never predictable, and she could not even locate him, let alone persuade him to join the squad, which made her rather upset. When the entrance exam was about to begin, Qin Xian, as the station master, could not leave the teleport station to accompany Han Sen to Plant Hawk, where Blackhawk Military Academy was. Instead, she gave Han Sen an interstellar spaceship ticket, and asked him to go take the exam. Han Sen had already talked to Luo Sulan about going to a military academy. She was very supportive of his decision. If he could go to a famous military school and graduate, he could serve as a low-level officer instead of a soldier, even if his grades were just average. This way he did not have to suffer too much, and his chance of survival on the battlefield would also be higher. If his grades were excellent, then it would be even better. In that case, maybe he would be assigned to a relatively safe position, which was what Luo Sulan wanted. Her only worry was that Han Sen might not be able to pass the entrance exam to such a good school as Blackhawk. After all, Han Sen only graduated from the integrated compulsory education system, and his chance of entering a military academy, which was challenging for even many private school graduates, was indeed worrisome. On the interstellar spaceship, Han Sen looked at the infinite space outside the window, and his heart started to race. It was the first time ever for him to leave planet Roca. At this moment, Han Sen suddenly remembered a line from a book he once read: "My conquest is the Sea of Stars." Chapter 114, The Prize is a Date-Long Interstellar Travel was very boring. Many people would choose to go to the gym or go on the Skynet to kill time. Although Han Sen's destination Planet Hawk was not too far away, it would still take a few days. Han Sen felt rather bored sitting alone and was trying to decide if he should go to the gym. Suddenly he saw a girl sitting opposite him using her comlink to play a game that looked like Hand of God Online. Han Sen thought it was similar to Hand of God because the game he played in the teleport station was via a holographic device that monitored one's entire body, while the one the girl was playing was a comlink game that could be played with one hand. The girl's fingers were long and pretty, hitting the spots near her hand at a dazzling speed. What Han Sen did not understand was what seemed to be the difference between this game and the one he had played. In addition to those light spots, there were also the holographic image of a palm, which was hitting the spots nearby as if it was trying to beat the girl to them. Han Sen watched for a while and roughly understood that it was an online mini version of the game Hand of God. The one he used to play was the single-player version. After finishing her round, the girl saw Han Sen staring at her and gave him a cold glance. Han Sen then noticed that the girl was actually stunning. She was his age or maybe older. Wearing a suit that looked like a uniform, she had a sweet face like a porcelain doll with small red lips and black hair. The girl saw Han Sen still staring at her and deliberately turned away, continuing to play her game. Han Sen stood up, walked next to the girl, and said with a smile, "Are you from Blackhawk?" The girl turned back and looked at Han Sen, slightly surprised. "You also go to Blackhawk?" "Not yet, I'm going to apply," Han Sen said. The girl heard his reply and seemed to have lost interest in him. There were numerous applicants to Blackhawk each year and the admission rate was less than 1 in 1,000. She thought it was just Han Sen's pickup line. She had seen too many people like him and was no longer surprised. "Sister, what is that game you are playing?" "It looks like a bit like Hand of God." Han Sen sat down next to the girl and continued the conversation. The girl had no choice but to turn back and look at Han Senator. Suddenly her lips turned upward into a sly smile. Don't ask and play against me. If you win, I could even go on a date with you. The girl took for granted that everyone knew the Skynet version of Hand of God, especially an applicant to a military academy. Han Sen must be using this to get her attention. So, if I win, you are willing to be my girlfriend? Han Sen looked at the girl in surprise, no believing what she said was true. This girl had a sweet face and a nicer body. Her long legs and plump bosom were accentuated by her small waist. She was a beautiful girl indeed. She was still a bit young at this time, but in a few years, once she became a woman, she would be as attractive as, if not more alluring than Qin Xian. A girl like her would become his date as long as he beat her in Hand of God. It was a great deal for him either way. Of course, Ji Yanran always keeps her words. If you are admitted to Blackhawk, you could ask around and everyone would tell you so. Ji Yanran grinned. She was a junior at Blackhawk and the president of Hand of God Society. She was definitely among the top 10 at this game in Blackhawk. Not even too many professional players had the confidence to beat her, let alone Han Sen, who had not even made it to the military school yet. Great. Let's begin now. Han Sen felt he could not miss such a great deal, to get himself a pretty date before even going to school. He would not have too many opportunities like this one. Ji Yanran gave him a sweet smile. Since it is a showdown and you could potentially have me as your date, what would you offer if you lose? If I lose, I will be your boyfriend. Is that fair? Han Sen said earnestly. Ji Yanran gave him a stare and said, save it. Your lines don't work on me. If you lose, you cannot show your face in front of me from now until the moment we arrive at Planet Hawk. Deal. Han Sen nodded. He saw Ji Yanran play and thought she was much slower than himself. He was confident that he could win. What is your game ID? I will add you and invite you into my group. Ji Yanran wanted to get rid of him as fast as possible. I'm sorry, sister, I have never played this version of Hand of God. Could you show me how to play first? Han Sen spread out his hands helplessly and said. He used to play on the device in the teleport station and had never tried using his comlink. You really don't know how to play? Ji Yanran did not believe him. Which name should I search? Han Sen turned his comlink on. Well, I will see how long you could keep this up. Ji Yanran did not trust him at all, but she was not angry either. She wanted to see how long he could keep his pretense, so she told him how to enter the game. She saw Han Sen using his comlink number to enter the game and was quite shocked, because the pop-up window on his comlink was a tutorial, which would only appear when the game was installed for the first time. You really have never played Hand of God? Ji Yanran threw a surprised look at Han Sr., not this version. I have only played the single-player version, replied Han Sr., the two versions are quite different, and you dared to play against me when you have never played the versus mode. Ji Yanran felt both shocked and amused, as she thought this guy was driven purely by passion indeed. Should be similar. Han Sen began to play in training mode, which could not be skipped and was meant to show new players how to use the versus version. Han Sen used to play the single-player version and had no opponent. In training mode, there was a hand trying to beat him to the spots, which took some effort for him to get used to, so he looked a bit clumsy. Sometimes, Han Sen only found a spot gone when his finger moved over, which was quite different from when he was playing alone. In addition to paying attention to the spots, he also had to pay attention to the action and intention of the other hand. Ji Yanran saw him playing in the training mode and was rendered speechless. He was such a rookie that she had no idea where he gained the nerve to challenge her, president of the Hand of God Society. It looks a bit challenging indeed. Can I practice a bit before playing against you? Han Sen asked. Sure, anytime. Ji Yanran believed a rookie like him would not be her match even after practicing for a semester. She wanted to show him some grace, so that when he lost, he would have no excuse to bother her again. Han Sen got Ji Yanran's permission and returned to his seat to play online. He soon discovered that versus version was much more interesting than the single-player version. Playing alone simply required him to be fast, while more factors were added to the versus version, including what and when the opponent would move, which made the game more fun. Han Sen played a few rounds and gradually mastered the versus version. In fact, as long as one had the skills and ability to judge correctly, the versus version was actually easier. After all, the single-player version was all about speed, and in the versus version, all you had to be was faster than your opponent. If your opponent was weak, it would be really easy to win. Han Sen was only trying to study the game itself and did not care about the result, so he lost 5 games in a row. Han Sen played a final round when he had fully grasped the tricks. His opponent was not even able to hit a single spot and he had a complete victory. Feeling that he was ready, Han Sen went to Ji Yanran and said, "Sister, I am ready. Would you add me? What is your ID?" Ji Yanran was not about to make any comment. She would win anyway, and all that was left to do was to drive this annoying fly away. Win a girlfriend, Han Sen told her his ID. Ji Yanran stared sharply at Han Sen, but did not say anything. It did not matter. He could not beat her no matter what ID name he used. Han Sen saw a friend request and the ID name was Souvenir. Ji Yanran looked at Han Sen's record and saw he had lost 5 out of 6 rounds. She did not even know where to begin, so she said nothing. Setting up an online game room and password, she invited Han Sen to enter. The moment Han Sen entered the room, Ji Yanran picked a level and started the match. At the end of the countdown, a holographic image was projected from his comlink. In addition to the image like a crystal ball, there was also the image of Ji Yanran's pretty hand. Ji Yanran saw a spot flashing and immediately moved a finger over to touch it, but before she could do that, she saw a finger of her opponent on it and the spot disappeared. Ji Yanran did not mind it and thought Han Sen got lucky. That spot was closer to his palm anyway. When the second spot appeared, she pointed to it at full speed, but when her little finger was about to touch it, a finger from the holographic image once again beat her to it. Ding! The spot disappeared and Han Sen gained another point, and Ji Yanran's score remained 0. Ji Yanran paused but still believed that it was pure luck. A rookie like him could never be better than she. But when the third spot appeared, Ji Yanran once again lost the spot she wanted to press. Ji Yanran raged, as this time she saw clearly that Han Sen was targeting her, only aiming at the one spot she wanted to press. "Brat, I will let you know you should never mess with a Blackhawk girl." Ji Yanran was fully focused this time and was prepared to teach Han Sen a lesson. She still thought she had just lost a few points because of her carelessness. However, the same thing happened to the fourth spot and she still did not get a single point. Ji Yanran was getting more and more angry. Her slender fingers danced away, but regardless of which spot she went for, her opponent could always hit it first. Ding ding ding. The sound of spot getting hit continued to ring. Ji Yanran was dumbfounded as she was not even able to get a single spot. Han Sen had got them all. Impossible, this is not possible. At the end of the game, Ji Yanran was stunned by the score, 0-59. She had tried 59 times and was blocked 59 times. Han Sen did not hit any other spot than the ones she was going for. He was just targeting her. But Ji Yanran could not believe that as the president of Hand of God Society, she would get no points at all, which seemed absurd. How is anyone able to do this? Even Jing, who is the best player in Blackhawk, could not have done this, not to mention the kid has not even been admitted to Blackhawk. Thinking of this, Ji Yanran bristled. Because she thought of another possibility. Legend has it that a hacker had designed a cheating device of Hand of God, which could 100% prevent the opponent from getting any points, exactly what had happened. Han Sen must have used this cheating device in their game. Ji Yanran was more convinced when she thought about it. Nothing could explain how he could have blocked all her points. Humans simply could not be so accurate. Even some could achieve this. A kid who had not even been to military school would not be one of them. Sister, so I won, right? Han Sen walked over with a smile. Having such a pretty girlfriend when he just entered the school was something he would be quite proud of. You used a cheating device, so it does not count, Ji Yanran said angrily. Cheating device? Han Sen was a bit shocked. Stop pretending. You blocked all my points and it simply looked fake. If it was not for a cheating device, how could you have done it? Ji Yanran pouted and said. Her look seemed to be saying, I have already seen through how despicable you are. I do not know what a cheating device is. Han Sen spread out his hands. Keep pretending if you will. Ji Yanran was certain that Han Sen had cheated. If you do not believe me, we can have another match, Han Sen said. You have a cheating device, so the result would be the same no matter how many times we play. Ji Yanran curled her lips with disdain. Han Sen was dumbfounded and said, My comlink is here. You can check yourself and see whether I have a cheating device installed. I do not understand how it works or where you hide it. Ji Yanran had determined that Han Sen had cheated and she did have a point. Han Sen's performance looked like he was cheating indeed. His ability to predict and his reflexes were so strong that even Yi Dongmu was not his match, let alone Ji Yanran. Han Sen felt that he was wronged, but Ji Yanran would not believe him. Then how can I convince you that I did not cheat? Han Sen spread out his hands helplessly. Easy. When we arrive at Blackhawk, we could have another match using the professional equipment there, and if you could still win, I will believe that you did not cheat and will then honor my promise, Ji Yanran said with confidence. She believed Han Sen must have used a cheating device which would not work on professional equipment. His scheme would be exposed then. All right then, Han Sen smiled and said, but you gotta tell me what your name is. My name is Ji Yanran, and you can ask anyone to find out where I am. Ji Yanran believed Han Sen had cheated and would not be her match at all, so she told him her real name without hesitation. Beautiful name. Han Sen smiled. Well, if you want to enter the school and play against me, you must be admitted first, and nobody could never enter Blackhawk, Ji Yanran thought to herself. Han Sen did not bother her anymore, but went back to his own seat and continued to play the versus version of Hand of God. He only played against Ji Yanran because it was fun and did not really think that this would win him a pretty girlfriend, so he did not really care. Although Ji Yanran was beautiful, Qin Xian and Yang Monli were not bad either. Therefore he was not really smitten, but only thought she looked sweet and was an interesting girl. Ji Yanran was no longer in the mood to play. She gave Han Sen a stare before going to the lounge and taking some rest. As he continued to play the game, Han Sen was feeling less bored. He did not see Ji Yanran again until disembarking. She took her luggage and got on a private luxury aircraft, giving him another stare before leaving. Han Sen paid no attention to that and checked in at the hotel Qin Xian had booked for him, waiting for the entrance exam to begin. Military schools were different from how they had been centuries ago. In this era, one could take the entrance exam of whichever military school one wanted to go to. As long whoever qualified would be admitted. With Han Sen's condition, he could pass the exam on his own. But with Qin Xian's recommendation, he could benefit from the special enrollment program and meet lower standards. However, in this case, he needed to do much better in archery. This was nothing difficult for Han Senator. He controlled his strength to reach just the standard of special enrollment, and did not stand out in archery either, simply finishing the task. In spite of this, Han Sen's performance in archery was still among top 10. In this era, very few people practiced archery. Although archers were highly valued in God's sanctuary, in the Alliance any sniper could use a modern weapon to kill an archer, despite the fact that it was much harder to learn archery. In addition to specially cultivated soldiers, very few people would learn archery on their own and even fewer were good at it. The reason the special enrollment program existed was that Blackhawk's Department of Archery was one of the weakest among all military schools in the Alliance, which was a disgrace to a famous school like Blackhawk. That was why they were trying to recruit student archers to revitalize the Department of Archery. Smoothly admitted to Blackhawk as a specially enrolled student, Han Sen went through some procedures and became a military school student. After reporting the result to his mother, Han Sen did not hear Luo Sulan speak for a long while. He faintly heard her sobbing. "My son was admitted to a famous school," Luo Sulan said with blissful tears after a while. Han Sen heard her voice and his eyes became wet. His mother had been through so much these years. After informing his mother, Han Sen called Qin Xian and she said casually, "Congratulations. I have taken care of the procedures for you to join the squad. From now on, you are my guy." "Station master, what does the squad do?" asked Han Sen curiously. "Babysit," Qin Xian said in a strange voice. "Babysit?" Han Sen was shocked and did not understand what a special squad would have to do with nurse or nanny. "Our task is to take care of some special kids, such as Yuan and Qing whom you already knew. They are also our clients. By taking care of them in God's sanctuary, we can gain handsome rewards. For example, S-class licenses of St. Hall that can't be bought would be paid to you if you finish certain tasks." Qin Xian explained and then told him, "There are some formalities where your signatures are needed and you need to keep some things in mind. But let's go into details later in the shelter." "My family." Han Sen wanted to ask the most important question. "The report has been submitted. Within a week, your mother and sister will be under the protection of the military. Unless you kill Son of Heaven's father or marry his wife, he probably will not be so desperate that he risk doing something stupid. Your family will be safe in the Alliance, about which you can absolutely rest assured," Qin Xian solemnly committed. "What if he really is desperate?" Han Sen asked again. "He does not dare," Qin Xian said casually, sounding full of confidence. Chapter 117, Jade Shell Beast Soul. After completing all the admission procedures, Han Sen did not go directly to school. He must return to Steel Armor Shelter before school was in session. Otherwise he would never have such a long period of free time. He needed to participate in various training programs and could not spend half a month or even longer in God's sanctuary. Han Sen got in touch with Lin Beifeng and asked him about the route he took when coming to Steel Armor Shelter from Glory Shelter. Then Han Sen also did some research on the Skynet. Because Glory Shelter was closest to Steel Armor Shelter, there were quite a few people that had traveled between the two. With all the information and his own experience, Han Sen soon figured out a way to go back to Steel Armor Shelter. This route was very dangerous for others, but for Han Sen it was fine. According to his judgment, the hardest part in this route was to travel through Dark Swamp, which he was familiar with and could fly across. "Sen, you are still in Glory Shelter, right? Can you do me a favor? I will transfer some money to you and can you acquire some beast souls of Jade Shell in Glory Shelter?" Lin Beifeng asked. "What is that?" Han Sen was puzzled. "It's a primitive beast soul armor, very common in Glory Shelter. Although there is the word armor in Steel Armor Shelter, there were very limited beast soul armors nearby. I estimate that you could buy a Jade Shell beast soul with less than 100,000, which could sell at least 200,000. Lin Beifeng said excitedly, "Sen, I will offer the capital and you put in the effort. How about we split the profit 50-50? Okay, let's do this. Remember to transfer me the money first." I am so poor now that I don't even have 10,000 in my account. Han Sen was telling the truth as he had less than 10,000 after paying his own tuition and fees. I'll do that right away. In fact, there are a lot of good things in Glory Shelter. If you have time, I will do some research, Lin Beifong said eagerly. Next time. I am on a tight schedule and have to make it back to Steel Armor Shelter as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the military school is in session, I could not afford to be absent, Han Sen said. Sen, I made so much effort to look for you, while you are going away to some military school. I have to follow you there, cried Lin Beifong. Why would you put yourself through such hardship? With your family's financial resources and connections, you would not need to go to the front even if you serve. Han Sen paused and said, moreover, now enrollment has almost ended. Well, forget about it then. I will go send you the money. Lin Beifong was depressed. Han Sen soon received the money from Lin Beifong. It was as much as 20 million. Even if one beast soul cost 100,000, he could buy 200 beast souls. Although it was a very common kind of primitive beast soul, it was hard to acquire as many as 200. As Han Sen did not want to waste any time, he had to finish acquiring them in one day. So he felt it would be good enough to get just 100. The process was much smoother than he had thought. There were indeed plenty of jade shell beast souls in Glory Shelter. In the beginning, he could buy one at 50 or 60,000. Later, the highest price he ever gave was just 80,000. In one day, Han Sen bought 187 jade shell beast souls, and it was an incredible number. If he had more time, he would love to spend more time in Glory Shelter. If he could go back successfully this time, he would come here again for sure. After preparing for the trip, Han Sen finally embarked on the road between the two shelters. The journey was surprisingly uneventful. And as he had expected, both shelters were on the verge of dark swamp, and the paths from each shelter to the swamp were rather safe. The most dangerous part was inside dark swamp, but Han Sen was no stranger to the swamp. He had not really been to the part near Glory Shelter and could only try to fly in the right direction. A few days later, he saw the familiar black stinger forest. It was much easier after that. When Han Sen returned to Steel Armor Shelter safely in only a little more than 16 days, he let out a long sigh of relief. It was just a couple of days until school started, and he did not want to be kicked out for being absent. He could come back so fast mainly because of the mutant beast soul mount Fist Guy gave him. The mutant three-eyed beast mount was as strong as a bull and carried him at full speed all the time except for when he was flying over the swamp. It was much faster than him walking. Otherwise he might not be able to return to Steel Armor Shelter even in a month. Lin Beifong widened his eyes when seeing Han Sr. Sen, well done. You are back safe and sound from Glory Shelter in just half a month. Here are the beast souls. You sell them however you like. Out of breath, Han Sen transferred all the beast souls to Lin Beifong. Although he only spent half a month on the road, he barely had any shut-eye. He was almost practicing jade skin to keep himself awake all the time and was about to collapse at this point. A deep sense of fatigue made him unwilling to speak and want to go to bed right away. Han Sen fell directly on the bed in his room in the shelter and slept for 2 days straight. When he woke up, he felt like his whole body was falling apart. He did make some progress with jade skin though. When he was practicing it, the coolness that flowed in his body got stronger. Han Sen sat up, his eyes falling on the shrieky beast he was feeding. Its fur was dark and shiny like black jade. And it was twice the size it used to be. The shrieky beast has finally evolved into a sacred blood creature. Han Sen was filled with ecstasy. Carrying a dagger to kill it, he felt his mouth watering. He was so hungry after the long sleep and his body was so tired. This shrieky beast would do well to provide him with some nutrition. Sacred blood creature shrieky beast killed. No beast soul gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points. Han Sen had little interest in listening to the voice. He was staring at the meat cooking in the pot with his mouth watering. His stomach was rumbling as he was starving. But Han Sen was still being patient. He waited until the meat stew was ready and started to gobble directly from the pot. Meat of sacred blood shrieky beast eaten. 1 sacred geno point gained. Meat of sacred blood shrieky beast eaten. 1 sacred geno point gained. Han Sen gorged himself silly and devoured nearly 20 pounds of meat and soup altogether, which even scared himself. But as the warmth spread in his body, he felt so comfortable as if he was a sponge that was filled with water. He lay on the ground and almost moaned out loud. Sacred blood meat is indeed wonderful. If I could have such a pot every day, I would be so healthy and strong. Han Sen licked his lips. Unfortunately, he only had such a blessing every 3 months. With the 5 sacred geno points gained from eating the shrieky beast, he now had 34 sacred geno points. It had only been half a year and he had 1/3 the maximum count of sacred geno points. No one would believe him even he told people the truth. He went to the plaza and bought a primitive creature the size of a chicken and fed the black crystal to it. While doing this, Han Sen had something else on his mind. He could finally claim his beast soul reward from the contest. No matter what kind of beast soul he got, it would be a sacred blood one, what many people could only dream of. What is the best? A bow? A mount? Or a humanoid beast soul? Han Sen thought it would be difficult for him to choose, because he wanted everything. However, he had only one chance and it was not even up to him. At midnight when there was no one around, Han Sen quietly entered the martial ring, which had been closed after the contest. Except for him, no one could enter before next year's contest started. After he had claimed his prize, he would not be able to enter either. Standing in front of the sacred steel, Han Sen placed his palm on the steel and suddenly all kinds of images of beast souls started shifting rapidly on the steel. Han Sen removed his palm and the images were still changing and slowed down after a while. Han Sen's heart was racing with the images. When the image froze on one beast soul, Han Sen was completely attracted by it. A seductive blonde woman with hourglass figure and scarlet pupils in red-fitting armor and a ruby crown, walked out from the steel and smiled at Han Sen, almost stealing his soul away. Then she became a shadow and entered Han Sen's mind. He suddenly heard the voice say, "Sacred blood beast soul fairy queen gained." Han Sen was ecstatic and quickly checked the details of fairy queen. Type of sacred blood beast soul fairy queen, shape-shifting. Shape-shifting. Han Sen almost cheered, but on a second thought, it was a shame that such a beautiful beast soul could not be summoned to stand alone, but had to be integrated in his body. But a shape-shifting beast soul was undoubtedly the most expensive beast soul type, not to mention it was a humanoid. Han Sen could not wait to summon the fairy queen beast soul and turn into a fairy. Suddenly Han Sen's body was wrapped in red armor, and a ruby crown was worn on his head. His pupils became scarlet like the fairy queen and his dark hair turned blonde. Basically he turned into the male version of the fairy queen. Han Sen felt all aspects of his fitness had been greatly improved. Although the improvement in speed and strength was not as great as with the Bloody Slayer, all aspects were very balanced. This beast soul also came with a suit of armor, which was not as strong as the Black Beetle armor, but would be comparable to a top mutant armor beast soul. The fairy queen beast soul had enhanced his abilities in all aspects in a balanced way. To Han Sen's surprise, his eyesight seemed to have become very strong after shape-shifting into the fairy queen. He could even see the fine lines of a rock very far away from him. He was also feeling odd about something, as if everything has slowed down in his eyes. Han Sen did not know whether it was just his illusion. The only pity was that when using Fairy Queen, he could not use Bloody Slayer or Black Beetle armor. But this did not matter much, because Fairy Queen's own armor was also quite good. The best part for Han Sen was that he could use this beast's soul and shape-shift when using his real identity and no one would know it was Dollar's prize. Therefore, as Han Sen, he could also use a powerful beast's soul and did not have to turn into Dollar to use Bloody Slayer and Black Beetle armor. Fairy Queen was just what Han Sen needed now. He did not want to be considered weak by the world forever. All the fairies in myths and legends are with wings. If Fairy Queen also has wings, it would be perfect, Han Sen thought greedily. After the excitement, Han Sen sneaked out of the martial ring. The day after tomorrow was the first day of school. He had to go register and then go to his dormitory. Blackhawk was a military school, so the rules followed military standards. Once enrolled, a student could not go out of the school and had to stay in the dormitory, except for holidays and special occasions. Although Blackhawk was large enough to assign each student his or her own room, for students would have to share a room in the dormitory so as to enhance team awareness and collective sense of honor. Han Sen's roommates were all specially enrolled archery students like himself. Han Sen was the last one to arrive in the dormitory. The other three had moved in for several days. "Brother, why are you so late? We cannot wait." When Han Sen had moved into the dormitory, his three roommates surrounded him like a bunch of hooligans trying to tease a maiden. "What do you want?" Han Sen subconsciously protected his chest and looked at them with vigilance. "Brother, do not be afraid. We just want to discuss with you who our leader should be. I think we should go by age. The oldest should be the leader. As you all know, wisdom grows with age. So, I will make a great leader." The speaker was a big man more than 6 feet tall. The rolling of his eyes suggested that he might not be so trustworthy, unlike what was suggested by his muscular body. To enhance team spirit among students, Blackhawk always trained students by room. So the leader of a room would have more say in most things. That was why they were all trying to be the leader. "Shizhikong, that does not really make sense. Age does not represent anything. I think as a leader, one must be intelligent to gain most benefits for our room. My IQ is 167. How about you?" A gentle and delicate teenager blinked and said. "Lu Meng, that is not true either. IQ is nothing. I think for a leader the most important thing is EQ. Many with high IQ are idiots in real life." "How can someone like that be our leader?" retorted the cunning big man Shizhikong. "Who are you calling an idiot?" Lu Meng squared his shoulders and wanted to argue with Shizhikong, but cringed as he saw Shi raising his sturdy arm that could bear the weight of a horse. "We are all in Department of Archery, so let's decide who the leader is by archery. Whoever is the best shot should be our leader so that we could establish a goal together," suggested Zhang Yang with big eyes, bushy eyebrows and sunny disposition while doing push-ups. "New guy, what do you say?" Shizhikong and Lu Meng looked to Han Sr. "I think that fellow has a point. Since we are all archery students, the best archer should be our leader." As a part of the group, Han Sen felt it was necessary for him to express his opinion. 2 votes versus 1 vote versus 1 vote. "It's done then. We will see who is the best archer by each shooting 10 arrows and whoever gets the highest score will be our leader," Zhang said and jumped up. Sweat fell from his bronze skin and he disregarded it. Hugging Shizhikong and Lu Meng, he said, "In any case, we are classmates and roommates. Learning and making progress together is the most important thing. Before graduation, we need to make our Department of Archery the best in the entire alliance. Brothers, work together. Get out." Shizhikong and Lu Meng threw Zhang's arms off. They were tired of the preaching of this hot-blooded kid the past few days. The 4 young men went to the training hall, and Zhang Yang got the highest score, shooting at bullseye every time. Lu Meng was second, Han Sen third, and Shi Zhikang, the biggest and oldest, was fourth. Han Sen did not want to be the leader, runner-up, or the last, so he got himself the third place. The first 3 months in Black Hawk was the hardest. Every day they must attend the collective training and lectures. They must grasp all the basic knowledge in these 3 months. Although they were in Department of Archery, they still needed to learn using firearms, operating warframes, driving aircrafts, and other fundamentals. Black Hawk had way better facilities than the integrated compulsory education system. All kinds of firearms, warframes, and aircrafts can be practiced on, and Han Sen had learned many things that he had not even heard of before. In these 3 months, Han Sen was learning like a sponge, constantly absorbing water. 3 months later, all 4 of them passed a comprehensive assessment and officially became Black Hawk students. In addition to a few compulsory courses, the rest were all elective courses. Apart from not being allowed to leave the school, they were quite free. As long as one could pass the semi-annual assessment, one could even skip all the courses. But if one failed the assessment, there was only one opportunity to take it again, and if one failed the second time, one would be expelled from school with no exception. There was a special teleport station on campus, and anyone could go to God's sanctuary at any time. There was not too many restrictions about that. The 4 young men who had just passed the comprehensive assessment ordered a few dishes and several bottles of wine at the cafeteria, celebrating the beginning of their life in Black Hawk. When they were enjoying the meal, the holographic image in the cafeteria became a match, and instead of combat, it was a game of Hand of God. Ji Yen ran. Shi Zhikang suddenly shouted, staring at the pretty girl in the holographic image. Even Lu Meng and Zhang Yang were staring at Ji Yanran. She is famous. Han Sen saw Ji Yanran and was reminded of their agreement on the way here. But then he was too busy and forgot about it. Are you serious? You don't know our campus belle. She is a junior now. Her sweet face, seductive figure, fair skin, and 36D. Shi Zhikang stopped and looked around. He continued when seeing everyone was paying attention to the image. Ji Yanran is also the president of Hand of God Society. She is among top 5 at this game in our school. A goddess with both brain and beauty. She has many suitors, but no one was successful. Why? Asked Han Sr. No one is good enough for her. I heard that her family has quite some influence in the military, and ordinary families simply are not their match, said Shi Zhikang with some regret. Even if her family was okay with it, Ji Yanran will certainly not go out with you. Lu Meng curled his lips. As if she would go out with you. Shi Zhikang was unwilling to show any weakness. Haha, where there is a goal there is hope. You have to stay hopeful. Since Ji Yanran is the president of Hand of God Society, let's join that society and try to approach her. If she sees our potentials, maybe she will go out with one of us, suggested Zhang Yang confidently. Shi Zhikang and Lu Meng's eyes lit up, and they agreed hurriedly, great idea. Let's go. We will apply for Hand of God Society right now. Before Han Sen could finish eating, he was dragged by the 3 to Hand of God Society. When they got there, all 4 of them were stunned and understood the meaning of People Mountain People Sea. The line of applicants was so long that it almost went out of the school gate. Ahem, I think we are so handsome that we don't need to be with Ji Yanran all day and she will still go out with us, Shi Zhikang said. Sure, well said. We are in Department of Archery and must join an archery society. No need to waste our time here, said Lu Meng solemnly. I agree with both of you. Han Sen nodded quickly when seeing the long line. If he waited in the line, his whole day would be wasted. Go in the line now. A real man never quits. Zhang Yang grabbed Shi and Lu and joined the line. Han Sen was lucky that Zhang Yang did not have a third hand. It chanced that his comm link was ringing and he saw the call was from Fang Jingqi. "Brother, do you still want that sacred blood bow? I haven't been able to reach you and Fist Guy has already entered Second God's sanctuary." Han Sen answered the call and immediately heard Fang Jingqi's complaint. Han Sen suddenly smacked his forehead and cried, "I am sorry. I was in military training and was not allowed to use comlink. I have completely forgotten about this. Is the bow still there?" "Yes." Fist Guy gave it to Thumb, but... Fang Jingqi paused. "But what?" Han Sen asked. "I need to ask you something and you need to tell me the truth. Did you get the beast soul of that scaled armadillo? Are you willing to exchange?" Fang Jingqi asked. Han Sen hesitated, and then said, "Yes, I have it." "Do they intend to exchange with the bow? What type of beast soul is it?" Fang Jingqi asked. "A big round shield with spikes," Han Sen replied. "Huh, that will do. If you want to exchange, I will contact Thumb and you two could meet and discuss between yourselves." Fang Jingqi laughed. "Please contact him." Han Sen was not the kind of guy that purely relied on brute force, so the shield was less useful to him. If he could trade it for a bow, it would be fantastic. "Okay, I will get back to you." Han Sen hung up and took a look at Lu Meng and Shi Zhikang who were in the line, and walked toward the teleport station at school. The creature he started feeding before the military training should have evolved into a sacred blood creature by this time. That would provide some nutrition for him. Before Han Sen reached the teleport station, Fang Jingqi called him again and asked if he had time to meet Thumb right away. Han Sen entered God's sanctuary knowing the time and place to meet. Good shield, it really is a masterpiece. In a grove, Thumb caressed the shield as if it were his lover. The bow is also a wonderful bow. Holding a large black horn bow, Han Sen was also obsessed. "How shall we trade?" Thumb looked at Han Sen eagerly. "One priceless item for another," Han Sen said softly. "Great minds think alike." Thumb gave Han Sen a thumbs up cheerfully. "Brother Thumb, I wish you will be unstoppable anywhere you go with this shield." Han Sen laughed. Thumb wielded the spiked shield, laughed and said, "And Brother Han, I wish you will be invincible no matter who you are against with this bow." The two smiled at each other, put away their treasures and left the grove, both very satisfied with the transaction. Han Sen returned to his own room in the shelter and played with the horn bow. This horn bow was the beast soul of a magic horned snake. Its effective range was nearly 6,000 feet, and that was not yet its maximum range. The strength required to draw the string of this bow was even less than that for Doomsday, so this was an archer's ultimate dream. Han Sen even believed that he could use it to shoot a fly 6,000 feet away dead with the eyesight of the Fairy Queen. A good horse should be paired with a good saddle. If I could get a sacred blood beast soul arrow, it would be perfect. Han Sen stroked the curves of Magic-Horn's snake and thought blissfully. Of course, a sacred blood beast soul arrow was not so easy to find. Luckily, the cloud beast that Han Sen had been feeding had evolved into a sacred blood creature, so he killed it to cook a pot of stew. Han Sen regretted that his cooking skill was not up to par. All he could make was stew and even it tasted good. He got tired of the same food after all this time. But when the voice said he was gaining sacred Geno points, Han Sen was still very excited. In the end, the sacred blood cloud beast contributed 5 more sacred Geno points and Han Sen's sacred Geno points had reached 39. Qin Xian knew that his schedule would be rather full as he was just enrolled and did not come to him, which gave Han Sen some time to relax himself. Han Sen returned to his dorm at night and saw his 3 roommates playing Hand of God. Seeing Han Sen back, Shi Zhikang ran over, threw an arm around Han Sen's shoulder, and grinned, "Son, we are playing Hand of God. Join us. Good brothers should share everything." Lu Meng curled his lips and said, your skills are so bad that even if he joins us, he would still beat you. Cut it. You won only twice and it was because I was not paying attention. When I get serious, you would lose so bad. Shi Zhikong smiled and said to Han Sen, Sen, let's play together. You don't have anything to do anyway. Practice with me. Okay, on the Skynet. Han Sen smiled. Our school has a special BattleNet designed for Hand of God. You can register an account and add me. My ID is Optimus Prime. Shi Zhikong carefully taught Han Sen how to register. Han Sen registered a BattleNet account, and named his ID, My Girlfriend is Jianran. He registered successfully and Shi Zhikong hurried him to enter the game. Han Sen entered the game and sent a friend request to Shi Zhikong. *T, Sen, UID's got some swag. Shi Zhikong saw Han Sen's ID and called out. Lu Meng quickly took a glance and gave a crooked smile. Sen, you are asking for trouble on the BattleNet with this ID. All the players playing this game think of Ji Yanran as their goddess. I didn't know you have such ambition. I like it. Zhang Yang looked at it and patted Han Sen on the shoulder, feeling satisfied. Well, cut the crap. Let me beat you, no. Let us practice. Shi Zhikong was so excited that he had a slip of the tongue and quickly corrected himself. Coming. Han Sen accepted the invitation of Shi Zhikong and entered his game room. Shi Zhikong chose the difficulty and started the game. After the countdown ended, the game officially began. Lu Meng and Zhang Yang were not in the mood to watch the match and each found another opponent online and started to play against. Shi Zhikong was very excited as he kept losing to Zhang Yang and Lu Meng in the game all afternoon and could eventually gain some self-confidence back by playing with Han Senator. He was thinking that he should go easier on Han Sen the first round in case Han Sen gave up too soon. As long as he let Han Sen win by a narrow margin, he could get Han to play with him a few more rounds and settle his craving. A few seconds later, Shi Zhikong's face collapsed. Eyes wide and hands shaking, Shi exclaimed, Sen, you asshole, are you the reincarnation of Takakato? Seeing Han Sen's hand quickly moving as if he was having spasms, Shi Zhikong was more and more shocked and panicked, as he had not touched many spots near him. Sure, you are yelling like a pig being slaughtered. Stop being so dramatic, Lu Meng, who was in the middle of a game, protested. Shi Zhikong had completely given up. Watching Han Sen's hand dancing, he lost all desire to play. Shi Zhikong rolled his eyes and told Lu Meng, Sen's skills are strong. I believe in our room, no one is his match except for the leader. Lu Meng replied, Sure, your loss is on you. Don't bring other people into it. Lu, you are not even as good as me. If you play against Sen, you would lose all the same. Shi Zhikong deliberately raised his voice and said. I'll show you who the real master is, but if I win, this month you need to do the cleaning, said Lu Meng. Shi Zhikong's face suddenly showed a trace of joy, but he then immediately suppressed it. He looked hesitant and said after a long while, all right. But if you lose, you need to do the same. Okay, no problem. Let me finish this round first. Lu Meng believed in himself. He had passed unevolved 9 in Hand of God, which was quite good among all freshmen. Maybe he was not the best player, but he could easily join Hand of God society. In addition, they were all in the department of archery, which had no high demand for speed, so normally archery students were weaker at this game in general. Except for Han Sen, Lu Meng did not think any of his roommates could beat him. Shi Zhikong had lost to Han Sen because he had poor skills. Anyone could beat Shi as he was too slow. Therefore, Lu did not believe what Shi had claimed about Han Sen's strength. Lu Meng finished his game and flashed the score in front of Shi. See? This is what a landslide victory looks like, 63-45. I'm a genius. Now that is useless. You have to beat Han Sr. Shi Zhikang smiled at Han Sen and said, Sen, you don't want to do cleaning either, right? If you beat him, we don't have to do anything for a month. Han Sen smiled and said, I know what to do. Lu Meng invited Han Sen to his game room and said casually, Sen, your ID is going to cause trouble. If you don't believe me, try looking for a match on BattleNet. The boys will line up to kick your ass. I'm used to it, Han Sen smiled. Failure is good. It helps you make progress. Lu Meng began the game, slowly drinking from a bottle of water at the same time. While drinking, he provoked Shi Zhikang, Sure, check out how I beat Sen single-handedly. Don't deny it when you lose. Awesome. Lu, you are just awesome. Shi Zhikang curled his lips with his arms folded, waiting to enjoy the show. He thought, everyone is only allowed to use one hand in the versus mode anyway. Boast all you want now, you will cry later. So I am, Lu Meng answered proudly, unaware of Shi's sinister intention. At the end of the countdown, the spots popped out and Lu Meng did not plan to put aside the water bottle. Reaching out to touch the spots while drinking, he paid no attention to Han Sen's hand. He felt as long as he played normally, he could certainly beat Han Senator only a few spots down. He caught a glimpse of the other hand and felt its speed was abnormal, so he looked up. One look and Lu Meng was suddenly stunned, forgetting even to reach for the spots. The water bottle froze on the edge of his lips. He maintained that position and did not move for a long time. Han Sen's palm was shaking at a dazzling speed as if it had a secret engine installed. All the spots were gone. Lu Meng had picked unevolved 10 for this round and he could not even clear the spots on his own side, while Han Sen had cleared them up for him, while looking quite relaxed. Lu, what happened to beating Sen single-handedly? How about you try with both hands now? Shi Zhikang saw Lu Meng stunned and laughed. Try your ass. Sen, you must have passed unevolved 10. Lu Meng cried. That's about right, said Han Sen casually. In fact, he had already passed Evolver 4, which was much higher than unevolved 10. *T. Lu Meng cursed and cried, Sure, you are so devious. There is no way our leader could beat Han Senator. You were setting me up deliberately. You are the one who suggested cleaning, not me. Shi Zhikang grinned and spread out his hands to show his innocence. Unevolved 10. Sen, let's have a go. Zhang Yang overheard their conversation and flames were burning in his eyes. Han Sen went into Zhang's game room and beat Zhang easily. Zhang's level was about the same as Lu Meng, or maybe slightly better. They should both be around unevolved 9. Play again. Zhang Yang was not discouraged. Once again he was defeated. Play again. Zhang Yang wanted to play even more. Defeated again. Zhang Yang was almost burning. Brother, let's stop here. You can even consider me the loser. Han Sen was really afraid of Zhang, a masochist who took pleasure in losing. I finally found my destined opponent. Sen, happy fighting. Zhang exclaimed excitedly and dragged Han Sen into his game room one more time. Lu Meng and Shi Zhikang chuckled when seeing this. Such a person as Han Sen could only be contained by someone like Zhang Yang. Han Sen was scared of Zhang. Ever since they played that time, he would drag Han Sen to play Hand of God whenever he had time. He was happy but Han Sen was hysterical. This is not the way to go. I must curb his desire to fight me. Han Sen's eyes were sparkling. Boss, today I'm free. Do you want to play a few rounds of Hand of God? When Lu Meng and Shi Zhikang went out, Han Sen took the initiative and suggested to Zhang Yang. Sure. Zhang Yang entered the game and sent Han Sen an invite. Hansen clicked on agree and entered Zhang's game room with eyes glaring and a hint of smile on his face. When he was playing with his roommates, he usually only focused on the spots on his own side instead of stealing the ones on the other side. In order to make Zhang look for someone else to play with, Han Sen was ready to disarm him completely and see if he could keep being happy. From lunch to dinner, Han Sen and Zhang Yang had played numerous rounds in 4 or 5 hours. The preparation time included, one round would take a little more than a minute. And the two were at it the entire afternoon. From the beginning to the end, Zhang had not even touched a single spot. Literally zero. Even so, he still hung in there the entire afternoon. Han Sen was almost driven out of his mind, but eventually Zhang Yang gave in first. It seemed his blood had cooled down. Ahem, Sen, it's time for dinner. Zhang Yang's words almost moved Han Sen to tears. Okay, boss, we will go to dinner. Han Sen quickly turned off his comlink. He would throw up if he kept playing. He really admired Zhang Yang for being so committed. If Han Sen was in his place, Han would probably have lost interest within an hour, while Zhang played in excitement the entire afternoon. But since this afternoon, Zhang Yang had stopped bugging him to play Hand of God, which gave Han Sen some relief. This was curious to Lu Meng and Shi Zhikang, who did not know what had happened in the afternoon that could stop Zhang Yang. But Han Sen and Zhang Yang remained silent about what had happened that afternoon, and it was referred to by Lu Meng and Shi Zhikang as the most mysterious afternoon in room 304. And Lu Meng and Shi Zhikang in a veered play with Han Sen again, who could even put a stop to Zhang Yang's enthusiasm. Han Sen did not play the versus mode of Hand of God often. There were too many limitations and he preferred the single-player version, which could better exercise his arms. Han Sen had been very interested in operating warframes recently. A warframe was a semi-mechanical semi-biochemical humanoid weapon. Compared with tanks, warframes had excellent maneuverability and could adapt themselves better to different terrains, while the requirements for their operation were also very high. When Han Sen was in the integrated compulsory education system, his school did not have a warframe for students to operate. Therefore, Han Sen was interested but never had the chance to try. To his joy, Blackhawk had some warframes for teaching purposes. In the first 3 months, there was a training session of warframe driving and Han Sen had learned the basics of driving a warframe then. He had also been practicing after that. In the battlefield, a warframe was the most fundamental fighting unit, because generally no soldier would go fighting wearing bulletproof suits and carrying guns. Even in a street fight, soldiers would always be in warframes. Hence Han Sen felt it was necessary for him to practice operating warframes. In case he was sent to the front, this skill might save his life. If he could do well with a warframe, fighter aircrafts would be even easier. As for interstellar warships, Blackhawk had but an old one for show, and the operation of warships could only be practiced using virtual reality. Ding! While Han Sen was still practicing on a warframe, he suddenly heard the tone of money transfer. Checking through his comlink, he saw 10 million added to his account, which shocked him. Before he could see who it was from, his comlink rang. Sen, did you get the money? It was Lin Beifeng's voice. So much. Han Sen was slightly surprised, not realizing the jade shell beast souls were worth so much. Originally, he thought it would be nice if he could make 3 or 4 million. We earned about 20 million, so I rounded it up for you. Sen, next time you go to Glory Shelter, we will buy some beast souls in Steel Armor Shelter to sell there. This way we could make money on both ends and earn even more, said Lin. I'm not going anytime soon. When I do, I'll call you. Han Sen thought about the hardships of going back and forth and temporarily dispelled the idea of going to Glory Shelter. At the moment he really had no time to go. His curriculum was intense at this point and he was still working on the semi-annual assessment. He would only go when Steel Armor Gang had a hunting campaign and when someone asked him to hunt mutant or sacred blood creatures, as it was too hard for him to hunt a sacred blood creature alone. Even if he was just trying to hunt mutant creatures, he had to go to places like Dark Swamp. As it was too hard to walk in Dark Swamp, he had to fly in and out, which made it difficult for him to carry larger creatures' meat out. Thus, he would not have much gain there. Mutant black stingers were useless to Han Sen at this point, and all he could do was to sell them. Meowth still had not finished eating what was left for it. But Han Sen was in no hurry. The black crystal could produce a sacred blood creature every 3 months, which was much more efficient than hunting on his own. He can wait. He hung up, transferred $1 million to his mother and texted her to explain it was his earning in the shelter. He did not dare to give her too much, afraid that it might scare or worry her. He planned to transfer a part to her each month so that she could get accustomed to it. It was time for her to enjoy life after so many years of suffering. Back to the dormitory at night, Han Sen saw Shi Zhikang in the room alone, cursing while playing the game. Han Sen did not know what had happened, but Shi looked mad. Seeing Han Sen back, Shi Zhikang yelled angrily, "Sen, perfect timing. Enter the game and kick this asshole's ass for me." "What is it, Shi?" Han Sen walked next to Shi Zhikang and saw him in a game room, but the game did not start. There were 2 more players in the game. One's ID was Birdie and the other player's ID was Man God. Shi Zhikang and Man God were calling each other names, and Birdie would throw in a bitter comment at Shi here and there, making Shi flushed. With the explanation from Shi Zhikang, Han Sen got the gist of things. In the beginning, Shi was playing against Birdie. Shi was rather poor at this game and hardly ever won on BattleNet, so he bragged a little after he had won several rounds against Birdie. Shi had good manners, so he just bragged about himself and said nothing bad about his opponent. Even so, Birdie was mad and asked Man God to avenge her. That was fine as well. Shi did show off, and that was the consequence. However, Man God cursed and said Shi was a dumbass. And Birdie ridiculed Shi as well. Shi was not the type to let it go easily and was thus involved in a quarrel against the two. But after all, his gaming skills were limited and had no confidence when talking back to Man God, which made Shi simmer with anger. "Sen, help me destroy this disgusting couple." "I'm so mad," Shi raged. "Right away." Han Sen turned his comm link on and entered the game. "Just you wait. I called my brother to kick your ass, and we will see who the dumbass is." Shi saw Han Sen entering the game and said to Man God, "Haha, whoever comes will be equally useless. The brother of a scum must also be scum. I can beat as many scums as I want," Man God said arrogantly. "Well, just you wait." Shi urged Han Sen to log in. The reason Shi was playing was that his application to join Hand of God Society was turned down. Although Zhang Yang and Lu Meng were accepted, they did not join either for his sake. Feeling sorry, Shi wanted to improve through practice and try to apply again later. After all, in addition to Ji Yanran, there were lots of pretty girls in that society, and it would be a shame if they did not join. That was why he was spending quite a lot of time on this game. Not expecting something like this to happen, he was furious and was counting on Han Sen to avenge him. "Haha, it does not matter who you called. Brother Long is the backbone of Hand of God Society, and top 20 in the contest last year," said Birdie proudly. "Sweet sister, we have to be low-key and leave them some hope." "Haha." Wang Long grinned. It was a rare opportunity for him to show off in front of a girl, so he had to do well. Wang Long was full of confidence. He was a key member of Hand of God Society and knew every good player on campus. Even if he didn't know them in person, he would recognize their ID. If someone better than him showed up, he would know, and the person would probably recognize his ID as well and show him respect. Soon, Wang Long saw someone entered the room and checked the ID name. He almost burst out a laughter. "My girlfriend is Jianran, what a loser." What kind of loser would name himself that? He's asking for trouble. Wang Long asked, "This is your friend?" "Yes." "You got a problem?" Shi was not that confident. Last time when he was trying to register, Hand of God Society did have a good player named Wang Long. Although he knew Han Sen was good, Wang Long seemed to be one of the leaders in the society and was in top 20 on campus, so he could be considered a pro. Shi was not sure if Han Sen could beat him. "Nothing. I intended to play casually, but now I see his ID, I have to kick his ass." Wang Long then sent Han Sen an invite. Han Sen did not hesitate to click on agree, and the two entered the game. Birdie, who was watching, ridiculed, "He must be so horny that he named himself that. What a shame." "We still don't know who the shameful one is," rebutted Shi. Although he was not certain about the result, he would not let a woman throw mean comments at his brother. "The result is clear. You scums could never win, Brother Long." "Well, maybe you can in your dream in another lifetime," Birdie said contemptuously. Shi gritted his teeth and did not speak. If he cursed, he would be stooping to her level. And Shi was not entirely sure about the result. Wang Long was a top 20 player after all, it was questionable if Han Sen could beat him. Wang Long was ready to teach Han Sen a lesson. And since it was a lesson, he could not limit his hand to the spots on his own side, but must make his opponent unable to touch any spot. "Boy, it's not your day. With such an ID, I will change my surname if I don't beat you up." Wang Long saw the spots appear and reached out to the spots on the other side. But just when his hand was out, he was surprised to see his opponent already hitting that spot. He soon decided it was just pure luck and he just needed to keep going. But then everything happened after made his face freeze. And Birdie was simply dumbfounded. Each time Wang Long reached out, Han Sen had already hit the spot he was aiming for. And he had got 0 point after a dozen attempts. "Damn, I met a master." Being anxious, Wang Long gave up on hitting Han Sen's spots and focused his own side. But it was too late, the final score was 100-29. Han Sen got everything, and Wang Long only got 29 on his side and missed 71. Seeing this score, Birdie's face darkened while Shi Zhikang laughed and texted, "This is what you call top 20. Sister, you are fooled." 100-29. If such a player could be top 20, then Hand of God Society must suck as well. "Sister, listen to me. If he is lying to get money from you, that's okay. When you haven't lost your body to him, just stop." Birdie was quiet and Wang Long was pale. He immediately invited Han Sen again and thought maybe he simply used a bad strategy last time. Maybe he lost because he was aiming for the spots on the other side. He wanted to prove himself, otherwise it would be too big a shame. Han Sen clicked on agree, and the two were at it again. Wang Long used all his efforts on his own spots and did not even look at Han Sen's side. However, as Birdie observed, the difference in speed was so great that it was like bicycle versus motorcycle. Even an idiot could tell the two were not on the same level. Wang Long felt that this time he was even faster than usual and felt complacent about his performance. When he felt that he must have won, the game suddenly ended and he was stupefied. A neat figure, 100:80. 80 was the score of Wang Long, which meant his opponent got all 100 spots when he just hit 80. A huge gap. "Who are you?" Wang Long was shocked for a long while, and then texted his opponent. He thought it must be some famous player's alternate account. There were few on campus that could beat him by 20 points anyway. No reply from his opponent, but an invite to continue playing. Wang Long's face turned red, but he could not decline. Wang bit the bullet and agreed. Once again, Wang had no chance of winning. Han Sen did not even try to steal Wang's spots and was only focusing on his own side. The result was again 100:80. Wang Long did not know if it was a coincidence or design. If it was deliberate, he could not believe how strong his opponent actually was. Another invite, and Wang Long agreed again. The result was the same, 100:80. Another difference of 20 points, Wang Long felt a chill and did not know what to say. Boy, not so insolent now. You call yourself top 20. Sure ridiculed, and Birdie left the game room quietly in the middle of their third game. Do you dare to wait 10 minutes? I will find someone to knock you over. Wang Long sent a message. Okay, whoever comes will lose anyway. If you call too, we will beat a pair. Sure gave him a confident answer and forgot about the displeasure before. Wang Long did not reply. He must be calling someone. Sure said excitedly, Sen, you are so wonderful that you totally beat Wang Long. You should become a professional player. Don't exaggerate. It was because he was too weak and did not deserve his reputation, Han Sen shrugged and said. I like it when you beat such weak scums, Sure said in excitement. Wang Long left the game window open and ran to the room next door. Seeing a guy who was talking in that room, he was overjoyed and said, Brotherly, here you are. What's the panic about? Lu Ku cut in impatiently. Lu Ku, I lost in hand of God, and you must avenge me, Wang Long quickly said to Lu Ku. Go practice and avenge yourself when you get better. Lu Ku laughed. Too late. I played with him 3 rounds and he won by 20 points each round. Wang Long was not afraid of losing face as Lu Ku was his buddy and also a better player than himself. Last year Lu got the 11th place on campus. And Brotherly, whose name is Li Zhe, was a real master who ranked 7th last year. It would be even better if he could help. 20 points in all 3 rounds. Few in our school could achieve this. Who is that guy? Li asked. But he was wrong about one thing. He thought that 20 points was a rough estimate and did not realize it was the exact figure in all 3 rounds. I do not know. He won't tell, Wang said. Can't you tell from his ID? Lu Ku rolled his eyes at Wang. It is a new ID never seen before, called My Girlfriend is Jianran, Wang Long quickly said. *#T. Such a loser. No wonder he won't tell who he is. If Ji Yanran knows, he will be a dead man. Let's go catch him. Lu Ku was interested. Wang Long was overjoyed and took Li and Lu to his dorm room. He checked his comlink and saw the 2 still there. It really is this ID. I will first have a go and see which sneaky guy it is. Lu Ku said to Li Zhe with a smile. And then Lu Ku turned on his own comlink, entered the game room, and sent My Girlfriend is Jianran an invite. Han Sen did not care who it was and clicked agree, because he knew no one anyway. Sure didn't know much about the players on campus either. He only saw Wang Long when trying to register and would not even recognize Lu Ku and Li Zhe in person, let alone their IDs. Lu Ku began the game. While waiting for the countdown, he told Li Zhe, Brotherly, I have made some progress in recent training. Let me know what you think. Looking forward, Li said with a smile. Wang Long was just observing nervously. Although Lu Ku was much better than himself and could also win him by 20 points, yet he was not sure about the result, as that guy had beat him in all 3 rounds by 20. The game started. One glance at the opponent's speed, Lu Ku was immediately focused and did not dare to slack even a little bit. He started to clear up the spots on his side and was not distracted at all. But Li Zhe and Wang Long, who were watching, widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. Absolute gap in strength. This guy was so much faster than Lu Ku that Lu's hand looked as slow as a snail. Wang Long was beyond shocked. This guy was so fast. Lu Ku ranked number 11 on campus and was not even on the same level as this guy. And Li also watched the game with a grim face. This guy stunned him. During the game, many friends of Li and Lu saw they were online and came to watch, especially Li Zai's friends. Many advanced players on campus flooded into this game room. #K. My girlfriend is Jianran. Who is this loser? Some people saw Han Sen's ID and yelled. Soon they all noticed this ID, and felt it was too daring a move on BattleNet. They could not think of a single person with such guts. Later they noticed the game itself, and then found that My Girlfriend is Jianran had the upper hand. He also seemed to be very fast and had an overwhelming advantage. A simple look would not reveal much, but with Lu as the reference, they could tell how fast he was. *T. His opponent was Lu Ku. Ji Yanran's boyfriend is so strong that he is killing Lu, who was number 11 last year. The man felt that Han Sen's ID was too hard to read, and changed it to something easier. Yeah, he is so much better than Lu. Who is Ji Yanran's boyfriend? This must be an alt account of a master. Of course. It must be one of the masters, or else no one could do this to Lu. While they were talking, Lu Ku had lost, and the score was fixed at 100-80. Seeing this score, others did not think much, but Wang was dumbfounded as this score was exactly what he got, no more and no less. Lu lost and was shocked for a moment, not expecting to see such score. He immediately sent another invite and seemed quite unconvinced. Han Sen agreed. Another game started, and everyone was discussing who this mysterious guy was. When the game ended, all of them widened their eyes to see the exact same score. The score was still 100-80, no more, no less. Lu Ku could not believe it himself. He asked Wang Long, when you said you lost by 20 in all 3 rounds, was it like this? Wang Long nodded yes bitterly. He did not expect this to happen with Lu again. I have to try. Li Zai looked serious, and sent an invite to My Girlfriend is Jianran. Lu, who is the guy? He must be a master player using an alt account. I do not know. Lu Ku had a wry smile on his face and shook his head. He really could not think of anyone who would do this to him. He knew less than 5 could, but none of them would. How do you not know? His friends refused to believe him. But soon, their eyes fell on Li Zai's game. Li Zai, the 7th best player last year, a celebrity at hand of God, was falling behind in this game by a lot. It looked the same as when Lu was playing. If they had not seen Li's ID in hand, they would think it was still Lu's game. Complete wipeout. Li Zai had even no way to fight back. Ji Yanran's boyfriend is so impressive. Is this real? Li could lose like this. Is there anyone on campus who could do this? Ouyang Xiaosan and Li Yufeng should be able to do this. Ji Yanran's boyfriend is Ouyang Xiaosan or Li Yufeng. As the crowd was gossiping, their chin almost fell to the ground when seeing the score. Wang Long was the only one to feel relieved. 100-80, again. But if even Li Zai has the same score, then my loss did not matter at all, Wang Long thought. Li saw the score and his face twitched. Once again he sent an invite calmly. He knew he was no match to his opponent, but wanted to make sure whether this score was not a coincidence. His opponent accepted the invite and the game started again. At this time silence fell in the game room and no one was typing. Watching the game in silence, all wanted to know if the 20 points was deliberate. If someone deliberately controlled the difference to be 20, it was maddening just to think about it. They could not imagine what kind of people could do this to Li Zai. When the score was again at 100-80, all thought themselves must be insane. Li Zai was beaten, or insulted completely. His opponent was not even making every effort, but was simply playing with Li. They could not imagine the gap in strength. Now everyone suspected that it was either Obiang Xiaosan or Li Yufeng behind that ID. In the entire school, they were the only two that might have such capability. Maybe. Li sent a message to my girlfriend is Jianran, who are you? After a while, Han Sen replied without answering Li Zai's question, anyone wants to game? Everyone was silent. Seeing even Li Zai lost like that, who would dare to go? Whoever going would lose miserably. Lu Ku could not help but ask, who are you? Ji Yanran's boyfriend, replied Han Sen and logged off. After Han Sen quit the game, Shi went offline as well and laughed, haha, Sen you are great. You were smoking out there. It was so cool. Do not worry, I will not tell anyone your ID, or you will be murdered by Ji Yanran. They are too weak. I was just warming up, said Han Sen casually. Such difficulty was not comparable to Evolved 4 and he was currently trying to pass Evolved 5. This was indeed like a warm-up for him. Shi despised Han Sen, Sen, you are just like me. What do you mean? Han Sen looked puzzled. Fake it until we make it, Shi said solemnly, and then could not help but laugh. Han Sen and Shi had no idea whom they had beaten or what kind of storm was triggered in Blackhawk. Soon everyone on campus knew that Ji Yanran's boyfriend had beaten Lu Ku and Li Zai by 20 points in every game. People were all guessing who Ji Yan's boyfriend was and if he was actually her boyfriend. None had assumed that in the beginning, but now that people knew what a master player he was and thought someone like that should cherish his reputation and would never make such a joke. When going out the gym, Ji Yanran felt the world was crazy when people started to ask her who her boyfriend was. Yanran, we have been roommates and sisters for 3 years. It's okay you did not tell others, but why didn't you tell me? Chu Lily asked Ji Yanran, grinning. Tell you what? Ji Yanran was confused. Who is your boyfriend? How is it confidential to me as well, said Chu Lily, pouting. Ji Yanran was suddenly upset and said, who told you I have a boyfriend? Everyone on campus knows now. Your boyfriend beat Lu Ku and Li Zai in Hand of God by 20 points. Chu Lily loved gossip. Leaning toward Ji Yanran, she said, tell me, is your boyfriend Ouyang Xiaosan or Li Yufeng? Ji Yanran was even more confused, what are you talking about? I don't understand any of this nonsense. You really do not know? Chu Lily stared Ji Yanran in the eyes. What happened? Asked Ji Yanran grimly. Chu Lily told her what happened, and it was the edited version by Wang Long, who did not talk about his own loss, but only about Lu Ku and Li Zai. Yanran, he was not your boyfriend? Chu Lily asked with some disbelief. I swear, I really do not have a boyfriend and do not know who that person is. He is so daring to joke like that, Ji Yanran bristled. It had been a long time since the incident in the spaceship, and Ji Yanran had already forgotten about it. In her memory, Han Sen was merely a guy who cheated and probably never entered Blackhawk. Or he should have come to her already. So, Ji Yanran simply did think of that and thought some master player was playing a prank. But more and more people started to ask her who her boyfriend was. She had to explain that she wanted to know who that loser was as well. Ji Yanran intended to scold him for being so insolent, but she could not think of anyone who could have done this. Blackhawk's Hand of God Society barely made it into the top 10 in the entire alliance, and it was only because they had Li Yufeng. Another master player, Ouyang Xiaosan, was not interested in joining the society. And Ji Yanran was still considering whether she should personally invite him. Only these two could have been able to do that to Li Zai. Ji Yanran knew Li Yufeng would never do that, but she was not sure whether it was Ouyang Xiaosan. Who is it? Wondered Ji. Although the school already knew that ID had nothing to do with Ji Yanran herself, they had already gotten used to referring to him as Ji Yanran's boyfriend, which made her quite upset. After this, there was a trend on Battle.net and even Skynet to name one's ID as, my boyfriend is XX, my husband is XX, my girlfriend is XX, etc. Han Sen and Shi, who had caused this, were unaware. Shi was sleeping while Han Sen was reading materials on Warframes. Lu Meng and Zhang Yang pushed the door open and came to Han Sr. Sen, you are killing it. How did you beat Lu Ku and Li Zai? We know you are good but did not expect you to be this good. Lu Meng stared at Han Sen and said. You certainly deserve to be my destined enemy. Zhang Yang was full of zest. What are you talking about? Han Sen looked at them puzzled. Stop pretending. If I yell that Ji Yanran's boyfriend is in room 304, people will skin you alive, Lu Meng said with a crooked smile. What's up? Asked Shi, who was awakened. Lu Meng told them the gossip they had heard and grinned at Han Sen. Sen, if you don't do anything for us, we would turn against you. Ji Yanran must be so mad at you. Many people out there want you dead now. Shi could not close his mouth. He did not realize Han Sen's opponents were so famous. He thought they were weak. I do not care. Han Sen was not afraid. If Ji Yanran came to find him, he would welcome it. But Shi was terrified and quickly said, Lu, don't mess around. Here's how it happened. Shi told the true story, and Lu Meng and Zhang Yang came to realize what had happened. Zhang Yang patted Han Sen on the shoulder and said, so you were sticking up for a brother. Relax, Senator, I guarantee that no one will know it is you. There is no traitor in our room. Since Lu Meng failed to blackmail Han Sen, he turned to Shi and said, Shi, Sen made such an effort and offended so many people for your sake. Shouldn't you do something? That goes without saying. Let's go to the cafeteria and eat all the white rice you can, Shi promised. Get lost. The other three gave him the finger. In those days, Han Sen had been busy studying Warframes. When he entered God's sanctuary, he was usually with Qin Xian's gang, hunting sacred blood creatures. They had been successful 3 times, but in none of those occasions did he make the final attack, so he gained no beast soul and just had some meat in the end. Thumb had now become the leader of Fist Gang and had invited Han Sen to hunt twice. Both times they were successful and Han Sen had also gained some sacred blood creature meat. All the meat combined gave him 1 sacred geno point and he had 40 sacred geno points at the moment. Han Sen was not satisfied with such progress and started to investigate where he could hunt sacred blood creature alone. He at least needed some mutant creatures. Meowth had also eaten up the black stingers and needed food supply. According to Han Sen's progress in study, he could totally cope with the semi-annual assessment and had enough time for a safari. After continuous research of various information about steel armor shelter and what was written by others, he finally had his eye on one location, Devil Desert. Chapter 127. The girl worth an S-class license. The reason he chose Devil Desert was that there were not many creatures that could fly, hence it was relatively safe for Han Sen who could. Few people would go there, so there was no shortage of mutant creatures, if not sacred blood creatures. Han Sen studied the conditions of the desert and was ready to ask Qin Xian for a leave. Qin Xian smiled and said, perfect. Our squad needs to protect someone in hunting and I was just thinking where we should take her. You could lead the team to Devil Desert then. It is your first task in the squad, make sure you do a good job. What is the reward for this task? Han Sen blinked and asked, he did not want to do a job that would not pay well. If you can make the girl satisfied and designate you as her protector in steel armor shelter, you could get an S-class license of St. Hall. Qin Xian looked at Han Sen and laughed. Any interest? Yes, I am very interested, Han Sen quickly said. Babysitting alone would pay an S-class license. Such a good thing could only happen in a dream. Then do well. You will get nothing if she is not satisfied with you. Qin Xian handed him the portfolio. After reading the materials, Han Sen felt he did not learn anything, as these people's personal information was all confidential. All he knew was the name, age and gender. Wang Mengmeng, female, 16 years and 47 days old. Station master, you are not asking me to take a girl who has just entered God's sanctuary to a place like Devil Desert. I can't guarantee her safety. Han Sen looked sullen. Of course not. This is your first task, so I will ask Gambler to follow you. You could also pick some people from Steel Armor Shelter. Qin Xian smiled. About Wang Mengmeng, I can tell you one more thing. She is your schoolmate. My schoolmate? Black Hawk. You must be kidding me. She just entered God's sanctuary, and with that kind of fitness, she could not even have reached the standard for any special enrollment program. Han Sen did not believe her. Some people do not need to pass the exam. We all have different starting points, like you are to protect her, and she is to be protected. Qin Xian smiled. Remember to keep a good relationship with her. I'm not interested in little girls, Han Sen shrugged and said. Qin Xian rolled her eyes at him and said, go pick some team members in Steel Armor Gang. You can choose anyone but the team leaders. There should be less than 10 members and the fees will be covered by the squad. Han Sen asked Su Xiaoqiao and some others who had a mutant mount. He did not want to waste his time on walking and would not consider those without mounts. As for Gambler, Han Sen was confident in him. He was an old member in the squad and had amazing skills, like Sleeve Blade. When Han Sen saw Wang Mengmeng, he finally knew what privileges meant. A girl just over 16 who had just entered God's sanctuary for 1 month had mutant shape-shifting beast soul, mutant armor, mutant weapon and 1 sacred blood beast soul mount, making Han Sen and the rest rather jealous. Although Lin Beifeng was rich, he was only an upstart when compared with Wang Mengmeng. The beast souls she had probably could not be bought with money. Fortunately, Wang Mengmeng was not an annoying princess. She was delightful and lovely. She also fought well. Although she had only been in God's sanctuary for a month, it looked like that she had gained quite a few Geno points already. She must have practiced multiple advanced hyper-Geno arts since childhood. Using her advanced beast souls, she could probably beat Su Xiaoqiao in a combat. The team had been traveling all the time and Wang Mengmeng never complained. Brother Han, I heard from Sister Qin that you are also in Black Hawk. I'm in Department of Warframe, which department are you in? Wang Mengmeng called Han Sen brother in a natural and sweet tone. In fact, kids from prominent families like Wang Mengmeng, Qing and Yuan were all quite well-mannered and easygoing. Ahem, you can call me Senator. I was enrolled this year as well. We are both freshmen and I am an archery major. Han Sen enjoyed talking to an adorable girl like her, which make the journey less boring. Archery department is the department our school is trying to enhance this year and I'm sure the change will happen fast. You must be specially enrolled. Wang Mengmeng started to chat with him. Oh right, Brother Han, you came to Steel Armor Shelter early, so you must have seen Dollar himself. Wang Mengmeng asked hopefully. Yes, we have all seen him at the contest. Why do you ask about him? Han Sen looked at Wang Mengmeng, surprised. I am a fan of Dollar's, but unfortunately he never showed up since I came here, so I never got to see him, Wang Mengmeng said with some disappointment. Wang Mengmeng asked again, Brother Han, can you tell me something about Dollar? Ahem, I have no way of knowing. You have to ask him, because he knows everything. Han Sen pointed to Su Xiaoqiao. Su Xiaoqiao quickly thumped his chest and said, What do you want to know? I'm Dollar's buddy and it was me who named him Dollar. Wow, then you must know what Dollar really looks like. He must be very handsome. Wang Mengmeng looked at Su Xiaoqiao happily. Handsome, of course, he is most handsome. He has wide chest, long legs and nice round bottom. Su Xiaoqiao babbled on, and Han Sen almost wanted to kill him. It took them 4 days to reach Devil Desert. Wang Mengmeng had nice skills and was improving very fast in hunting. Han Sen and Gambler were always shadowing her. Even when she was fighting with a creature, Gambler was always following her, and Han Sen's bow and arrow were always ready to rescue her. If something happened to her, the entire squad including Qin Xian would be in trouble, so Han Sen did not dare to slack at all. The next afternoon after they had entered the desert, Su Xiaoqiao, who was the scout, cried in surprise, "A mutant creature." Everyone quickly urged their mounts on and saw a fox-like, fire-red, and golden-horned creature the size of a tiger barking at them. "It is mine." It was the first time Wang Mengmeng had seen a living mutant creature. She put away her mount and charged the mutant creature with a pair of mutant beast soul lancets in her hands. Han Sen and Gambler exchanged a look and ran after her, in case of any accident. Wang Mengmeng's fighting skills were impressive. She could even match the mutant creature using several hyper-geno arts. The rest were going in left and right, trying to outflank the creature. The mutant creature seemed to have quite some wisdom and simply fled when seeing through the team's intention. It was also exceptionally fast and was 50 feet away in an instant. "Stop!" Wang Mengmeng quickly summoned her sacred blood mount, a bear with silver-white fur, and raced off on its back. Then everyone was on the mount, trying to keep up with Wang Mengmeng. But the mutant creature was running quite fast, and after a while, they started to fall farther behind. Wang Mengmeng felt anxious and urged her bear to run faster. "Wang Mengmeng, do not chase it on your own. It is too dangerous," cried Gambler. "It doesn't matter. I could kill this mutant beast. Please hurry up." Wang Mengmeng did not want to let the creature run off, so she raced off at full speed. Han Sen and Gambler exchanged a glance and quickly followed up, but Wang Mengmeng's mount was sacred blood. Although strength was not its strong suit, it was still much faster than their mutant mounts, and soon she was pulling away from them. The team could only desperately urge their mounts to catch up and try not to fall too much behind. They did not worry too much though, as their forces combined were probably enough to kill a sacred blood creature. Wang Mengmeng looked around and see no creature but this one. In addition, she was close enough and did want to lose the prey. So, she kept urge her white bear to chase the mutant creature. Nowhere to run now. She chased the mutant creature to a dune, and the creature stretched its tongue out, panting and lying down, as if it was too tired to run. Wang Mengmeng jumped off the white bear, summoned her lancets and rushed forward. The mutant creature suddenly smiled like a person strangely, which scared her. And then she saw many creatures that looked like this one though gray in color walking out from behind the dune. They filled the place shortly and were at least hundreds in number. Wang Mengmeng was suddenly shocked and knew that things had gone south. The mutant creature was sly enough to lead her to its nest. Although the other creatures were just primitive ones, they were great in number and she could never handle all of them. Wang Mengmeng immediately got on the back of her bear and ran away, with the creatures chasing after her like a tsunami. Fortunately, Han Sen and Gambler was not too much behind. Han Sen saw Wang trapped in the middle of groups of creatures, so he summoned his horn bow and shot an arrow in her direction. Wang Mengmeng had been surrounded by the creatures. Although the white bear had great strength and rampaged through the creatures, they still managed to throw themselves at her. Wang Mengmeng swung her lancets, but could not get rid of all the creatures close to her. Seeing a claw on her shoulder and teeth biting at her white neck, Wang Mengmeng was desperate that she could no longer fight this one off. At this moment, a whoosh was followed by a whimper. The creature on her back was shot through with a black arrow and fell on the ground. Whoosh! 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 Arrows came from afar and each killed a creature. Soon all 8 creatures surrounding her were killed. Any creature that might endanger her was immediately shot dead with an arrow. No arrow was shot in vain. One even flew by her face and killed a creature behind her without hurting a single hair of hers. Brother Han. Wang Mengmeng saw Han Sen riding toward her while shooting arrows in her direction. All the creatures around her were killed by him. Wang Mengmeng was surprised and filled with joy. At least a mile away from her, Han Sen could have such accuracy, which was something she had never seen even in posh schools. Among the other few people, only Su Shaoqiao was good at archery. However, he would not even dare to shoot in her direction from so far. Even if his bow allowed it, he would risk hurting her with his skill level. Wang Mengmeng was overjoyed and urged the white bear to run toward Han Senator wielding her lancets. She tried to stop the creatures that came at her. She did not worry about the ones that she could not fight off, as arrows would definitely appear timely to kill them. The distance between the two sides was gradually shortened, and soon they have joined forces. When the team looked around, they were surprised to see thousands of gray creatures flooding toward them. Damn, these beasts are really cunning. They even know how to lure us into their trap. Su Shaoqiao cried while drawing the string of his bow. It's all my fault, Wang Mengmeng blamed herself. Now is not a good time. There are so many creatures here that we could never kill them all. Let's try to rush out. Han Sen headed forward where they came from. He did not go far before he saw the sand in front of him tremor and sink. A giant worm that looked like a silkworm but with the size of a locomotive came out of the sand and opened its large mouth, trying to devour them. It is a rock worm. Damn, there must be more than one. They are gregarious. Han Sen forced his mount to change the direction to avoid its attack. He felt a bit worried as he had read about rock worms. Although they were just primitive creatures, they are very large and had great strength. In addition, they had great speed when crawling in sand. For sure, they were one of the most scary creatures in Devil Desert. If Han Sen was alone, he could simply summon the purple-winged dragon beast soul and fly up. However, he had Wang Mengmeng to protect and could not do that. Boom! The huge body of the rock worm fell and made a pit in the ground. Sand flying and pebbles rolling, it was more terrifying than a grenade explosion. Even more frightening was that more rock worms were coming out from underground, and as far as the team could see, the ground was covered by these worms, which were at least hundreds in number. In front of them were rock worms and behind them were the tide of fox-like creatures. They were besieged by the creatures. Han Sen and Gambler looked into each other's eyes and understood each other's thoughts. Gambler gritted his teeth and said, "You protect her, I will clear the way." Gambler took back his mount and rushed toward the fox-like creatures. He was even faster than his mutant mount. "Listen up. Follow Gambler out and whoever falling behind will die," said Han Sen, lifting Wang Mengmeng from the back of her white bear to sit her behind him. He cried, "Game is over. Now hold on to me and we will fight for our lives." Wang Mengmeng fought well and had plenty of beast souls. However, in a melee like this one, an inexperienced girl like her would not be able to survive. When it came to life and death, only the veterans who had developed an acute instinct had a bigger chance at survival. Wang Mengmeng hurriedly hugged Han Sen from the back. Han Sen urged his mutant three-eyed beast mount and the bull-like mount moved as it charged the fox-like beasts. Gambler was leading the way with one jambiya in each hand. The jambiyas were flashing in his hands like butterflies, slitting the throats of all creatures near him. Nothing could stop him and a bloody path was left behind him. Han Sen rushed into that path and his arrows never stopped, killing all the creatures trying to gather around. However, he only had 50 Z-steel arrows, which had been used up. All he had now was the beast soul arrow, which could be taken back and used again, but that process was too slow for him. Han Sen had to knock some creatures away with his horn bow. The rest of the team had also been fighting with every effort, wishing to clear out a way out from the endless creatures. Behind them, the rock worms were catching up at an incredible speed. Once caught up by them, there would be no other way of survival than flying. Blood was splashing and they had almost made it. Then the mutant creature that Wang Mengmeng was chasing in the first place howled, standing on a dune far from them. And then they saw more creatures coming toward them from all directions. There were even some fox-like black-horned creatures that were almost exactly like the mutant creature only with white fur. Seeing those white creatures, everyone's heart sank. Su Xiaoqiao cried, "No way. That mutant creature was not a mutant creature, but a sacred blood king of all these fox-like creatures. These white ones are mutant creatures. We have poked a hornet's nest." Wang Mengmeng saw the white mutant creatures among others and was mortified. There were so many mutant creatures that it seemed the whole team would die here. Gambler exclaimed in the front, "Damn, it is a sacred blood king. There are too many mutant creatures that I can't keep going." Han Sen said to Wang Mengmeng sitting behind him, "Hand me your lancets." Wang Mengmeng paused and transferred her mutant beast soul lancets to Han. Senator Han Sen grabbed a rope and got off his mount. He then carried Wang to the ground as if she weighed nothing and put her on his back. With the rope he secured her there. "What are you doing?" Wang Mengmeng said, horrified. "Going out," said Han Sen in a cold tone. In a red shadow he shape-shifted into the fairy queen and his entire body was then covered in red armor except for his head. Eyes scarlet, ruby crown on his head and short black hair turning long and blonde, Han Sen grabbed the lancets and ran toward Gambler like a red lightning bolt. "Gambler, cover me. I will clear a way out," yelled Han Sen next to Gambler. "You got it," covered in the creatures and his own blood, Gambler replied. Han Sen had rushed to the front. The lancets were flashing in his hands and each flash took a life. Primitive horned sand fox hunted. No beast soul gained. Primitive horned sand fox hunted. No beast soul gained. The voice in his mind rang non-stop. Han Sen paid no mind to it and just stared the mutant horned sand fox that were throwing themselves at him. Su Xiaoqiao and others were trying to keep up desperately, but when they saw the number of the mutant horned sand foxes, they were terrified. Han Sen's eyes were red as blood. Moving like a lightning bolt, the lancets were so fast they became a blur. Ignoring the mutant horned sand foxes, he continued forward with Wang on his back. Holding Han Sen's neck tightly, Wang Mengmeng was filled with guilt and regret. If it weren't for her, they would not be under such danger. Facing so many mutant creatures, she did not know if they could make it. The few mutant horned sand foxes were in their face, yet Han Sen was still calm. With the slightest movement, a lancet bit into a fox's throat. A horned white fox head flew up. Han Sen and Wang Mengmeng were showered in fox blood. Without a blink, Han Sen ran forward and charged the second mutant horned sand fox. Wang Mengmeng watched what was happening with eyes widened. It felt like riding a roller coaster, but this experience was more horrifying than any roller coaster. She was lying on the back of Han Sen, and had the same angle of view as him. She watched all his movements, dodging, turning, wielding, charging. Seeing the endless horned sand foxes sweeping toward them and then the deaths of all of them, she felt that Han Sen was like a killing machine, his movements extremely swift and each attack harvesting a life. Both mutant horned sand foxes and primitive ones were killed with one blow each, without exception. Wang Mengmeng and Han Sen were soaked in blood, and the original color of their armor could no longer be discerned. Even the long blonde hair of Fairy Queen turned red and was dripping blood. Wang Mengmeng suddenly had a strange feeling. Everything seemed surreal to her, as if she was watching a movie about a gorgeous killing spree. Han Sen was like a tireless killing machine. All her fear went away when she knew he could kill all of the foxes if he had to. What Han Sen saw now was different from what average humans saw. All the movements of the horned sand foxes had become so slow that he could see every single move of them. In his eyes, even the mutant ones were as slow as a grandpa, inviting one's help. Han Sen finally understood the best feature of Fairy Queen. When he shape-shifted into Fairy Queen, his great ability to predict was enhanced. Now he could hit anywhere he wanted. Too slow. Han Sen was even dissatisfied with the speed of the horned sand foxes, because they could not keep up with the speed of the slaughter. I hope there will be more of them, Han Sen even thought. But Han Sen's reason was telling him that they should run as fast as they could, because shape-shifting could not last forever. Once his body could no longer bear it, he would have to turn into himself, and even if he used wings then and saved Wang, Su Xiaoqiao and the rest would die. Must get out before shape-shifting time limit is up, Han Sen thought to himself, wielding the lancets even faster. The rest of the team were stunned. They had never seen Han Sen fighting in a melee. They had always believed he was a good archer and did not like to place himself under any danger. But when they saw Han Sen put down his bow and arrow, they came to know how fearsome he could be in a melee. Mutant Horned Sand Fox was also killed in just one blow. They had never seen Han Sen miss so far. Formidable. Even they could not help but shudder. Such efficiency in killing was simply a spree, so terrifying and satisfying to watch that it made one want to moan. The sacred blood-horned sand fox howled again and the mutant foxes retreated, while primitive foxes rushed to them faster. Just in a moment, Han Sen knew what the sacred blood fox king wanted. It was trying to use the primitive horned sand foxes to consume his shape-shifting time, as it was aware shape-shifting did not last long. It wanted to launch strikes at them when his shape-shifting time was up. Cunning beast, cursed gambler. His Jambias slit another primitive horned sofa fox's throat, making it fall to the ground, twitching in pain. Han Sen looked at the sacred blood fox king and his eyes darkened. The lancets disappeared in his sleeves and a black horn bow appeared in his hands. The black stinger arrow was knocked and pointed at the fox king on top of the dune. It's too far away. Can the arrow reach there? Su Xiaoqiao checked the distance between them and the fox king. It was indeed too far. It looked so small from here, so it should be about 1.5 miles away. With such a distance, even if Han Sen's arrow could get there, it would be languid by then. And how can that kill a sacred blood creature? The Fox King seemed to share Su's thought, standing there still and gazing at Han Sen with a trace of mockery. Damn, that sacred blood Fox King is kind of evil, Gambler cried when he saw the look of the Fox King. Han Sen's hands were steady. The arrow suddenly turned into a black shadow flying across the sky toward the insolent Fox King. The sacred blood Fox King was too intelligent to believe the arrow could actually hurt it, and did not mean to dodge. If his arrow had that kind of power, then he should have used it before the Fox King led Wang Mengmeng into the ambush. Whoosh! But soon the Fox King panicked as it discovered that the speed of the arrow got even higher when approaching itself. When the Fox King eventually lost its grace and wanted to run, it was a bit late. Although it leaped as high as it could, trying to dodge the arrow still dug into the muscles of its foreleg like a snake. Blood splashed and its scream rang. The arrogant and sly Fox King was knocked out by the arrow and tumbled down the dune. Hearing the scream of their king, the skulk of foxes paused their attack and looked to the dune where the king was standing. Of course, they did not see it because it had fallen. The skulk was suddenly in a chaos and did not know what to do. Hurry, commanded Han Sen and dashed. Chapter 131, Golden Rock Worm King. When the angry Sacred Blood Fox King limped back to the top of the dune, the team had dashed out of the skulk. Almost without any hesitation, Han Sen roared at Wang Mengmeng, "Summon your mount." Wang Mengmeng quickly summoned the big white bear. Han Sen leapt on the bear and Wang urged the bear on at full speed. The skulk of foxes was snapping at their heels, but only the few mutant horned sand foxes could catch up with the team's mutant mounts. Han Sen thought that the skulk would give up the chase soon, since their king was injured and could not catch up with them. However, they soon heard a strange howl, and what they saw was shocking. The Fox King was standing on top of the head of a golden rock worm and, gazing at Han Sen, bristled. F***K. This Fox King is abnormal. How could it command the rock worm? Is the rock worm also a sacred blood creature? Cried Su Xiaoqiao. The team saw the golden rock worm approach them at a high speed and was horror-struck. You go east, I will go west. Han Sen then asked Wang Mengmeng to control her bear to go west. Now Wang Mengmeng almost trusted Han Sen blindly and did not even think about it before doing what he said. You have to be careful. Gambler had already understood Han Sen's plan and led the rest to the east. The Fox King ordered the rock worm and mutant foxes to chase Han and Wang immediately. A fox never forgets. It would never give up until it tore Han Sen apart. Han Sen had already taken the fairy queen back to save his strength. He had also untied the rope and sat Wang in front of him so she could better control the bear. Fox King, come if you want to eat me, Han Sen said and suddenly shot an arrow, killing a mutant fox in the blink of an eye. The Fox King was stamping with rage, roaring on top of the golden rock worm's head. The worm moved faster. The mutant foxes were also trying to catch up with the bear. Han Sen glanced at the Fox King and shot another mutant fox dead. Watching the Fox King losing its temper, Han Sen laughed, Fox King, come at me if you will, and watch me kill your buddies. Han Sen's hands never stopped, his black stinger arrow killing one mutant fox after another. Mutant horned sand fox killed. Beast soul of mutant horned sand fox gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 mutant geno points randomly. Suddenly a different voice sounded in Han Sen's mind. He gained a mutant horned sand fox beast soul. With great joy, Han Sen was shooting with great strength. The Fox King was about to explode. The white bear was a sacred blood mount, so the golden rock worm could not catch up with them anytime soon. Finally, at a howl of the Fox King, all the mutant foxes stopped chasing. Only the Fox King continued with the rock worm as its mount. There were no more mutant foxes for him to kill, so Han Sen made the Fox King his target. This time the Fox King was prepared and dodged. Although the distance was short, the arrow ended up hitting the golden rock worm. Clank! It sounded like the worm had a shell harder than metal. The mutant black stinger arrow only left a white mark that was barely visible on it. Han Sen was taken aback with a surprise. Sure enough, the golden rock worm is also a sacred blood creature. Brother Han, now what should we do? The white bear is slower than the golden rock worm. They will catch up eventually, asked Wang Mengmeng, riding the bear. She did not sound scared or worried, as for some reason, she believed Han Sen could always take care of things. In such a dangerous escape, she did not even have any sense of crisis. Although there were occasionally some creatures in front of them, they would scatter at the sight of the golden rock worm. Hence they did not encounter any obstacles on the way. The rock worms are only fast in the desert. If we can get out of here, we should be able to get rid of it, Han Sen pondered and said. It's full of sand and rocks here. I do not see any other color. Wang Mengmeng looked around said disappointedly, just dunes and stony hills. Han Sen's eyes suddenly lit up. Pointing in one direction, he said, go over there. Wang Mengmeng followed his order and urged the bear on. Soon she found they were on a cliff facing a deep valley. The path ended and the valley was at least 100 feet wide. Brother Han, we have nowhere to go, exclaimed Wang Mengmeng. Go over, Han Sen said with no expression. No, the white bear cannot jump so far, Wang Mengmeng quickly said, seeing the big white bear approaching the edge. Trust me. Go over, said Han Sen firmly, while pointing an arrow at the Fox King. Knowing their despair, the Fox King looked cruel and pleased. "Well, Brother Han, I believe you." "Going over." Wang Mengmeng commanded her bear to rush off the edge at full speed. With her blind trust in Han Sen, Wang Mengmeng was trying to make the impossible happen. Behind them the golden rock worm was getting closer and closer. The Fox King watched the two humans viciously. Pointing the arrow at the Fox King, Han Sen did not shoot. "Brother Han." Wang Mengmeng screamed and closed her eyes as the white bear ran off the edge. Han Sen finally shot the arrow, put an arm around her waist, and covered her eyes with his other hand. "Take your white bear back," he said quietly. The Sacred Blood Fox King didn't even move when seeing the arrow approach. It even showed contempt in its eyes. But soon, the Fox King was aghast. That arrow was not meant for the Fox King, but a bean-sized eye of the golden rock worm. Although the golden rock worm had a huge body, its eyes were as small as beans and hidden in its stone-hard shell, hardly noticeable. Han Sen not only saw them, but also managed to shoot an arrow in one of them. With a scream, the golden rock worm rampaged toward Han Sen, who was in the air. The Sacred Blood Fox King had extremely high intelligence, but golden rock worm solely operated on instincts. Once it was provoked, it would go mad. It was too late for the Fox King to stop it, so it jumped off the worm with its injured leg as fast as it could before the worm fell off the cliff. Wang Mengmeng was held in Han Sen's arms and took back the bear. She felt she was falling with him. With a sudden jerk, she felt ground under her feet. The impact was not that strong though. It was as if they had jumped from somewhere 3 or 4 feet above the ground. Wang Mengmeng opened her eyes in surprise to find they were under a cliff more than 300 feet high. But nothing had happened to Han Sen and her. When she was feeling incredible, the golden rock worm fell on the ground next to them like a bomb. With a boom, its stone-hard shell was broken in pieces. Worm juice, meat and inner parts were splashing everywhere, staining the cliff wall. Sacred Blood Golden Rock Worm King killed. Beast Soul of Golden Rock Worm King gained. Eat its meat to gain 0 to 10 sacred Geno points randomly. A wonderful voice rang in his mind, almost making Han Sen laugh out loud. The Fox King was still lingering on the cliff, gazing at him full of resentment. "Let's go." Han Sen summoned his mutant three-eyed beast mountain, carried Wang to its back, and went in the opposite direction of the Fox King. "Should we take some of the worm meat with us?" Wang Mengmeng asked. "For such a big worm, there are only 10 Geno points in its meat. Even if we eat for a month, we might still end up with no Geno points. Also, it is hot in here and the meat will go bad in less than 2 days." "Just forget it," Han Sen said with a smile. A creature too big in size was hard to consume, which was just the fact. But he had gained another Sacred Blood Beast Soul and a mutant horned sand fox beast soul, so the voyage was fruitful enough. The only pity was that although he had killed many mutant horned sand foxes and a Sacred Blood creature, he did not even get to eat a mouthful of meat. Han Sen took a look at the 2 beast souls he just gained and felt a bit bitter. The beast soul of mutant horned sand fox was a mount, which was fine. Even if he had no use of it, he could still exchange it for something else or just sell it. The disturbing part was the beast soul of the Golden Rock Worm King. It turned out to be a Sacred Blood beast soul pet. Han Sen had been feeding Meowth for quite some time now, but it never transformed. This was a Sacred Blood pet, and God knows how much meat it would take for it to transform. And a Sacred Blood pet must be fed with a Sacred Blood meat, or else it would take even longer. Han Sen was rendered speechless. He did not even have enough Sacred Blood meat for himself. Just where could he find food for this guy? Han Sen tried to summon the Golden Rock Worm King and thought it should be huge. When it appeared, Han Sen saw that it was just a mini golden silkworm, not looking the least impressive. "Brother Han, why were we safe after jumping from the high cliff?" Wang Mengmeng had been puzzled. When they jumped off the cliff, she was too scared to open her eyes, and did not see how they landed. In fact, even if she did not close her eyes, Han Sen was covering them anyway. He did it so that he could use the wings of the purple-winged dragon beast's soul. Or it could never have been done. Because I know a special martial art. Han Sen smiled. What kind of martial art? Can you teach me? Wang Mengmeng looked at him with worship. It only runs in the family and only sons can be taught, so I can't even teach my wife and daughter, let alone you. Han Sen laughed. Han Sen did not go back and try to kill the sacred blood fox king. It was a sly creature. In the end, it did not escape but stood on the cliff. Han Sen knew from its look that it was trying to lure Han Sen back to kill it. If he was alone, he could give it a try. But since Wang Mengmeng was here, he gave up the idea of adventure. That fox king was the most cunning of creature he had ever seen, even more formidable than the silver bird. With this accident, the voyage had to stop. When Han Sen and Wang Mengmeng were on their way back to the shelter, they met Gambler and the rest. They were all well with minor injuries which had almost healed. After some discussion, they did some hunting in the outskirts of the desert and did not go to the center. They had met scary sacred blood creatures when they just entered Devil Desert. The team became more careful, especially they had to protect Wang Mengmeng in the meantime. Han Sen made up his mind to return as soon as they could, and he will make some in-depth exploration next time he came alone. This task was successfully completed despite the accident. Qin Xian was fairly satisfied with his performance. Because Wang Mengmeng worshipped Han Sen very much and named him her protector in Steel Armor Shelter, he could have an S-Class license of St. Hall as his reward. But his mission would be only completed when Wang Mengmeng had maxed out on all other 3 types of Geno points than Sacred Geno points. Only by then he could have the S-Class license. Han Sen went back to school from God's Sanctuary and continued to study Warframe operation. Sen, you are finally back. You are in trouble. His roommate said to him excitedly when Han Sen just returned to his dormitory. What kind of trouble? Han Sen asked, puzzled. The best player in Hand of God Society Li Yufeng openly challenged you in campus community, Shi Zhikang said. I do not know him. Why would he challenge me? Han Sen felt quite puzzled. Everyone knows Li Yufeng is Ji Yanran's suitor. And with UID name, the entire school now knows you as Ji Yanran's boyfriend. Of course Li Yufeng needs to challenge you. He said if you lose, you need to change your ID name or stop using that account, and you will also have to apologize to Ji Yanran, said Lu Meng with a trace of joy in his voice.